Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Gao Wu. I incarnate as Yama in the Underworld to judge life and death. Chapter 81. What the hell? Are there any living beings among them? Liu Kang was even more confused. Could it be that Qin Yi's superpower is a summoning type? Of course, the one who also showed a shocked look was the thousand-faced demon body. It can sense it. After this sound came out, dark element particles surged between heaven and earth. This creature behind the ancient gate is also a strong man who controls the way of darkness. Lock me. In just a split second, the thousand-faced demon body made a decision. We can't let this guy come out. Otherwise, it will only increase the variables. Hundreds of dark flowing tentacles immediately wrapped around the door. Tie it up tightly. However, useless. The door still opened at the same speed as at the beginning. Bang 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 bang. The tentacles were stretched one after another, and finally they could no longer bear it and broke and disintegrated. Taking advantage of this gap, Liu Kang retreated violently. Even if he makes a sneak attack, it will be useless. The brief exchange just now made him understand that he was definitely no match for this dark liquid man. It is better to take advantage of this change and retreat to a relatively safe position. The thousand-faced demon only glanced at it and didn't stop him too much. Liu and Kang. Daughter just dispensable goals. A mere ordinary 5th grade martial artist is not worth much. If you kill Qin Yi, you can kill him by the way, which will be an added bonus. But now it seems that there are a lot of variables. There's no time for this little character. Boom. The next second, the thousand-faced demon also moved. When those dark tentacles were retracted, its body shape also resembled that of a snake, and its soles turned into a ball of liquid, flowing crazily in the direction of Qin Yi. Since there is no way to prevent the creatures inside the ancient gate from coming out, then bypass it. Before that equals take Qin Yi's life. Qin Yi, be careful. Liu Kang shouted. He could finally tell that this jet black liquid man didn't take him, the captain of the Nanjong Town Demon Division, seriously at all. The target is Qin Yi. Why does the demon want to kill Qin Yi at all costs? Is it because of his talent? Hateful. There was nothing he could do, and now Liu Kang just hated himself for being so useless. The only thing you can do if you go up there is to kill someone. Can't help at all. When Qin Yi saw this, his eyes were filled with coldness. Do you want to kill me in this opportunity? You underestimate my life-saving ability. Sizzling. Silks of black mist rose around Qin Yi. Ghost Instant was ready to start immediately. Aha! Sudden. Just at this time, a cold iron spear shot out from the gate. It stabbed precisely into the mass of flowing liquid at the soles of the thousand-faced demon's feet. Ah! A shrill cry came out. It hurts, it hurts. On the cold iron spear, an extremely destructive energy spread rapidly across the thousand-faced demon's body. It was unable to move for a while. The thousand-faced demon was roaring in his heart. Logically speaking, its physique is extremely special, and the damage caused by ordinary attacks will be reduced a lot. But the energy on this cold iron spear is different. The diffusion ability is extremely amazing. And the thousand-faced demon could feel that this blow had damaged all the cells, and that half of the body had lost its activity, losing the ability to proliferate and wriggle. Even Qin Yi was stunned. The black mist on his body slowly dissipated. But I remember that when I first obtained the horse-faced summoning order, the prompt given was that of a low-level horse-faced person who had initially controlled the power of heaven and earth. Good guy. It's quite fierce at first glance, but it doesn't look like a 5th grade combat power. You must know that Liu Kang, who was a martial artist just now, was beaten so hard that he ran away with his head in his arms. And as soon as the horse face made a move, the thousand-faced demon screamed. Make a judgment. Could it be that the Underworld's initial power to control the world is not the same concept as the one on Blue Star? Well, quite possibly. After all, the overall strength gap between the two is too big. Any method in the Underworld would be extremely mysterious if placed on Blue Star. There are some discrepancies in the description, which is normal. Liu Kang, who had already retreated farther away, saw this scene and his eyes widened. What's the situation? Even if it is a creature summoned by Qin Yi, there should be a limit, right? As the captain of the city-level demon suppression division, he also has some knowledge. A few years ago, Liu Kang encountered a summoning level 2 ability, the Awakener of the Molten Giant. Level 2 summoning power. Even if the summoned object is stronger than the awakened one, it is only too strong. But now the mysterious creature that Qinyi summoned can actually beat this liquid man with 6th level combat power to the point where he can't move. Isn't it a bit outrageous? It's impossible for level 3 powers to do this, right? But, after all, this is a good thing. At least it doesn't look life-threatening for now. Dare you take action against the Lord Judge? You. An extremely angry voice came from the ancient door. Immediately afterwards, a burly creature wearing fine iron armor with a horse head and body stepped out of it. At the moment of coming out, Ma Xiang bowed slightly to Qinyi, "Your Majesty the Judge." Qinyi rolled his eyes. "Why the hell are you still going through all this red tape? It seems that the bureaucracy of the underworld is very serious." Immediately afterwards, Qinyi spoke in a deep voice. "No need to be polite, let's kill this monster quickly." "Yes." Ma Mian heard the order and still responded respectfully with his hands raised. "What the hell? When I become the Lord of the Palace of Hell, I will definitely rectify and correct this trend. Go to hell." At this moment, the thousand-faced demon finally suppressed the destructive energy in his body. "Open your hands." Countless small black beads separated from the back, floating in the air. After a brief stagnation, swish, 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 these small black beads shot toward Qinyi like a violent storm. It already understands in its heart. The strength of this strange creature is too tyrannical. If it weren't for that weird chain, it might still be able to fight. But now it is impossible to be his opponent. There is no other way. Even if I die today, I still have to complete the task assigned by my lord. Kill Qinyi. If these evildoers are not eradicated as soon as possible, there will be endless troubles. When Ma Mian saw this, his two huge pupils immediately stared. "Reach out. Call out." The cold iron spear that had just penetrated the thousand-faced demon and plunged into the ground was summoned and flew out of the soil on its own, bringing with it a lot of broken soil. Then he broke through the air and galloped toward the horse. Kang. After taking the spear, Ma Mian immediately stood in front of Qinyi. He spun the spear in his hand so fast that it turned into a phantom. Pa 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 pa. These black beads hit the barrier formed by the cold iron spears. They all broke into pieces, scattered on the ground. When it comes into contact with those green grasses, these originally green grasses instantly turn brown and wither. Wild. Seeing this scene, Liu Kang not only stopped retreating, but even moved towards Qinyi. What a joke. With such a thigh protection, if you don't hug me tightly, there is no difference between you and a fool. The first demon may appear in the survival base in broad daylight, but there is no guarantee that the second one will appear. When the time comes, if you run around and get imprisoned, you will be called a deserter. Might as well stay here. The thousand-faced demon was completely desperate. How can it be? These black beads are differentiated from its original liquid and are extremely powerful. But he was still easily resisted. Even under the destruction of the strange force, he couldn't even return to his body. Immediately, the thousand-faced demon made a judgment. It couldn't kill Qinyi under this horse-faced creature. But now that he is escaping and in the survival base, he has been exposed and has no way out. I just have to take a gamble. Think of this. The thousand-faced demon immediately said, "Brother, you are extremely powerful. Why do you have to sacrifice your life for a little human being to be driven by him? Why don't you kill him together with me? If you achieve such merit, a supreme being will come to help you and bestow you with countless treasures of heaven and earth." Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Qinyi was confused. In front of me, the judge of the underworld, you instigated the rebellion of my subordinates. Ah, hey, isn't that disrespectful? Hearing this, Liu Kang felt a little panicked. Not good. He just made a brief analysis and found that this horse-headed creature was probably not a summoned object. The reason is simple. This guy actually spoke very logically just now. Looks like he's sane. In this way, he may not be as loyal to Qinyi as the summoned object. In the current situation, Liquid Man can be restrained solely by this horse-headed creature. It would be terrible if he was incited to rebel. What are you talking nonsense about? Boom. Dark aura rose into the sky. Angry. Ma Mian was really angry. He actually instigated rebellion against himself so openly. What if the Lord Judge has doubts about his loyalty? The next second, Ma Mian kicked his legs, and the huge force directly exploded two small pits. His whole body flew towards the sky, the cold iron spear in his hand shining brightly under the blazing sun. Qin Yi shook his head. What is this monster thinking? I am a public official in the underworld, a judge of the Department of Punishment of Evil. In Ma Mian's eyes, that is his immediate boss. And you are just a prisoner who should be sent to the 18 levels of hell. You are the Lord. Ma Mian's brain isn't just made of paste. The corner of thousand-faced demon's mouth twitched. Good guy, instigating rebellion actually angered the other party. This trick of treating a dead horse as a living horse is a complete failure. But the current situation also makes it impossible to continue thinking about countermeasures. Faced with the spear pointing from the sky, the thousand-faced demon could only clasp the palms of his hands together. Gulu gulu gulu. A large amount of dark flowing liquid escaped from it. A huge shield was formed. However, this pitch-black shield did not play much of a defensive role. The spear pierced through. Black water splashed everywhere. After passing through the shield, it penetrated directly into the chest of the thousand-faced demon. The terrible destructive power directly followed these flowing liquids and began to oscillate. The picture seemed to be still for 2 breaths. After reaching a certain critical point. Wah la 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 la. The body of the thousand-faced demon could no longer be supported and disintegrated, and a large amount of black water poured directly onto the grass. Corrodes a large area. Vegetation dies. The soil was scorched black. And just when the thousand-faced demon in front of him collapsed, Qin Yi also got a hint in his mind. Congratulations to the host for killing the thousand-faced demon body and obtaining 6,428 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the thousand-faced demon body and gaining 4,001 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the thousand-faced demon body. Unlock achievements. Demon Hunter. Reward Nether Heart. ... An invisible energy was suddenly born in the void, and then penetrated into Qin Yi's body. In an instant, Qin Yi felt a cramp in his heart. Couldn't help but crouch down. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. It hurts. In the past, the rewards were mild and comfortable, making me want to do it again, but why was it so tortured this time? At the same time, Qin Yi's heart is also changing quietly. Slowly it became crystal clear, and the color gradually turned into dark gray. Qin Yi, are you okay? Seeing this, Liu Kang on the side quickly stepped forward and helped Qin Yi. Seeing this painful look, I was a little panicked. Could it be that the method just now consumed too much? Probably. After all, if you can kill such a terrifying monster, who would believe it without paying some price? Ma Mian, however, did not panic and stood there, with even a hint of joy on his face. It can sense it. The aura on the Lord Judge's body is gradually increasing. About a minute later, Qin Yi stood up slowly. My body feels transformed, surging with powerful power. Looking inside, my heart has become as delicate as a heavenly creature. The heart of Netherworld. After killing this thousand-faced demon just now, the harvest was really huge. The first is the ghost point, which came to more than 6,000 points, which is too exaggerated. Then there is this Nether Heart. Not to mention other effects, just this transformation process must have increased a lot of energy and blood. Qin Yi, how do you feel now? Liu Kang on the side asked worriedly again. Qin Yi breathed out. It's okay, I'm fine. Then he looked at Ma Mian and ordered. You go back. Although there is still some dark energy connected to the underworld from Ma Mian's body. I guess I can stay in this world for a while. But now that the battle is over, there is no need to let this guy guard anymore. If a few more people come later, it will be more troublesome to explain. Anyway, I didn't receive any hint that there was a monster lurking nearby. Yes, Your Majesty. Ma Mian received the order and strode directly into the ancient gate. Kakaka. The door slowly closed. Gradually it became transparent and disappeared into the void. Wait until this horse face leaves. Only then did Liu Kang dare to ask, Qin Yi, this is my superpower, but it is the ultimate method. It will consume a lot of energy once used. It even consumed a lot of my potential. Qin Yi made a random joke. In fact, the quota of the horse face summoning order was only used once, and there were 2 more. As for consuming potential, that's even more nonsense. This time, he went out to fight, not only did he not suffer any losses, but he also gained huge gains. Not to mention the transformation of the Nether Heart, the ghost points and experience points also increased sharply. Later, I can suppress the spirit body of this 3-star demon, and increase the ghost points I gain every hour, which is really a lot of money. The reason why we talk about consuming potential is because we think about it from the perspective of Liu Kang. A high school student killed such a powerful monster. If you say you won't pay the price, it must be difficult to accept it, right? I see. Liu Kang nodded. It took a huge amount of potential to achieve this. There was a look of regret and self-blame on his face. It's such a pity that a proud man like you has his potential damaged. Oh, it's my fault for being useless, otherwise I wouldn't have made you pay such a high price. I just contacted the director of our Nanjong Town Magic Department during my free time. He should be here soon. Let's just wait here. Qin Yi waved his hand. It's okay, Captain Liu. This is my fate. Director of the Demon Suppression Department. This is one of Daxia's giants in every survival base. Generally speaking, there are 2 giants in a city-level survival base. The first administrative giant and the largest official of this faction is the City Lord. The second giant is the director of the Demon Suppression Department. There is one more giant in the survival base above the city level, with 3, and the extra one is the military department. In a city-level survival base, the military headquarters is not too strong because it is not necessary. But it's different if it's above the city level. In addition, some survival bases have also established some special institutions with high rights and status. Certainly, here at the Nanjong Survival Base, the director of the Demon Suppression Department is one of the 2 top officials. He is also one of the 2 masters stationed in Nanjong. Is this character coming in person? However, in addition to being attacked, Liu Keanan, the former deputy director of the Demon Suppression Department, is still alive and dead. This incident can indeed be called a bit big. It's not surprising that the director rushed over in a hurry. Well, take advantage of this opportunity. Let's take a look at what changes have occurred on your panel. Immediately, Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. Name, Qin Yi. Position, Judge of the Punishment Department, 4012 600,000. Heart of Netherworld Progress, 0/100. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 31 points. Number of ghost points, 9353. Acquisition methods, 6 layers of Shira body, Ghost Instant, Dark Eyes, Suppressing Evil Tower, 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra. Evaluation. There are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. In addition to the increase in experience points and ghost points, Qin Yi found another column. It is the reward unlocked by the achievement just now, the Heart of the Netherworld. What is this stuff? Click to take a look. Heart of the Netherworld. Devouring Netherworld attribute materials can improve progress. In the process, the heart will feed back the essence of practice such as Qi, blood, evil spirit, and death energy. Netherworld attributes. Materials including darkness, death, evil spirit, time, and other attributes. Can you increase your progress by swallowing ghost attribute materials? Can you also get feedback and various cultivation essences? This is simply timely rain. Qin Yi looked happy. In the final days of Starfire training camp, he discovered by himself that the speed of nourishing the 6 layers of Shira body, just by the death energy generated by killing has slowed down. Of course, this is only relatively speaking. Compared with prodigies of the same age, Qin Yi's progress far exceeded their imagination. It's just that I have experienced the days of rapid transformation before. Qin Yi is really not used to it being a little slower. Now, you can obtain these essences by devouring nether attribute materials. Maybe it can solve the current troubles. Fortunately, I still have a huge sum of almost 30 million Daxia coins. You still feel confident when purchasing some materials. Hoo. While Qin Yi was still thinking, from the distant horizon, a man in black came flying through the air. There were still traces of electric arcs beating around him. After getting closer, then it landed slowly. Yi see. Liu Kang quickly stepped forward to greet him. Yi Lingyun nodded slightly, then glanced around. Where is that demon? Already dead, killed by Qin Yi's secret method of consuming his own potential. Hear Lu Kong's answer. Yi Lingyun was surprised. Dead, killed by Qin Yi. In the emergency message Lu Kong sent him, it was said that the demon had at least the level of a 6th grade great martial artist. Now Qin Yi paid the price to kill him. However, as one of the giants in Nanzhong, Yi Lingyun also has his own personal network information. He knew that the high school student who was called the Young Master by Wei Mo had an awakened power of level 3. Any ability that reaches this level, they are all blessed by great supernatural powers. If it consumes a lot of potential, it is not completely impossible to achieve this step. It's just a pity that the potential of such a peerless monster has been damaged. It is really a huge loss to mankind. Well, think of this. Yi Lingyun strode forward and said with a smile. Hello Qin Yi, I am Yi Lingyun, the director of the magic division of Nanzhong town. I heard before that a genius with amazing talent appeared in our Nanzhong. He immediately knocked Liu Keanan into confusion. When I saw him today, he turned out to be a very talented person. This Nanzhong giant was very polite when he spoke. Qin Yi didn't feel any arrogance at all. Of course, this is also because Qin Yi's current potential has raised his status to a high level. Otherwise, this one of the two giants in Nanzhong is not so kind to everyone. Be able to become the director of the Demon Suppression Division. The decisive killing would definitely make ordinary people shudder when they see it. It should. It is our duty to slay demons and demons. It is our duty to do so. Qin Yi also went back politely. This made Lu Kong on the side breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the indifferent look when facing Li Jianan just now was purely because he had realized that he was a demon. Only the way he reacts to others now is in line with the feelings Qin Yi gave him before. Yi Lingyun nodded and continued. Brother Qin not only killed a demon, but also solved a huge hidden danger for us in Nanzhong. And it's equivalent to revenge for Li Jianan. The meritorious service is not small. Regarding the reward for this incident, our Nanzhong Town Demon Division will soon determine the contribution value and then distribute it to you. Are there any rewards? Also, for non-official personnel, incentives such as killing monsters are subsidized and rewarded. Last time in Yuming community, after I killed the monster vampire eel, the demon suppressor also gave me a reward of 100,000 Daxia coins. This time he killed the more powerful thousand-faced demon. The rewards will definitely be more generous. But when he heard the words of revenge, Qin Yi was thoughtful. Director Yi, how did you know that Li Jianan was dead? What if this demon just took the form of Deputy Director Li? In Qin Yi's opinion, it is not impossible. There is a big difference in difficulty between directly transforming into a human being or killing someone and replacing them. And he was killed and replaced in Nanzhong City without anyone noticing. It's even more difficult. Hearing this, Yi Lingyun looked at the grassland on the side that had been corroded into scorched earth. On top of that, a pale golden uniform of the demon suppressor was lying quietly on it. The corrosive black liquid did not rot the dress, and it even still looked silky smooth. It's obviously not extraordinary. The material of the demon suppressor's clothes cannot be faked by demons. This is what Li Jianan does. Even the clothes are here. 9 times out of 10, Li Jianan should be dead. Of course, we do not rule out the possibility of survival. Our demon suppression department will do our best to investigate the aftermath of this incident. I see. Qin Yi suddenly realized. Indeed, demons can transform as long as they transform, so there is no need to go out of their way to create a piece of clothing. Lu Kong on the side also sighed after hearing this. Deputy Director Li has a very good reputation among his colleagues and is a kind-hearted person. Unexpectedly, he died silently in the hands of this strange liquid demon. Qin Yi, this demon's actions are obviously aimed at you. Tomorrow is the martial arts college entrance examination. I will stay at your house tonight and escort you to the examination center. This can be considered as making up for the poor cleaning by our demon suppressing division. Yi Lingyun suddenly spoke. In Nanzhong, such a young evildoer paid a heavy price for killing a demon. No matter what the reason, Yi Lingyun, as the director of the Nanzhong Town Magic Division, is all to blame. In addition, if the demon can attack once, there is no guarantee that it will attack a second time. Before investigating the source of the demon, it's better to be on the safe side. Otherwise, if there is another attack and Qin Yi is killed, then Yi Lingyun will just commit suicide. How could he lead the demon suppression division when he acted so stupidly? If word gets out, everyone in the world will laugh at you. Qin Yi was stunned. Guard me all night. This is one of the 2 official giants in Nanzhong. It's definitely a face-saving thing to spread out. But it has to be said that Yi Lingyun is definitely not the type to be the director of the demon suppression department of a survival base. Qin Yi knew very well that what just appeared was just the child of the thousand-faced demon. In other words, there is a high probability that the mother body still exists in Nanzhong City. Yi Lingyun was able to think so carefully without any information, and his vigilance was indeed high. And when we were fighting just now, the thousand-faced demon body didn't even look at Liu Kang. This shows that in its eyes, its own importance is much higher than that of the captain of the Nanzhong Town Demon Division. As a result, I am indeed in danger now. With such a big boss guarding you, it would be much safer. Just right. In addition to taking this opportunity to tell Yi Lingyun about the existence of the demon behind the scenes. You can also ask about the demon by the way. I had never heard of the existence of sane monsters before, but Director Yi didn't seem to be very surprised by this. Okay, then there's Director Lao Yi. Qin Yi immediately handed over his hands and thanked him. Well, this is my duty. Next, Yi Lingyun took out his mobile phone and began to allocate personnel for the investigation plan of this incident. To protect is to protect. Investigation matters cannot be left behind. At this time, Qin Yi stretched out his hand. He took back the spirit body of the thousand-faced demon and the chains of life and death. I just don't know how many ghost points he can get every hour after suppressing this guy. I'm really looking forward to it. After all, this is the most powerful monster Qin Yi has killed so far. It's a big fish. It's getting dark. In the living room of Qin Yi's house. Gulu gulu. Qin Yi poured a cup of hot spiritual tea and handed it over. Yi si, please. Thanks. Yi Lingtian took the tea and took a sip. Immediately, his eyes lit up. Good tea. I didn't expect Qin Xiaoyu to be so leisurely and elegant. Haha, not bad. Qin Yi touched his nose. This tea was purchased from the Starfire training camp treasury. Worth a fortune. According to the normal market price, it is estimated to be at least 50,000 Daxia coins or 1 tael. It has a fruity and woody aroma when you drink it, which makes you relax easily. Qin Yi has been dealing with evil spirits, dead spirits and the like all day long, and it is inevitable that he will be mentally tired. Eating snacks is equivalent to a way to regulate your mood. That's right, Yi si. What's going on with this devil? I've never heard of it before. Qin Yi asked doubtfully. When he saw that Li Jianan was transformed into a demon and was still sane, he was actually surprised. This really subverts our understanding of the world. You're talking about the devil. Yi Lingyun put the teacup down on the table. Then his index finger slowly tapped the table. Da da da. It seems to be organizing language. After almost 5 seconds, he continued. Well, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. In fact, officials have been trying their best to downplay the news about the demon. After all, compared to those monsters, demons have sanity and their own way of thinking. This is terrible for humans. Even if ordinary people know about it, it won't be of much use. Instead, it will cause panic. But with your current potential, it's only a matter of time before you come into contact with these. I might as well vaccinate you in advance. That's how it turns out. Qin Yi nodded. It seems that I thought that after being in this world for so long, I almost understood the whole world. The result is just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Ordinary people, isn't this exactly who they were before? They had to rely on relief from the Great Sha Kingdom for even their basic livelihood, and they worked hard to get into the lowest martial arts school. I estimate that after graduation, I can work as a security guard in a relatively large company in Nanzhong, and the food and drink expenses can be met, which would be very good. For ordinary people like this, even if they know the existence of demons, what's the use? Judging from the combat power of the thousand-faced demon just now, the average strength of the demon is probably much higher than that of the monster. It is estimated that if ordinary people are lucky to see the devil, they are not far away from death. However, having won the first place in the Starfire training camp in a crushing manner, I am now qualified to know some truths. You should know that there are some forbidden areas in the wilderness area, right? Yi Lingyun changed the subject and asked rhetorically. I know. Qin Yi nodded. It is said that those forbidden areas are powerful demon caves that have not been cleared out and still exist in the world. On TV and on the internet, sometimes there will be news of the death of a certain powerful person, and the place of death is basically a certain forbidden area or something. This shows how dangerous those forbidden areas are. But why did Yi Lingyun suddenly mention this? Could it be that those forbidden areas also have a name, and that is, Heavenly Demon Cave? Really? As Yi Lingyun revealed more and more secrets, Qin Yi's eyes narrowed. It seems that this world is much more complicated than I originally imagined. Yi Lingyun picked up the teacup again and took a sip. Then he continued. As the name suggests, these forbidden areas can be called Heavenly Demon Cave, and there are heavenly demons behind them all. Otherwise, although these monsters are ferocious, they have no sanity after all. Looking at the entire blue star, the talented people of our human race are constantly emerging like crucian carp crossing the river. We are just dealing with those mindless beasts but have been unable to attack those demon caves. That's too much to underestimate me, a human hero. When he said the last sentence, a subtle electric arc flashed in Yi Lingyun's eyes, and a murderous aura spread out unconsciously. However, Qin Yi looked indifferent. In terms of the purity of his murderous aura, he may not be weaker than one of the two official giants in Nanzhong. Then Yi see, have we, the human race, found out the origin of the demon now? Qin Yi continued to ask. Those forbidden areas have existed for a long time, which means that humans have been dealing with these demons for a long time. I am still a little curious about how much I have learned so far. Unexpectedly, Yi Lingyun shook his head when he heard this question. There are many speculations, but I can't be completely sure. The only thing that is certain is that as long as those unformed demon caves can be destroyed, it will be able to deal a huge blow to those demons. The unformed Devil's Cave. Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. I know this stuff, because the current martial arts college entrance examination is conducted in this unformed Devil's Cave. If it is a fully formed demon cave, like the multi-crack demon cave that appeared during the Nanzhong turmoil, it will actively manifest in the world, and many murderous monsters will appear from it. But the problem is, it's impossible for the monsters in the cave like you to appear out of thin air at a certain moment. Before they came to the world, they must have stayed in a certain space. And what were these monsters doing before that? Since the arrival of the mysterious energy of Blue Star, countless researchers have been thinking hard about this issue. Finally, decades ago, scholars from the Institute cooperated with powerful space superpowers and achieved a major breakthrough, finding the location of the space before the demon cave manifested. This was equivalent to triggering a major earthquake at the time. A large number of scholars from other fields were mobilized to rank this project as the most urgent research. Hard work paid off, and with the ideas and suggestions of geniuses, many difficulties were overcome. Humans have found the weak point of the demon cave space. After breaking it, you can enter it in advance. However, the spatial barriers of these unformed demon caves are still too weak, and those with too strong qi and blood levels cannot pass through. Forcibly entering will cause the passage to collapse. It was also since then that the martial arts college entrance examination was gradually replaced by the current assessment in the demon cave from the previous assessment in the wilderness area. Of course, this is for students who want to take the entrance examination for key high schools. Those with average vitality can just go directly to take the internal assessment of ordinary martial arts universities. The reason is simple. Even if this devil's cave is not yet formed, it is still too dangerous for them. In other words, taking the martial arts college entrance examination will actually contribute to the eradication of the demon invisibly. Qin Yi said with a smile. I didn't know this before. Yes, it's not just that. Yi Lingyun rubbed his chin. In addition to attacking the Heavenly Demon Association, we should kill the weak monsters in these demon caves in advance. At a certain point, the cracks in the demon cave will no longer appear in the world. You have to know that in the past, the frequency of chaos in the cracks of the demon cave was much higher than it is now. The survival base's current stability is indispensable to space exploration technology. Qin Yi also showed an expression of approval. Destroying it in advance is indeed a good way to contain cracks. It can also move the main battlefield from humans to the Devil's Cave, causing much less damage. So if we say that powerful warriors are the foundation for human beings to exist in this era where demons are rampant, Then the researchers played a role in filling in the fundamental loopholes. The top ones among them also have extremely high social status. By the way, ye see, I also have something to tell you. Today's demon, based on my special detection method, seems to be just an extended creature, that is, a sub-body. Behind it, there is a demon mother body that may be able to create such a creature. It must be treated with caution. Qin Yi raised this topic seriously. The thousand-faced demon's child body is almost as powerful as a top-notch 6th grade martial artist. Then the mother body should also have a grandmaster, right? Moreover, this kind of creature can blend into humans without being noticed. It's really a bit difficult. Giving Yi Lingyun a heads up can also give the Demon Suppression Division a better direction to investigate. And the mother's body. After hearing the news, Yi Lingyun also showed a shocked expression. His first reaction was even to question Qin Yi's judgment. After all, no matter how evil this boy is, he is just a high school student who has not yet taken the martial arts college entrance examination. But then I thought about it, it was incredible that Qin Yi could kill such a powerful demon. It may not be impossible to detect such information. I see. The Demon Suppression Division will treat this information with caution. Yi Lingyun nodded solemnly. In other words, it is very likely that a more powerful demon is still hiding in Nanzhong at this moment. This is too dangerous. If left unchecked, if this kind of incarnation event happens a few more times, even close comrades will lose trust. Everyone is in danger. Can we only hire foreign aid? Then today, I would like to thank Yi Si for clarifying my doubts. Tomorrow is the martial arts college entrance examination. I'll go back to my room to rest early and recuperate. On the left is the guest room. Yi Si can also take a nap. Qin Yi stood up and said apologetically, I also know almost everything about the demon. There is no need to go any deeper. After all, even the most powerful human beings would die in the demon cave, which is enough to show how terrifying these guys are. Instead of worrying about this, it is better to think more about how to improve your own strength. Okay, let's go and rest. With my open thunder magnetic field detection, little brother Qin should be at ease. Yi Lingyun also responded simply. Thunder magnetic field detection. Maybe it's very strong, but in front of your own system's detection methods, the gap shouldn't be too obvious. But people also have good intentions. There is no need to argue about this. Then there's Loy's. Return to the room. Qin Yi came to the qi and blood tester. Drop in the blood. Buzz buzz. After a few breaths of time, a line of electronic text appeared. Qi and blood value, 358.7. Increased so much. Qin Yi was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, the transformation of Nether Heart directly increased his energy and blood by over 100 points. It's enough to see how exaggerated its effect is. This also shows that if you swallow the Nether attribute materials later, you will definitely get a lot of various cultivation essence gifts. Qin Yi rubbed his chin. Even if this is a 3-star monster, the reward for killing it is too generous. Could it be that, for demons, the system encourages killing them more? There may or may not be any connection between the underworld and the demons. After pondering for a while, Qin Yi shook his head. Forget it, it's useless to think about it so much. It's better to finish the things at hand step by step first. As long as you have the strength, everything in the world will eventually be revealed. Immediately, Qin Yi released the spirit body of the thousand-faced devil. Suppression. Please choose to judge the monsters and enter the 18 levels of hell. The current monsters can choose from the tongue-pulling hell, scissors hell, iron tree hell, evil mirror hell, steamer hell, and copper pillar hell. Good guy. As expected of a 3-star demon, there are 6 hells to choose from. Well, then choose steamer hell. After Qin Yi thought for a while, he quickly made a decision. The thousand-faced demon's body is just a ball of liquid. In this case, the steamer hell that is constantly roasted with hot air should be a very suitable place for it. I, Qin Yi, as a judge of the Department of Punishment of Evil, will judge this thousand-faced demon to enter the steamer hell. The words just fell. The void in front of him shook. A dark green door engraved with the roaring patterns of ghosts and simple Sanskrit characters appeared. Many little devils holding steel forks walked out and saluted Qin Yi. I've met Judge Qin. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Judge. Subsequently, the spirit body that captured the thousand-faced demon son walked towards the gate. After everyone entered it, the door slowly disappeared into the void. The upper limit of suppressing monsters has been reached, and a demonic spirit body with the weakest demonic energy will be automatically destroyed. A beep sounds. Qin Yi was not surprised. Before leaving the Spark training camp, he had already used up his share of 20 monster suppressors. Now another one is to be imprisoned. Naturally, only one place can be replaced. So, let's see how many ghost points this thousand-faced demon body can bring to me every hour. Qin Yi opened the panel with anticipation. Name, Qin Yi. Position, Judge of the Punishment Department, 4012 600,000ths. Heart of Netherworld Progress, 0/100ths. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 102 points. Number of ghost points, 9452. Acquisition methods, 6 layers of Shira body, Ghost Instant, Dark Eyes, Suppressing Evil Tower, 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra. Evaluation. There are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. From the original, you can only get 31 ghost points every hour, which is directly over 100. Really worthy of being a 3-star demon. Counting the original value of the replaced one, this thousand-faced devil body alone provides almost more than 70 ghost points. Okay, still very satisfied. The ghost points are about to reach 10,000, and then you can draw the blue-grade underworld long-term lottery. Everything is going in the right direction. Demon Cave. Qin Yi's eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. Sooner or later, I will wipe out all these devil caves. ... In the center of Nanjong City, there is a towering building. In the city lord's office, Jong Chang looked ugly and his face turned ferocious. Sizzle. The next second, Jong Chang's face disintegrated and turned into a dark liquid. A low and hoarse roar came from the liquid, echoed around the office. He actually died. Or did he die at the hands of Qin Yi? What a joke. When another sub-body of the demon suppressing division sent the information, it actually already knows part of the results in advance. As a sub-body created by its own extension, it can be sensed the moment the body loses its activity. It's just, I don't know much about the process and whether the mission was completed and Qin Yi was killed. The thousand-faced demon still has expectations for this guy's physical ability to replace Qin Yi at the last moment. After all, based on prior investigation, the highest combat power in that community was only the captain of the Demon Suppression Division named Liu Keanan. As for Qin Yi, although his talent is monstrous, his fighting ability is definitely not too strong. This operation should be a sure thing. But I didn't expect that I would be fooled and completely fooled. If a strong man passes by, there will be an ambush, but this is not the case. Instead, he died at the hands of Qin Yi, who was least likely to kill his son. It's really unacceptable. You know, every time a sub-body of this level of strength is produced, the price it pays is not small. The ultimate method that consumes huge potential. Snapped. The thousand-faced demon slapped his hand hard on the table. Sizzle. The corrosive liquid escapes. A hole was quickly penetrated into this precious table carved from spiritual wood. Then, it murmured viciously. Yi Lingyun, he is still directly guarding Qin Yi. In this case, it is impossible to attack and kill him personally. When devouring Jong Chang, the scars caused by the fire-burning Daoyun that the guy burst out at the last moment were still aching. Now when fighting against Yi Lingyun, there are too many uncertainties. Moreover, if you fight in the survival base for too long, you will inevitably be besieged. That's all. In that case, let's wait until the martial arts college entrance examination to deal with it all. You can use the ultimate method once, but I don't believe you can use it 2 or 3 times. The layout has been launched. Under the constant hunting, how long can you hold on, Qin Yi? In the pupils of the thousand-faced demon, the evil light appeared. The dark element particles in the office air became active. Time is limited. Before human explorers find and discover themselves, they must be dealt a painful blow. It's just that, this guy seems to have the ability to identify his offspring. We must be careful in allocating the assessment points tomorrow. Gulu gulu gulu. Black liquid reshapes flow. Soon, Jong Chang's appearance returned. Early next morning. The sky is just bright, the morning dew is deposited on the green leaves, and the breeze is blowing gently. Qinyi came to the balcony and took a deep breath. Today is the day of the martial arts college entrance examination. I have been waiting for this day since I entered martial arts high school for 3 years. It's just that my goals changed a few months ago. Qinyi raised his eyebrows. Have all the traces of yesterday's battle been swept away? The grass in the community has been renovated, and the broken bricks and tiles have been repaved. As expected of the Tianhe Villa area, the efficiency is fast. Last time in Yuming community, when the vampire eel monster was sprinting, it damaged some of the stairs in the corridor. It took 3 days for the property management personnel to come to repair it. Hoo. At this moment, a red triangular floating car drove towards this side. Qinyi, it's almost time to leave. I'll take you to school. Yi Lingyun did not know when he had appeared in the courtyard. It seems that he ordered this hover car to be driven here. At the entrance of Nanjong No. 5 Middle School. At this moment, students began to gather here one after another. The most central figure among them is Xiao Zuian. He ranked 37th in the final selection competition of the Spark training camp, which can be said to have created history among the top 5. Before him, the alumnus of No. 5 Middle School with the best grades had only achieved more than 90 places. The gap is too big. With the historical achievements of No. 5 Middle School, it is no wonder that he was looked down upon by others at the gathering point at the gate tower. Face is earned by oneself. Of course, although Xiao Zuian greatly refreshed the previous record, he was not named the record holder for a day. After all, there is a monster like Qinyi in this session. Brother Xiao, are you telling the truth about the fact that Mr. Qinyi won the first place in the training camp? Hey, you ask this question, how can it be false? This kind of news is flying all over the sky, and my friends in No. 2 Middle School and No. 3 Middle School all say so. Then is it true or false to face 3 Donghua Tianzhao alone? Yes, I'm more curious about this. Those are the 3 top monsters in Donghua Base City. Could this be a false publicity for our Nanjong for the upcoming martial arts college entrance examination? Facing the curious inquiries from everyone. Xiao Zuian tugged on his collar. I can tell you responsibly. The rumors about Qinyi being ridiculously strong. Are all true. Hiss. Many students took a deep breath when they heard Xiao Zuian's affirmation. The discussion became even more noisy. Under the greenhouse on the side, the instructors who were responsible for counting people and registering identity information were also chatting and sighing. This class of our 5th middle school has completely stolen the show. Originally, it would be great luck to have Xiao Zuian, but in the end, there is a demon star like Qinyi who can dazzle an era. Thanks to them, the performance bonus this time will be quite large. Lao Sha, please tell me how you were raised. Everyone looked at Sha Rong, the head teacher of class 12, who was still wearing a spiritual ointment bandage on his forehead. Sha Rong smiled bitterly. How can I train a 2nd-grade warrior with a vitality and blood of about 200? I guess now Qinyi can kill me with one move. I'm just a monster myself. Hoo. At this moment, a red suspension car that looks like the material is warm and tough, and full of high-end feeling is speeding towards it. Finally, it slowly stopped at the gate of the 5th Lieutenant Colonel. Click, click, click. The door slowly opened and the alloy steps stretched out. A handsome young man with short hair walked out of it. It was Qinyi. Immediately afterwards, Yi Lingyun also followed. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Big brother Qinyi is here. Tisk tisk tisk, private car transfer, this is really a good deal. This hover car is worth a lot of money. Are you all focusing on the car? Why do I feel that the man in black following Mr. Qinyi is more worthy of attention? His temperament has an unfathomable feeling. Qinyi didn't stay too long. As soon as I got off the car, I went straight to the registration shed nearby. Before officially going to the assessment point, each school must complete the registration and final confirmation of participating students. All the instructors watched Qinyi coming over. Although he was just a student who had not yet participated in the martial arts college entrance examination, it made them all feel a little nervous. However, in terms of combat power, it is not inconsistent. I'm afraid now that they are together, they will no longer be Qin Yi's enemy. Hey, don't you think the man behind Qin Yi looks familiar? Indeed, when you say that, I always feel like I've seen it before somewhere. This aura seems to be unusually powerful. Is he an elder in Qin Yi's family? During the short conversation, Qin Yi had already arrived at the registration desk. He glanced at Sha Rong in surprise. Teacher Sha, have you recovered? When he was at the Spark training camp, Xiao Zuiyan told himself that Sha Rong had suffered serious injuries during the turmoil in the demon cave, and his life was even in danger. But now I can move around freely, and it seems to be fine. Ahem, you already know this. It's okay. The Nanjong government has given a large amount of medical subsidies to those injured in the turmoil in the Devil's Nest. Under the influence of these high-end potions, it healed quickly and there is nothing wrong with it anymore. Sha Rong touched the bandage on his head and said cautiously, "What's going on? It actually feels like a sense of honor to be cared about by one of my students." When he glanced at Yi Lingyun from the corner of his eye, Sha Rong had a thought in his mind. By the way, Qin Yi, the person next to you is. Before Qin Yi could say anything, Yi Lingyun smiled and replied, "Hello, I am the bodyguard who escorted Qin Yi to take the martial arts college entrance examination, Yi Lingyun. It's a big credit to your 5th middle school for cultivating such a genius. Everywhere, this is Qin Yi, wait, Yi Lingyun." Sha Rong, who was accustomed to speaking politely, suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the man in black in shock. When the other instructors on the side heard this name, they all thought of something. His voice was trembling when he spoke. You are not Director Yi of our Nanjong Town Demon Division, are you? It must be Director Yi. I've seen you on TV before, and I just said you look so familiar. Oh my god, Mr. Yi is here, why didn't you tell me in advance? What a neglect. Contact the principal immediately. Yi Lingyun, one of the 2 official giants in Nanjong, is a master-level terrifying existence who controls a trace of Daoyun. To be honest, such a big shot, even if he is not in charge of the education system. One sentence can easily change the principle of Nanjong No. 5 Middle School. Now, this giant suddenly appears in front of us, how can people not be shocked? When the students gathered in the distance heard the true identity of the man in black, they immediately started a commotion. Oh my god, Director Yi. Such a being personally escorted Mr. Qin Yi to register, and also lowered his identity and said he was Mr. Qin Yi's bodyguard. Am I still dreaming? Unreal, so unreal. How can this level be any higher? Being escorted by a master-level being to take part in the martial arts college entrance examination, to be honest, this card is too exaggerated. After all, you have to know that the top scorer in Nanjong's regular martial arts college entrance examination is generally similar to Jong Yan and Ao Hai. Even if the 2 of them do not die, when their development reaches its peak in the future, there is only a very small chance that they will be able to comprehend a Dao charm and become a master. That is to say, compared to Yi Lingyun, the students at Nanjong High School are all just young boys, and their status gap is too big. But now this big shot can actually say that he is Qin Yi's bodyguard. Whether it's a joke or not, at least it shows that in Yi Lingyun's heart, there is no shame in spreading this matter. When Yi Lingyun saw that he had revealed his identity and caused a big commotion, he waved his hand. Oh, no need. Just going through the motions. If you raise an army and mobilize a large number of people, you are committing injustice on me. Don't blame me for falling out when the time comes. The last sentence was obviously a joke. But other instructors also heard what Director Yi meant. Okay, I understand. Sit next to Director Yi. It will probably take a while until all the students arrive and register. Yes, please come this way. Although they said they had no plans to continue holding welcome meetings or anything like that, the attitude of these instructors was still one of sincerity and fear. When Qin Yi saw this, he smiled bitterly and couldn't help but complain. Yi see, you are making quite a fuss now. I guess the first article in Nanjong Daily tomorrow will be that Yi Lingyun, the director of the Demon Suppression Department, is willing to be my bodyguard. Yi Lingyun also scratched his head. It doesn't matter. That's the truth. Subsequently, Qin Yi swiped his ID card into the card slot next to him. After filling out some forms, registration is complete. But because the instructors insisted that Yi Lingyun sit aside and rest, and Yi Lingyun also said that it was best not to be too far away from Qin Yi. Therefore, Qin Yi sat in the tutor area inexplicably, waiting for the gathering to be completed. This scene made the students who arrived later and registered at the front desk confused. What's going on? Qin Yi didn't take the college entrance examination and stayed in school as a tutor in advance, right? But after they communicated with the students who arrived early. Another shock. Director Yi actually works as a bodyguard for Mr. Qin Yi. Am I dreaming? It's so scary. Similar words were repeated at the school gate. It reappears every once in a while. It's like being trapped in a time loop and unable to get out. Finally, after waiting for about an hour, all the students from Nanjing who were going to take the martial arts college entrance examination arrived. Okay, classmates, registration is over. The pick-up and drop-off hovercar has been contacted and will arrive soon. Please wait patiently. The instructor's loud voice sounded. Many people became nervous. Is the martial arts college entrance examination about to begin? This is an important assessment that can largely determine the future development prospects. I hope I can pass the assessment, otherwise, I will have no choice but to move bricks. Oh, I just reached 10 points of vitality. It's too dangerous. Without a diploma from a martial arts school, you are not even qualified to be a security guard in many places. Some weak students are worried about whether they can be admitted. And those who are stronger, such as Xiao Zuyan, are also afraid of not being able to get into the school of their choice. The guys almost no longer even think about gossiping. Soon, several extended suspension vehicles drove over. On the front of the car, there is also a slogan like, Ordinary Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Pickup Car. As the car door opens, a large number of students from No. 5 middle school began to go up one after another. Wait until a few special cars drive away. Counting Qin Yi, there were only 9 students who were going to take the college entrance examination in the Demon Cave. After all, although there are geniuses like Qin Yi and Xiao Zuyan in this 5th middle school, the overall level has not improved much. Qin Yi, who was sitting on the seat, glanced at him and let out a light sigh. In the end, Cao Shichong didn't choose to take the Devil's College entrance examination. As the squad leader of Class 12, this guy had the highest health value in the class for a long time. Sha Guangrong was once regarded as the most promising person in the class to be admitted to a key martial arts school. However, in that collective chi and blood test, I was crushed by myself who had just awakened the Underworld system. Since then, the limelight of the former number 1 player in Class 12 has been completely overshadowed by Qin Yi. Now he has given up on the Demon Cave College entrance examination, which means giving up the opportunity to enter a key martial arts school. Qin Yi shook his head. Maybe, this is also a good choice for Cao Shichong. After all, the college entrance examination in the Devil's Cave is much more dangerous, and you will fall into it if you are not careful. A few more minutes passed. A black hover car drove over. There is a slogan written on the front of the car, a special pickup and drop-off vehicle for the number 5 assessment point of the Moku Martial Arts College entrance examination. Coming, Qin Yi stood up, followed closely by Yi Lingyun. This scene shocked all the instructors. Are you still going to accompany the escort? At their level, they cannot understand the whole story of the demon incident in Tianhe community. It's unclear whether Yi Lingyun is afraid of the thousand-faced demon attacking again. So you can only use your imagination. Sha Rong looked at the 2 people leaving and rubbed the stubble on his chin. A guess flashed through my mind. Could it be that Qin Yi is Yi Lingyun's illegitimate son? Probably. Children born from strong men generally have higher potential. Qin Yi's evil talent may be due to his bloodline. And then we just met each other recently because of our outstanding performance. What a good guy, he is actually the son of the director of the Demon Suppression Department. Qin Yi, you are so hidden. No, since Yi Si didn't choose to make it public, it meant that he planned to keep this secret. It is not a wise move to make irresponsible remarks about such a big shot. Don't let your talk lead to death. Sha Rong took a deep breath. Do your best to calm yourself down. Lao Sha, What kind of ranking do you think Qin can get this time? Probably not an illegitimate child. Faced with the inquiry from a colleague on the side, Xiaorong blurted out his words of denial. People around were confused. On top of the hover car. The students were surprisingly quiet. There is no other reason. One of the Nanzhong giants actually came up, sitting next to Qin. Good guy. We haven't even finished delivering him to the school gate yet. We plan to accompany him the whole time. How much of a monster is this guy Qin to be treated like this? In the survival base, there is no need to be so cautious, right? That's right, Yi Si. I have a doubt. In the quiet atmosphere, Qin suddenly spoke. Oh, if you have any questions, just ask. I will tell you everything. Yi Lingyun responded with a smile. Don't be too enthusiastic at all. He has always felt sorry for Qin. Nanzhong finally gave birth to such a genius, but he paid the price of losing his potential under his nose, and then defeated the demon. This really slapped Yi Lingyun in the face. Why are there so many assessment points in the Demon Cave assessment? Can't we all gather in one place? The car that Qin and others got on was leading to the Nanzhong number 5 assessment point. In addition, there are 4 assessment points in Nanzhong. Anyway, it leads to a huge magic cave space, and there is no saying that it is too crowded and the examination room cannot be accommodated. If they were separated, wouldn't it be a waste of manpower and material resources? After all, the construction of venues and passages costs money. Hear the question. Xiao Zuian and others also pricked up their ears. They don't know this either. Yi Lingyun nodded. It turned out that he was confused about this. Then he explained aloud. Qin, didn't I tell you yesterday that if you want to enter this unformed devil's cave, you need to find the weak points in the space and then crush them, and then expand and open the passage. But, due to the weakness of the surrounding space debris, these passages are actually not strong. That's why if a strong person with a vitality value exceeding a certain limit enters, it will cause the passage to collapse. In addition, too many people will also collapse if they enter. That's why you need to register and confirm the number of people before going to the assessment point. It's about avoiding surprises. Hearing Yi Lingyun's explanation, Qin also understood the reason. So that's how it is. Therefore, it is necessary to divide the test points into several test points to reduce stress. Of course, even if you enter the demon cave from different assessment points, it will be fair. This time, all candidates in the 2 base cities of Donghua and Qingtian will be randomly placed in the same magic cave. This is something that cannot be controlled by current space technology. Yi Lingyun continued with a smile. Because the size of the unformed magic cave is different. Therefore, in the martial arts college entrance examination, it is possible for 2 base cities to join together to enter the same magic cave, and for some, it is possible for 3 or even all survival bases in a province to join together. Yesterday, all Nanzhong students had received the message that the Donghua and Qingtian examination centers were a magic cave. Yi Si, I still have a doubt. Qin spoke again. Several other students from number 5 middle school looked a little unnatural after hearing this. Good guy, you don't feel any nervousness at all about the college entrance examination. Just out of curiosity, Qin didn't care what others thought and continued to ask. Anyway, I am not nervous about the college entrance examination in Devil's Nest. There happens to be an understanding brother next to me, and it never hurts to know more. To put it this way, every time the Daxia Kingdom holds a martial arts college entrance examination, the area of the demon cave captured basically covers the entire country. Then, we clean it up every year. Why are there still so many cracks in the demon cave? For example, in the magic cave that Donghua wants to enter, the weak nodes in space that can be opened cover the entire city, including these subordinate city-level bases. In this case, wouldn't it mean that all the unformed devil caves in Donghua have been cleaned up? Even with such great force, all the monsters have not been wiped out yet. Yi Lingyun rubbed his chin. Fortunately, I have a friend from the Space Research Institute, otherwise it would be really difficult to explain this problem to you. Qin, space is not such a simple thing. It's not that room A is the blue star and room B is the devil's cave. There is a wall in the middle. Finding weak points to get through is the principle of space exploration. The so-called space, within the same latitude, can have thousands of layers or even more, with turbulence in between. Even the demon cave spaces we opened this time are not adjacent. And although this assessment point, that is, the weak point passage, is distributed within the scope of Dongwa and Qingtian cities, in fact, the magic cave space you are going to may be smaller than that in Dongwa City. 10 times or even 100 times is possible. The square footage doesn't correspond. It's like a funnel, and here at Blue Star is the mouth of the funnel, do you understand? Several students from number 5 middle school in the car looked at each other in confusion after listening. Xiao Zuian even twitched the corner of his mouth. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand it at all. Of course, Xiao Zuian was just thinking in his mind, would he confront Yi Lingyun? Unless he doesn't want to die. Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully. I understand Yi see, to put it simply, space is like a 1,000-layer cake, layered on top of each other. Space exploration technology is like finding a location in a magical cave and opening a direct elevator to reach the floor you want to go to. However, there may be many unformed magic caves at the same latitude, but we haven't explored them yet. Yi Lingyun was stunned when he heard this statement. After pondering for a while, he continued, your explanation is easy to understand. Clever. If you weren't so talented in martial arts, I would have introduced you to be a researcher. Qin Yi touched his head. Yi Simiao praises. It's just about standing on the shoulders of giants and understanding. Take a direct lift, it sounds simple. In fact, the various problems of positioning, avoiding spatial turbulence, and stabilizing passages are absolutely unimaginably complicated. Otherwise, it would not have happened since the mysterious power came to Blue Star. How many geniuses of mankind have been struggling to explore it, and it was not until a few decades ago that a major breakthrough was made. Hover cars are still traveling at high speed on urban roads. Just like this, under Qin Yi's curious inquiry. The originally tense atmosphere in the car was relieved and relaxed a lot. A huge temporary pentagonal alloy stadium. In the waiting area of examination room 5 ahead. A group of students have already gathered here. Judging from the school uniforms they were wearing, they were all students from number 3 and number 4 middle schools. While the guys were waiting, they couldn't help chatting. I have no choice but to go to the Devil's Cave to join the fight later. If I don't say something, my mood will be too depressing. Hey, I heard that this venue was built in just one day. Is it true? Of course it's true. It is said that this uses the alloy expansion technology recently developed by Zhenggong Group. It is made of special metal materials in advance and then compressed. Just release it when you need to use it. Hey, can you do this? So amazing. The teenagers were amazed by the continuous development of Blue Star's current technology. I am also proud of the prosperity of Daxia. Zhenggong Group is a world-renowned enterprise in the field of alloy construction. Sigh, I don't know if I will have the chance to be admitted to a key martial arts school this time. This is the goal I have been striving for. Who isn't? When I wasn't selected for the Spark training camp, my chances were actually much smaller. Really, everyone was chatting, and their eyes unconsciously looked towards a group of students gathered in the distance. His eyes were full of envy. Those are the geniuses from number 3 and number 4 middle schools who participated in the Spark training camp. Judging from the previous years, as long as these people do not die, 99% of them can be admitted to key martial arts schools. In addition, there is the camaraderie of competition in the training camp for 2 months. Therefore, these people also spontaneously formed a small circle. I kind of look down on those students who haven't participated in the training camp. At this moment, in this circle, a young man with red hair clenched his fist and spoke in a low voice. This time, I must be admitted to Tianquan Martial Arts Academy and surpass my sister. Other students immediately praised him. Brother Li, you can definitely do it. Tianquan Martial Arts Academy, even among the key points, can be considered relatively good. But it should be relatively easy for Brother Li. That's right. Judging from previous years, as long as you get into the top 30 in the training camp, you can basically get into an institution of this level. What's more, Brother Li, your final ranking was 19. Li Shi is the highest ranked person in the Spark training camp among this group of people, and many students look up to him. As soon as he spoke, naturally, it will be echoed by many people. Li Shi was used to it, nodded, and said with a cold expression, you can't take it too lightly. Despite our strength, it should be easy to get into a key university. But there are many dangers in the demon's cave, so it's normal to stumble accidentally. These words are quite pertinent. The college entrance examination in the demon cave is not just playing house, it is about facing the monsters head-on. The mortality rate has not been low. Indeed, Brother Lee is right. But having said that, those of us who came from the training camp are different from those guys. We have experienced a lot of fighting. Yes, judging from previous years, the mortality rate of students from the training camp during the college entrance examination in the demon cave is much lower than the average. No way, it's not an exaggeration to say that those guys are flowers in a greenhouse. I only participated in the wilderness area trial organized by the school for a few days before the college entrance examination. How can it compare with us who have gone through 2 months of fighting and training? When these geniuses speak, their voices are unmistakable. His face was full of arrogance. His words were full of contempt for the ordinary students beside him. So angry. Oh, they do have something to be proud of. The fighting in the training camp is much more cruel than our trials. Yes, students who did not adapt would have died in the training camp long ago. These are the talents Nanjong focuses on cultivating. It's normal for the eyes to be higher than the top of the head. Although the other students on the side were helpless, they did not intend to refute. This is the way the world is. If you have strength, you have the right to be arrogant. Li Shi glanced around with a cold expression. He nodded with great satisfaction. Just a bunch of ants. But being able to know one's own position is considered self-awareness. Hoo. At this moment, a hover car approached and stopped. Folding alloy plates are laid automatically. Qin Yi and others walked down slowly. Li Shi, who had a cold expression just now, suddenly changed into his eyes smile, stretched out his right hand and waved wildly to indicate, "Brother Qin, here, the waiting point is here." Other students who had participated in the Spark training camp also greeted them warmly. "Boss Qin Yi, you are also taking the exam here." Ha, it turns out that test center number 5 is where the real big guys gather. Ahem, is it really appropriate to pay such a premium? Except for Brother Qin, our average level should be the lowest. Don't try to lower your morale. Just tell me if I can team up with Mr. Qin Yi and defeat Donghua Tianzhao. Good guy, if you just make an average here, there's really nothing you can do about it. ... The ordinary students on the side rolled their eyes when they saw this situation. Good guy, people with cold feelings also have different partners. Facing higher level monsters, these people don't dare to show off anymore. But, Qin Yi, is that the existence of the legendary 3-top Donghua Tianzhao? Hiss, you really have extraordinary bearing. It is said that even if we look at the entire Gaoyang province, this person is the top evildoer. So exaggerated, what do you think? ... It caused a huge sensation as soon as it came out. As the protagonist at the center of the storm, Qin Yi looked indifferent. Got used to. Since becoming famous in the Starfire training camp, discussions are inevitable wherever we go. There is no way, compared to people in the same class, Qin Yi is too dazzling. Qin Yi, your name is louder than mine. Yi Lingyun joked. Qin Yi scratched his head and whispered, Yi Si, please stop joking. It's just that they never thought that the director of Nanjong Town Magic Division would appear here. Qin Yi did not go to the crowd to communicate. When dealing with these peers, especially when the strength gap between the two sides is so huge, it is impossible to talk about going together. So, Qin Yi found a railing at random, leaned on it, closed his eyes and rested his mind. About 10 more minutes passed. Kakaka. The door of the alloy arena slowly opened. A staff member in black walked out from inside. Everyone, the assessment is about to officially begin. Please go to the lobby to receive the magic cave bracelet and read the instructions for use. Finally, has it started? Everyone who was waiting was perked up. With a nervous mood, they poured into the hall. Qin Yi walked at the end. When he was about to enter, the staff in black stretched out his hand and looked behind him with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, family members here are not allowed in. Of course he was talking about Yi Lingyun who was preparing to enter together. As an ordinary citizen with a vitality value of only a dozen or so, this staff member did not think that the person in front of him was the director of the Demon Suppression Department. Of course, This is also related to the fact that the senior officials of Junmo Division rarely show up. Generally speaking, some public activities are led by the administrative department headed by Jong Chang in the survival base. Yi Lingyun didn't waste any time and was about to take out his token to identify himself, but Qinyi held his hand. Yi see, it's okay. I can sense that there is no demon around here. The system did not issue a reminder, which meant that there were not even monsters nearby, let alone demons. Is this so? Okay, then I'll wait outside until the assessment officially starts and leave. Yi Lingyun was also straightforward. He still believed in Qinyi's detection ability. Enter the hall. There are many counter windows here that are handing out magic cave bracelets. So the efficiency is also very high. Qinyi randomly found a counter and soon got a cold bracelet that was completely black. Students who have received the bracelet, please read the instructions for use carefully. Students who have received the bracelet, please read the instructions for use carefully. ... The beep plays continuously in the hall. Instructions for use. Qinyi pressed the button on the bracelet. Swish. A blue light screen was projected. 2 minutes later. Qinyi already knows how to use this magic cave bracelet. This bracelet is actually a guide into the Devil's Cave, which can stabilize the passage when passing through the turbulent flow of space. And in the Demon Cave, you can also inspire yourself to return to Blue Star. However, when it is activated, there must be no combat fluctuations around it, otherwise it will affect the stability of the space. In addition, the bracelet can also give a judgment when killing a monster, and give a certain amount of points based on its strength. This score is also the basis for determining the college entrance examination ranking. Well, that's what happened. A trace of expectation flashed in Qinyi's eyes. For others, killing monsters is to rank in the martial arts college entrance examination, or to contribute to Daxia. But Qinyi is different. Killing monsters by yourself can gain a lot of experience and ghost points. Compare the monsters. Monsters with the same strength can gain a lot more. Normally, if it is a monster that appears in a crack, its strength, including its quantity, etc., cannot be determined. Even if there is a system that can detect it. But it is still extremely dangerous to be surrounded during the battle. If you encounter a 7th grade monster, you won't be able to escape. For example, Wu Menghai, the deputy master of Muchuan Martial Arts School, a peak 5th level martial arts master, was still killed in an instant. But the unformed demon cave is different. The strength of the monsters inside has a certain upper limit. This is very comfortable. It just so happens that the progress of 6 layers of Shira has slowed down a bit recently. If you enter the Devil's Cave, this should speed up the ramp up. The assessment is about to begin, please enter the passage. The assessment is about to begin, please enter the passage. ... While Qinyi was still thinking, the sound of the radio in the hall sounded again. It's finally starting. Brothers, if we meet in the Demon Cave later, please help me. Don't worry, help each other, this is the purpose of us humans. ... The students walked into the passage on the far left while talking. Well, has the time come? Qinyi calmed down. He also got up and walked towards the huge tunnel-shaped passage. There is not much decoration in the passage walls. Repeating tones, tight alloys. Very simple. After walking in the bright silver tunnel for about 3 minutes, the tunnel entrance appeared, revealing a lush grassland. In the middle of the grass, a huge purple octagonal altar with a diameter of hundreds of meters is standing there. On the edge of the altar, dark purple pebbles are placed. The entire area is open air. Paired with the surrounding towering alloy walls, this picture is somewhat inconsistent with the intertwining of simplicity and modernity. Oh my god, this. I have long heard that the location of the Devil's College entrance examination is very shocking, and it is indeed so when I see it today. If I just looked at the middle part, I would have thought that I had wandered into some ancient tribe's sacrificial ceremony. Really, what do we do next? Didn't you read the instructions on the bracelet carefully just now? Just wait patiently. The crack passage will open after a while. When the time comes, you can activate the magic cave bracelet and enter it. Oh. ... Among the crowd, only Qinyi looked solemn. On this cobblestone, there is a faint power of the Netherworld. No, that's not right. It should come from the same source as the power of the Netherworld, but in terms of feeling, it seems to be much lower level than what I control. Qinyi, are you nervous too? Yes, you probably want to get the first place in our test center with a crushing attitude, right? Don't put so much pressure on yourself. In fact, even if you only get the top 3 in the test, it will break our Nanjong record. Of course, you can defeat Liu Keanan easily. Winning the first place in the test should be as easy as picking something out of a bag. Xiao Zuian saw something was wrong with Qinyi's expression. He spoke out to comfort him. Since Qingtian and Dongwu are in the same test center this time, the points rankings are also interoperable. As the monster who crushed Dongwu's top genius Liu Keanan, Qinyi's goal would definitely not limit Dongwu's opponents. Yes, Mr. Qinyi, don't ask for too much. If you all have a psychological burden, how should we deal with it? Looking at what you said, do you think that Mr. Qinyi is just like you, as long as he can get into any key school? When Qinyi heard these words, the corner of his mouth twitched. I'm extremely nervous. Monster. It's just my own resources. In fact, as he was about to be able to slaughter monsters, the fighting spirit in his body could no longer be suppressed. If he hadn't practiced the suppression tower, the desire to kill would have affected his brain by now. Never mind. No need to explain. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. If you say you are excited because you are about to face a monster, these people will probably think that they are showing off. Sizzling. Suddenly, the pebbles placed on the edge of the octagonal altar began to glow with a hazy purple light. Coming soon. So nervous. Take the initiative to fight against the demon cave. Speaking of which, I am also a human warrior. Kill it and leave no trace behind. Go, go, go. Under the gaze of everyone, these purple lights are getting stronger and stronger. Finally, after reaching a certain critical point, swish, 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 swish. Each pebble fired a purple laser towards the center. An intersection point is generated at the center of midair. Subsequently, boom, the dazzling light was released, and at this moment, everyone could not open their eyes. Wait until the light slowly fades. A huge crack emitting purple light has appeared on the altar. The Devil's Cave college entrance examination has officially begun. Everyone pressed the button on the bracelet, including Qinyi. A feeling of weightlessness immediately appeared. The whole person is floating in the air. The crack seemed to have a strong swallowing force at this moment. Whirring. Then, everyone flew towards the crack that was emitting dark purple light. On this way, under the influence of unstable space, the human figure seems to be shrinking continuously, until it turns into small black dots within the cracks, and then disappears. After a while, the entire open lawn area was deserted. The cobblestones have also lost their luster, and only the huge crack is still suspended in midair, emitting light. Qingtian Base City. The observation room in the central building of the survival base. A group of strong men exuding a tyrannical aura were sitting leisurely aside. Look at the big screen in front of you. The place where many small pictures are displayed on the big screen is Qingtian's assessment point. Sitting in the middle of the crowd, an old man with silver hair and a strong body rubbed his temples. He slowly said, "This martial arts college entrance examination, we are in the same Devil's Cave as Dongwu. What's the strength of the genius over there? I seem to have heard that there is a boy named Liu Keanan who has awakened the superpower, the Son of the Wind. He is also very knowledgeable in swordsmanship, body skills, etc. I wonder if there are any students in our Qingtian class who can compete with them." As the mayor of Qingtian Base City, Cao Biguang has been too busy recently as he is responsible for presiding over the construction of a huge fortress in the wilderness area. It wasn't until a few days before the martial arts college entrance examination that the project was almost in progress and I had some free time. Therefore, he is not very clear about what talented people there are in Qingtian this year. Not to mention Dongwu, which is the same test center as them. I have only heard of one Liu Keanan. The people around him looked at each other in shock when they heard this. Finally, a man with a mohawk stepped forward and replied respectfully, "Mayor Cao, actually, a dark horse suddenly appeared in Dongwu recently, named Qinyi. It is said that in the exchange battle, he defeated Liu Keanan in a crushing manner. This young man seems to be best at defense, and there is nothing Liu Keanan can do about it. Therefore, As soon as the exam points for this demon's cave were announced, everyone thought that Qinyi should definitely be able to get the first place in our exam point. As we all know, Cao Biguang likes to fight for everything. Very competitive. So even after a long period of busy work, when I finally had a few days of rest, I still came to watch the martial arts college entrance examination. The reason was to see Qingtian overpower Donghua, who was standing beside him. But this time Donghua has Qinyi, who is really awesome. There is really little hope. That's why most people don't dare to say anything. Oh, hearing this, Cao Biguang raised his eyebrows. Is it that powerful? It can't be that Liu Keanan doesn't live up to his reputation. They are just high school students, and they can actually crush them. Cao Biguang's first reaction was a little disbelief. Since Liu Keanan is famous enough that even he has heard of it, he must be the only genius in Donghua. He could accept that this young man named Qinyi was a little better than Liu Keanan. The word crushing can be used. That's too much. According to this logic, Qinyi is definitely the top genius even if we look at the entire Gaoyang province. The Mohawk man looked helpless when he saw this. Who gave him the position of secretary to the mayor? I had no choice but to speak again. Mayor Cao, according to the information I got, this Qinyi is really so defiant. It is said that his swordsmanship has almost reached the peak level of silver, and it is still a natural level. What? Hearing this, it was not just Cao Biguang who was shocked. Even the many powerful men around him who didn't know Qinyi's background were shocked. Peak silver grade. You must know that under normal circumstances, silver-level martial arts can only be understood by 3rd and 4th level warriors. And the peak level means that the best among the 4th grade warriors can understand it and use it against the enemy, which is about the same. But now you are saying that a high school student has already mastered the peak silver level sword technique and reached a state of natural perfection. This special thing can only be described in 2 words. Awesome. Cao Biguang was also speechless. If he is really such a monster, there is really nothing he can do about it. The most annoying thing is that Mayor Donghua is still his friend, and now he is going to be embarrassed by that kid in front of him. Cao Biguang's face was obviously very ugly. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "Such a genius was not cultivated by me and Qingtian. What a pity. That's all. This kind of monster shouldn't be included in the ranking. What about 2nd place? Can we win it?" Hear what Cao Biguang said. Many people were slandering in their hearts. Well, you also know that such monsters should not be included in the rankings. So why are you complaining that Qinyi was not trained by us in Qingtian? How to cultivate a monster of this level? It's purely the darling of the times, something you can only meet but cannot find. However, despite having a lot of thoughts in his mind, when it comes to his expression, the man with the mohawk hair is still smiling. Mayor Cao, 2nd. Halfway through the words, the man noticed that Cao Biguang's eyes were condensed. His heart skipped a beat and his tone immediately became firm. There's still a good chance for 2nd place. The talent of Ma Duoliang in our class is also extremely amazing. Although he is not as good as Qinyi, there is no problem at all in arm wrestling with Liu Keanan. After hearing this, Cao Biguang's expression improved a little. Sudden, everyone in the observation room looked moved. Has it started yet? It's another exam. I don't know how many places the higher-ups will give us at this exam center. Who knows, it depends on the specific performance of the students. Let's see. On the big screen, the altars at the test center started to activate. After the crack channel is created. After a while, the students who participated in the assessment entered inside. In the magic cave space. Dark sky. Land covered with dark vegetation. Sizzle. In midair, a zipper-like crack appeared, and Qinyi fell to the ground as if he had been poured out of a large transparent bag. However, Qinyi was not affected by the dizziness caused by the turbulent flow of space due to the suppression tower to stabilize his mind. Landed steadily on the ground. This is the demon cave space. Qinyi glanced around and found that the vegetation here was very strange, including a big tree with a mournful face. There are also fruits that grow on the ground and are full of spikes. If you look closely, you can see that it's covered in venom. The demonic energy is so strong. Qinyi frowned and murmured. The biggest difference between this world and the outside world is probably the demonic energy floating in the space. Monsters are at home here, and they can replenish their energy at any time during battles. If human warriors want to mobilize the energy of heaven and earth, these demonic energies will become resistant to inducing elemental particles. This is all information that humans have already discovered. But why do I feel it's no different from being on Blue Star? Qin Yi stretched out his right hand. Sizzling. The power of the Netherworld began to gather. Well, there really is no difference. It should be the reason why the level of nether power far exceeds this demonic energy. Qin Yi thought for a moment. I found that there was only one possibility. Pick up the bracelet and take a look. A line of text has been displayed above. Magic value 1.67. 1.67. A monster with this concentration, that is, the strength of a first-class monster, is too weak. We must quickly find the passage to the next level. 99% of the structure of the unformed Devil's Cave is composed of layers. After the connection channel with Blue Star is opened, the humans who enter will randomly fall into any area on the top layer. As for how to go down to the lower level, you need to find a natural passage. If you slide down, you will reach a place where the demonic energy is more intense. As for why the unformed Devil's Cave has such a structure, the Institute of Anthropology also gave speculation. That is the Demon Cave, which is essentially a place where monsters are constantly fighting each other. After killing and devouring other monsters, it will evolve itself. When the strength reaches a certain level, it will be pulled to the next level by natural channels. To put it simply, the Demon Cave is a huge GU breeding ground. When powerful monsters are raised, the space will be mature. However, I don't know if it was due to sensing the invasion of foreign enemies. After the space passage was opened, these monsters stopped fighting. Will focus all its energy on killing humans. There is also a small radar in the upper right corner of the bracelet screen, which plays a positioning role. There are many blue dots scattered on it, which represent the students participating in the assessment. In the Magic Cave space, many students will choose to cooperate with 2 or 3 people. In this way, you can be more confident when facing monsters with weird and unpredictable methods, and the chance of being tricked is greatly reduced. Anyway, the points gained from killing monsters are based on the contribution ratio. Of course, this premise is that the students who meet are close to each other in combat strength. Otherwise, no one would be willing to be a burden in such a major assessment. Monsters detected nearby. The monster is approaching, you can check the information. Monster. White-headed demon. Demon level. 1 star. Evaluation. A monster with only a head, its strongest attack method is its extremely penetrating tongue. A reminder sounded in my head. Did a monster come to the door so soon? A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yi's mouth. However, the evaluation function of the system seems to be quite useful now. It's like saying there hasn't been a fight yet. Some characteristics of the monster have already been figured out. It can be said that this will definitely give you an advantage when facing some powerful guys. Whoosh. After a while, 2 heads with disheveled hair and pale and swollen faces, as if they had been soaked in water for a month, flew towards Qin Yi. On their necks, there was only a mass of black mist billowing. The moment he saw Qin Yi, the eyes of these 2 monsters were scarlet and fierce. Opening his mouth, a white tongue shot out from between the pitch-black teeth. Swish. Qin Yi looked calm when he saw this. He extended his index finger. 3 words came out lightly from his mouth. Demon finger. Swish. 2 bullet-like netherworld powers shot out from the fingertips. This speed is at least 10 times faster than the monster's tongue. Between the lightning and flint, these 2 netherworld powers penetrated from the tip of the monster's tongue. Destroyed along the way. The most powerful destructive means that the 2 monsters were proud of began to rapidly disintegrate under the influence of this force, just like a rapidly burning incense stick. Before they could react, it had already penetrated deep into their mouths. Bang bang. A crisp crackling sound came out. The power of the Netherworld exploded inside the skulls of the 2 monsters. Bone fragments scattered everywhere. Blood foam flew everywhere. As the power of the Netherworld continues to increase, Qin Yi's control over it, including the methods he uses, becomes more abundant and powerful. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster white-headed demon and gaining 113 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster white-headed demon and gaining 60 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster white-headed demon and gaining 110 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster white-headed demon and gaining 57 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the white-headed devil. The prompt sounds, and you can get ghost points and experience instantly. Hear this value. Qin Yi showed a satisfied look. The ghost points and experience gained from killing first-level monsters are basically the same as those of third-level monsters. It can't be said to be rich. Very good. A good start. But, the monsters on this level are still too weak for me. We must quickly find the passage to the next level. Anyway, whether it is a first-grade or second-grade monster, it is an instant kill. But the gains are hugely different. Staying in this space, the energy in the magic cave bracelet will be slowly consumed. So there is still a time limit. If you don't seize this opportunity to get a lot of rewards, how can you be worthy of this grand college entrance examination? I made up my mind. Immediately, Qin Yi randomly chose a direction and rushed away quickly. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 91. The magic energy value on the first level is basically hovering around 1 o'clock. Therefore, the monsters encountered are all of first-class combat power. Of course, monsters of the same level are still a bit more difficult to deal with than monsters. Their methods are more mysterious and unpredictable. Facing these monsters whose strength is far lower than his own, Qin Yi had no scruples at all. Running quickly throughout the space. Monsters detected nearby. The monster is approaching, you can check the information. Boom 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 boom. With system assistance, Qin Yi seemed to be equipped with a detection radar. Coupled with Qin Yi's current remote instant kill method. Extremely efficient. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster Shanqi and gaining 130 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster Shanqi and gaining 72 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monsters Crazy Bone and gaining 95 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monsters Crazy Bone and gaining 49 experience points. Ghost points and experience points continue to increase. A feeling of satisfaction came over me. So cool, so cool. As the judge of the underworld, the right way should be to kill these murderous evil spirits. Those monster beasts that are tainted with a trace of demonic energy. Compared with these evil spirits, the rewards are still far behind. Soon, under such indiscriminate bombardment, Qin Yi's ghost points immediately exceeded 10,000 points. You can already exchange it for a blue-grade underworld long-term lottery. But, it's not the time to extract yet. It's better to wait until after the college entrance examination in the Devil's Cave and take a deep breath. Monsters detected nearby. The monster is approaching, you can check the information. Just as he was thinking, a gray lion with 3 eyes ran wildly from a distance. Qin Yi used his hands to make a knife. The gray lion in the distance slashed into the air below. Aha! A palm-sized half-moon-shaped dark wave of light flew past. Boom! Congratulations to the host for killing the monster 3-eyed gray lion and gaining 162 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster 3-eyed gray lion and gaining 85 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the 3-eyed gray lion. Weak, too weak. Qin Yi shook his head. Then he pressed the button on the magic cave bracelet. The light curtain was projected. Magic cave real-time points ranking. Ranked first, Dongwu Qin Yi 195 points. Ranked second, Dongwu Liu Keanan 82 points. Ranked third, Qingtian Ma Duoliang 71 points. Well, sure enough, with the powerful detection power brought by his own system, coupled with the terrifying hunting efficiency. Ranking first in points is as easy as picking something out of a bag. Liu Keanan, who is currently ranked second, cannot even reach half of his points. You know, this is still within the first level. At this stage, they are all first-grade monsters, and even Liu Keanan can kill them instantly. But if you go deep into the Devil's Cave, as the monster's strength increases, the points gap between the two is bound to widen even further. Boom! Qin Yi turned off the ranking light screen without any interest. It seems that there is no need to look at the rankings this time, there is no suspense at all. Of course, this also illustrates the fairness of the point's determination. It is said that the magic cave bracelet is connected to an awakened person with a level 3 brain type in Daxia Kingdom, and is combined with the latest computing technology. There is no doubt about the accuracy of the judgment. Why does it feel like something is wrong in the front? Although the system does not prompt. But Qinyi possesses the power of the Netherworld and is also very sensitive to the demonic energy. Dang even rushed over. Take a closer look. A pitch-black cave entrance, like a pit in quicksand, appeared in front of him. Hiss. Around the entrance of the cave, strands of dark mist grew out of nowhere, and then poured into the entrance of the cave. Natural passage. Qinyi's eyes lit up and he jumped down without hesitation. Nanjong City, the first observation room. All the official figures in Nanjong City gathered here. At the very front, 2 soft seats made of extremely special materials are placed there. Obviously, this was prepared for the 2 most important people in Nanjong. The city lord of Nanjong City, Jong Chang, is sitting on the left. The right side is temporarily empty. At this moment, what was playing on the big screen were the pictures of some of the top seed players in the 2 base cities of Qingtian and Donghua. In this observation room, no one is interested in the weaker students at all. At most, they are Li Feng, Ao Hai, and Jong Yan. Since they are the top players in Nanjong besides Qinyi, the battle screen has been adjusted to be on top. In the screen, Qinyi's sharp and decisive killing made these prominent figures in Nanjong City amazed. Well, Qinyi is indeed a top performer. Even that kid Donghua Liu Keanan is beyond his reach. Indeed, there is a huge difference between the 2. The strange thing is that in the Devil's Cave space, not to mention that the field of vision will be suppressed, even some observation powers will have a greatly reduced effect. But Qinyi seems to be equipped with a radar and can always find their location accurately. It's incredible. Isn't this normal? Otherwise, how could he be called a peerless monster? Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect our Nanjong to have such a brilliant day. ... Excitement permeated the first detection room. Nanjong is just a city-level survival base, but it can actually appear such a monster that suppresses the geniuses in the 2 base cities. How can this not be exciting? Zhang Tianming was almost bursting into laughter. This boy's strength seems to have improved a lot. When he was in the Spark training camp, he was not so proficient in the use of dark energy. Well, that's right. If the growth rate doesn't surprise me, then he's not Qinyi anymore. Zhang Tianming had a premonition. Having coached Qinyi would be the proudest thing in his life. City Lord Zhang, what, are you worried? Suddenly, someone in the crowd noticed that Jong Chang's expression seemed a bit serious. When everyone is excited, he was the only one looking at the screen solemnly. This is really a bit abnormal. Jong Chang turned his head, and then a smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha, how could it be? I was thinking just now that a monster like Qinyi was born in Nanjong, during my tenure as Jong Chang. Alas, with such achievements, how can I be so virtuous and capable? So that's it. Everyone suddenly realized. Even now it still feels unreal. This makes sense. You must know that if Qinyi wins the first place in this test point, the funding given to Nanjong City, including rewards for official system personnel, will definitely not be stingy. For those present, it is not an exaggeration to say that Qinyi's emergence was like a cake falling from the sky. As the lord of Nanjong City, Jong Chang naturally bears the brunt of his achievements. With the character of the city lord, he must feel that he deserves it. I am so open-minded. Suspicion crisis lifted. He turned his head back and continued to look at Jong Chang on the big screen, still maintaining a faint smile on his lips. But no one present noticed that a hint of sinisterness flashed in his eyes. Qinyi is indeed a gift from heaven. It's a pity that we couldn't kill this guy in Tianhe community. But it only postponed the deadline of death for a while. Wait until the time comes. This guy must die. Boom. At this moment, the door to the first observation room opened. Yi Lingyun walked in. Yi Si is here. Thank you Si Yi for your hard work. You even escorted Qinyi until the assessment started. Indeed, it is really admirable to think so wholeheartedly for the sake of my genius in Nanjong City. The intelligence skills of everyone present are not weak. Naturally, the news had been received. Yi Lingyun not only guarded Qinyi all night, but also personally sent him to the examination room early in the morning. One of the two giants in Nanjong can do this. There really is no choice. Of course, many people still think that Yi Lingyun is a little too cautious. After all, attacks by demons are extremely unlikely to happen. Are there still demons in Nanjong City who are plotting against Qin Yi? The possibility is too low. They didn't know the information Qin Yi provided that the thousand-faced demon definitely still had its mother body. Jong Chang, who was sitting on the seat, twitched his mouth when he heard Yi Lingyun come in. Here comes the annoying spirit. If Yi Lingyun hadn't been guarding Qin Yi last night, it might really attack Qin Yi in the middle of the night. So for Yi Lingyun, the thousand-faced demon was extremely disgusted. However, at this moment, it still turned around and said jokingly, "Brother Laowi is here." Ha 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 ha. I guess those demons were scared out of their wits when they heard Brother Yi's name. How dare you invade? Yi Lingyun also responded with a smile. Where, Brother Zhang, please stop laughing at me. Afterwards, he also sat down on the side. But during this process, Yi Lingyun quickly looked at Jong Chang. I don't see anything wrong at the moment. That's right, after Qin Yi's reminder, Yi Lingyun is now wary of Jong Chang. After all, according to Lu Kong's description, when Li Jiancheng was looking for him to be the intermediary and wanted to see Qin Yi, there was no problem with his tone and other aspects. Therefore, Yi Lingyun boldly inferred that this demon with a strong disguise ability has the ability to swallow memories. And Qin Yi said it very clearly. The dead demon is the child body. There is a matrix behind it. Is it normal for the child body to be able to exert the combat power of a 6th grade martial artist, and for the mother body to be able to exert the strength of a grandmaster level? Of course, Yi Lingyun is just suspicious now. There are many possibilities. For example, the mother body of the demon possesses ordinary people or minor characters, hiding behind the scenes and manipulating everything. The risk of detection is also low. In other words, he is possessed by other masters in Nanjong. After all, except for him and Jong Chang, the two officially dispatched grandmasters, Nanjong has many other people. There are also mobile group executives and private martial arts masters. The number of such masters in Nanjong is generally maintained at 3 or 4. But in terms of strength, Jong Chang and Yi Lingyun are relatively strong even among grandmasters. The status is also much higher. Therefore, from the perspective of danger, if Jong Chang is a demon, he will cause the greatest harm and must be guarded against. The first floor of the demon cave. Just when Qin Yi, Liu Keanan and other top geniuses were killing and hunting like crazy. Next to a swamp, the sky is filled with green poisonous gas. A blue-haired boy who was affiliated with the lower city-level survival base of Qingtian Base was holding a long knife, breathing heavily while looking at the monster in front of him. Hateful. The blue-haired boy's lips had been bitten by himself and were dripping with blood. Want to use this to regain consciousness. However, it was useless. At this moment, his brain was eroded by the poisonous gas, and his vision was gradually blurring. His whole body was shaking. In front of him, a strange monster in the shape of a mountain of meat with a bumpy head buried in a pile of dark flesh was quickly squirming and approaching. On its folded skin, the stomata, which are like exhaust valves, are still expelling poisonous gas. Boom! Watching the monster approaching, the blue-haired boy, who had no strength at all, finally couldn't hold it any longer and knelt down. His knees sank into the wet clay and slowly sank. He was very unwilling. In terms of strength, he should have had a good chance of being admitted to a key martial arts academy. However, I didn't expect that in this first-level demon cave, I encountered a monster with a strength close to the 2nd level. And at this moment, due to the battle just now, the space in the surrounding area is not completely stable yet. It also cannot inspire the magic cave bracelet to return to Blue Star. My final outcome was to die in the Devil's Cave space. I really want to go home. The shadow of the huge meat mountain shrouded the blue-haired boy. The last thought in his mind was the hot meal prepared by his mother at home. It was originally agreed, when he is admitted to a key martial arts school, he will go back to celebrate, and then go to his father's grave to tell him the good news. His son did not disgrace him. But now, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Mom. Gulu gulu gulu. Finally, the Roshan monster crushed it and completely enveloped it. After waiting for about 10 breaths, when the Roshan monster left again, only bones were left on the ground. The Demon Cave assessment is cruel to all students. In order to be admitted to a good martial arts academy, they must challenge their own limits. Very simple reason. Compared with ordinary schools, the resource subsidies of key martial arts schools are not even the slightest bit worse. The so-called key martial arts schools should cultivate warriors who can stand alone. Since the country wants to train you, you must show your worth. If you don't even dare to fight with monsters, when the talent is not top-notch, there is no need to waste resources. The current situation of mankind is not optimistic, and every resource must be allocated to a reasonable place. On the next level, there are geniuses like Lifeng and Jong Yan. You have to fight with all your strength to compete for the chance to reach the top. There are many students in each class. In terms of pure strength, they would not be able to enter the highest level, but with their courage and fighting performance, they entered. Such talents may have weak chi and blood talents at the beginning, but it also has the potential to be a late bloomer. For top geniuses like Liu Keanan and Ma Duoliang, the reason why they have to kill stronger monsters within a limited time. It's more about honor and responsibility. After all, for them, entering the Supreme is already a certainty. However, due to the majestic energy in blood and the violent energy fluctuations emitted by their own powers, they entered the demon cave space, and a large amount of resources were needed to stabilize the passage. It can be said that Liu Keanan entering the demon cave space alone is worth hundreds of times the resources consumed by ordinary students. Therefore, in addition to the assessment, their mission is actually to kill as many monsters as possible and destroy this unformed devil's cave. Since you are the proud son of heaven, while enjoying the top resources, you must have the awareness to take responsibility. If you want to catch fish but don't want to face danger, just have enough points to advance to the top. Excuse me, there are many examples of people being judged to have failed the assessment due to cowardice. By then, let alone the highest level, you will not be qualified to attend even the most ordinary martial arts schools. Without a heart to fight for humanity, no matter how talented you are, they are just worms devouring resources in vain. In short, within the entire demon cave space, every student who fights has his or her own reasons. This is a battle between humans and monsters. It's a life and death fight, with no retreat at all. Of course, in addition to these reasons, Qinyi also has experience and ghost points as rewards for killing monsters. And the pure death energy and evil spirit nourish oneself. So among these students, the one with the highest enthusiasm should be Qinyi. Qingtian Base City, Number 1 Observation Room. Now, the atmosphere in the entire hall is very subtle. The reason is, Ma Duoliang, who had high hopes before the assessment began, only ranked 3rd. Not only is he far behind Qinyi, and it's still far behind Liu Keanan. Cao Biguang's face was ugly. After a long silence, he finally couldn't help but uttered a curse word. I finally got assigned to the same test center as Donghua, but I was crushed like this. No one dared to speak. Cao Biguang's temperament is very stubborn. When the other 2 giants in Qingtian were not present because of something else, no one dared to refute him. After all, if things go wrong at all, this person will really be able to quarrel with others regardless of his identity later. The man with the mohawk hair saw this. He had no choice but to step forward and apologize. Cao Shi, there is nothing we can do. This Liu Keanan's speed is really too fast. He has a natural advantage in finding monsters. Furthermore, Ma Duoliang's superpower is of the wood type, so it happens to be a little restricted in the Devil's Cave space. A variety of factors have led to the current situation. Although there has always been a saying in martial arts, that is, there is no weak Dao, only warriors who cannot use it. But it has to be admitted, sometimes venue factors will still affect some combat effectiveness. In the Devil's Cave space, all Daoisms are difficult to perform due to the influence of demonic energy. However, long-term research shows that the limitations of Muzadao are indeed greater. After hearing this, Cao Biguang's expression did not ease much. His brows were still furrowed. Suddenly, after a few breaths, he sighed. Well, too, speaking of which, this Ma Duoliang should be much stronger than the average strength of our previous top picks in Qingtian. There's nothing we can do about it, this one in Dongwa is even more perverted. I won't say much about Qinyi, a demon star. Liu Keanan is also an excellent seedling. My understanding of the use of the Way of Wind is truly amazing. Sao Biguang suddenly relented, which made everyone in the hall uncomfortable. After thinking about it, I should be shocked by the talents of Qinyi and the two. But it's mainly because I've been busy lately and haven't focused on the martial arts college entrance examination. Otherwise, brats like Dongwa won't be enough. While everyone was thinking, Sao Biguang added 2 more sentences. It made many people roll their eyes. Yes, I'm still stubborn. In the magic cave space, Qinyi jumped into the natural passage, feeling like he was sitting on a slide. After half a minute of sliding, he fell to the 2nd floor of the magic cave. Boom! After flying out of the slide, it continued to fall. Snapped. Finally, the figure stood firmly on the ground. Is this the 2nd floor? Qinyi raised his head and found that the hole that just appeared in midair was still there. This seems a bit abrupt. The sky on the 2nd level is no different from the 1st level, it just looks like a hole has been punched in the sky. He picked up the magic cave bracelet and took a look at it. The magic value here has reached 2.45. In other words, the monsters appearing here already have 2nd level strength. Sure enough, in different layers, the magic value is a qualitative difference. In the previous level, the place with the highest concentration of demonic energy that I had ever reached was only 1.81. Monsters detected nearby. The monster is approaching, you can check the information. Monster. Bloody skeleton. Demon level. 1 star. Evaluation. The red skeleton is extremely hard, and this guy still has considerable evolutionary potential. There is a monster on the left. According to the prompts, Qinyi quickly determined the direction. Just arrived at the 2nd floor of the demon cave. Did you just give yourself such a big gift? It's really considerate. A smile appeared at the corner of Qinyi's mouth. Although the strength of the 2nd grade monster is still attributed to the 1-star monster, the demonic energy contained in the body is much stronger, and the rewards obtained after killing it will definitely become more generous. And, from the prompts given by the system, we can know that there is more than one monster. Boom! The next second, Qinyi burst out with all his strength and rushed over. In this process, Qinyi had a thought in his mind. The magic spirit ball appeared in the air. Kakaka. Disintegrate, reshape. It soon turned into a long sword and was held in Qinyi's hand. Swish swish swish. The sword is full of light. All the trees blocking the road were chopped down by Qinyi and fell to the ground. About half a minute passed. In the open space ahead, 7 or 8 bloody skeletons with red bones and nearly 2 meters in length were resting in place. After discovering Qinyi's arrival, these bloody skeletons stood up immediately. He picked up the bone spear placed aside. However, Qinyi's speed is too fast. Before they could fully react, they had already rushed into them. On the demonic spirit sword, the dark power of the Netherworld began to flow. The knife fell from the hand. Black light fills the air. The figure flashed past, and all the bloody skeletons froze in place. Qinyi put away the knife. Kakaka. Cracks began to appear on the body of the bloody skeleton, and under the influence of the power of the Netherworld attached to it, disintegration began. The cracks spread rapidly, becoming like spider webs in an instant. After reaching a certain critical point, bang 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 bang. These bloody skeletons instantly turned into broken bones and scattered all over the ground. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster bloody skeleton and gaining 213 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster bloody skeleton and gaining 105 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster bloody skeleton and gaining 215 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster bloody skeleton and gaining 108 experience points. Gain a lot of experience and ghost points. Qinyi was very satisfied. Then he raised his hand. Hoo. From those broken bones, the spirit bodies of these bloody skeletons were captured by Qinyi and imprisoned in the palm of his hand. Although I should encounter more powerful monsters later. But it doesn't matter if you hold it in your hand first anyway. At worst, we can just wait until it is decentralized. But, Compared to the monsters on the first level, although the rewards are much richer, I can still easily kill them instantly. So the top priority now is not to search for monsters and kill them as much as possible. The first goal is still to find the passage to the next level. Qinyi reached out and took a look at the radar on the Demon's Nest bracelet, and found that there were only a very small number of blue light dots representing students on the second level. This shows that the number of students who have reached the second level is very few. Well, it doesn't matter, since I don't need to find teammates anyway. Qinyi calmed down. Then he randomly found a direction and continued moving forward. Nanjong Survival Base, Instructor Observation Room. At this moment, all the tutors from the 5 middle schools are gathered here. Their eyes are mainly focused on the genius of their own school. Of course, in addition, Qinyi, who currently has the best points in the test center, is also a focus of attention. Hiss, look, Qinyi has already entered the second level. It's too far ahead. Those monsters pose no threat to him at all. Hey, why did Qinyi start running like crazy as soon as he entered the second floor? A large group of monsters appeared. Suddenly, all the instructors in the observation room were attracted by Qinyi. These bloody skeletons are second-grade monsters. And there are so many of them that even Li Feng, Jong Yan and others dare not say that they can kill them reliably. Although the instructors present knew that Qinyi's strength was terrifying. But I still couldn't help but worry about it. After all, it is Nanjong City's brand. But the next second, a sharp sword flashed. It was so fast that even the instructors present didn't see it clearly. Subsequently, the bloody skull began to disintegrate, turn into broken bones and powder. Gulu. Many people present swallowed their saliva. Outrageous, too outrageous. Is this the strength of Donghua's most evil student this year? Han Tianai, the principal of number 5 middle school, couldn't help laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha, this is the genius carefully cultivated by my 5th middle school. Did you see that? It can be said that Qinyi can pass the exam easily by overpowering a test point. What is the highest level? The people around were speechless. What the hell does this have to do with number 5 middle school? I'm afraid your mentors were all killed by Qinyi with one move. Nourish, who believes it? But it seems impossible to refute it. After all, Qinyi did come out of number 5 middle school. If you have this kind of luck, why don't you pretend to be someone else? Nanjong number 1 observation room. When he saw Qinyi killing these bloody skeleton monsters in an instant, everyone was shocked. How can it be? What was on the knife just now was the dark energy attached to it. That's right, with the use of sword skills, the dark energy has increased a lot. It's gold level swordsmanship. Monster, you really are a monster. Horrible. The people present were all powerful warriors who controlled the energy of heaven and earth. Naturally, the grade of Qinyi's swordsmanship can be judged at a glance. Gold level. Under normal circumstances, only 5th or 6th level warriors can perform it. The biggest difference between it and silver level martial arts is that only martial arts that can better mobilize the energy of heaven and earth after being performed can be regarded as gold level. Yes, some people with superpowers can use the energy of heaven and earth before entering the 5th level martial arts realm. But the difficulty is not on the same level as understanding and using golden martial arts. To put it simply, people with superpowers know it but don't know why. It's equivalent to having energy stored in the body itself, and they can just pour it out and release it. As for golden martial arts, one needs to know the logic of operation, so as to mobilize the energy particles between heaven and earth for one's own use. Jong Chang, who was sitting in the front, looked slightly focused. Why is this guy's talent even more terrifying? Didn't it mean that when he killed the child, he suffered serious hidden injuries and his potential was damaged? It doesn't look like that at all now. In very good condition. Must die, this guy must die. The more evil Qinyi is, the more he sees him as a thorn in his flesh. It's almost time to take action. Jong Chang took a deep breath. With a thought in his mind, he issued an order to the distant child. Clatter. Suddenly, Yi Lingyun put his hand on Jong Chang's shoulder. It made his heart tremble instantly. No matter what the situation, the transmission of thoughts can also be discovered, isn't it? Brother Jong, are you a little scared by Qinyi's talent? It is very likely that after the assessment in this devil's cave, those demons will attack Qinyi. So I think that before the safety of Nanjong is completely determined, Qinyi should be given careful personal protection. I was shocked, I didn't notice it. Jong Chang nodded. Indeed, Brother Yi, you were right, it must be protected. We must never allow such a seed to be damaged in the slightest again. Nanjong City Demon Cave College Entrance Examination Point Number 5. Next to the passageway in the hall, several men stationed here wearing dark green military uniforms were chatting. How many supreme leaders will we have in Nanjong this time? Well, last year there was one, but this year I think there will be at least two. After all, that guy Qinyi has already taken one. 2. These sergeants are also relatively laid back. After all, the guards here are only here to pick up the students who have returned early from the assessment. As for the space cracks, who will destroy them? The exploration and expansion channel technology has been very stable up to now. If it is forcibly destroyed from the outside, even the master may not be able to withstand the backlash. Suddenly, a blond man among the sergeants frowned. Are you about to start taking action? Clatter. The companion on the side patted him on the shoulder. Old Wu, why are you looking so sad? Let's go have a meal together after the mission is over. I have already reserved a private room at Beihai Fish Head Restaurant. You must know that today is a good day. The celebration banquet will be fully arranged. If you don't make a reservation in advance, you won't be able to eat anything. Face the warm invitation from your companions. The blond man smiled strangely. Yeah, that's really a thank you for your hard work. These incomprehensible words and terrifying expression made several people around him stunned for a moment. But before they could react, swish 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 swish, several black flowing tentacles penetrated the body. Well, several people looked down in disbelief at the hole that appeared in their chests, and blood was still pouring out. This thousand-faced demon body did not stay too long. After retracting the rapid tentacles, the entire body turned into a dark shadow and rushed into the alloy channel. Bang 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 bang. Several sergeants fell to the ground in a daze, and their blood gathered into a huge pool of blood on the side. Ah, help. In the lobby, the staff at the counter window noticed this scene. Cried out in terror. Snapped. One of the staff members forcefully tapped the crimson call for help button. The urgent news of the attack was immediately passed on. Inside the alloy channel, great red light. Dee. The piercing sirens kept echoing. However, this thousand-faced demon body was not affected at all and flew rapidly. Soon he rushed to the lawn in the center of the venue. At this moment, the huge crack in the air of the altar was still emitting a faint purple light. At some point, a dark diamond-shaped crystal appeared on the hand of the thousand-faced demon body. He threw it hard towards the crack. Aha! Dark diamond-shaped crystals cut through the sky. He fell straight into the crack in space. Boom! Invisible shock waves spread around the crack. The grass on the ground was weighed down by this air wave. Just for a moment, the light originally emitted by the crack quickly extinguished. It also stopped fluctuating. It was like a dead thing, staying in the air. A relieved smile appeared on the face of the thousand-faced demon body. My mission is accomplished. Beast, stop. What are you doing? At this time, violent energy particle fluctuations came from the entrance of the passage. It was the human warriors who came for help. Several warriors rushed into the lawn in an instant. He slashed with the weapon in his hand. On the sharp blade, there is energy from heaven and earth mixed with various attributes. Seeing this, the thousand-faced demon body also showed a fierce look. Anyway, the mission has been completed. Now even if he dies immediately, it doesn't matter. Of course, it would be great to be able to hold two human warriors on your back before dying. Swish swish swish. Jet black liquid spurted out. The two sides fought until they were in one group. After about a minute passed, a pool of inactive black liquid has appeared on the ground. On the human side, two people also died. The leader looked gloomy and took out his walkie-talkie. This is assessment point number 5. The demons who caused trouble have been dealt with. It's just that the space crack seems to have fallen into an abnormality. the moment the dark rhombus crystal was thrown into the crack. At the same time, Nanjong number 1 observation room. SSSSSSSSSSSSSS. All the original viewing screens were black. How is this going? Why can't we observe it? Is there a problem with the energy supply? If that's really the case, then the Department of Energy has committed a serious negligence. Such a low-level mistake on such an important occasion. The observation room suddenly became chaotic. Watching the observation screen disappear, this was simply unheard of in previous college entrance examinations. But the energy minister in the crowd, wearing a purple shirt, looked pale. He quickly contacted his subordinates. He was also very panicked. If it was really due to a mistake in energy supply, then he would have to be punished more or less seriously. Fortunately, he quickly received reports from his subordinates that there were no problems with the energy supply. Call, don't worry, everyone, everything is normal in terms of energy supply. There should be a mistake on the space technology side. Hear this. Others were not at all reassured. Isn't this a bigger deal? What? The 5th assessment point was attacked by a demon. Have all the fluctuations in the space cracks disappeared? I ask you, have you settled the matter now? Zhang Tianming, who was answering the phone at the side, was full of disbelief. This statement contains too much information. The attention of everyone present was immediately attracted. Wait until he hangs up the phone. Yi Lingyun was the first to ask, what's going on? Zhang Tianming also understood the seriousness of the matter and said concisely, the number 5 assessment point was attacked, and the disguised dark liquid demon used some means to make the fluctuations in the crack space disappear. But now the rebellious demons have been killed. And personnel from the Nanjong Space Research Station have rushed over to make emergency repairs. At this time, it is unclear what impact this will have on assessments. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was extremely shaken. Make the space fluctuations disappear. This thing is too serious. Yi Lingyun's face was so gloomy that he almost shed tears. The liquid devil who is good at disguise is not the same kind that attacks Qin Yi. He took every precaution, fearing that these guys would attack Qin Yi again. Unexpectedly, this demon would directly interfere with the demon cave assessment. This has no precedent in the past. And the most important thing is that he was killed so easily by the support force of the military, and his strength was not even as good as that of the liquid demon in Tianhe community. In other words, the mother body is still hidden in the dark. Snapped. Jong Chang, the lord of Nanjong City, got up in anger. That makes no sense. This devil is so tired of living that he dares to tamper with the college entrance examination. Check carefully. How many demons are still lurking in our Nanjong City? They must be completely eliminated. Jong Chang, who was in a rage, had fire element particles surrounding his body. It made the observation room much hotter. Others saw this. They quickly comforted each other. Lord City Lord, please calm down. Maybe it's nothing serious. It's just a way for the demon to disgust us. Yes, it's okay to stop observing temporarily. I don't believe it can still affect the students in the demon cave. Really? Yi Lingyun glanced at it. Can he still use the way of fire? In other words, Zhong Chang should not be the mother body of the demon in disguise. Hear these words. Zhong Chang's anger seemed to have subsided a little. The active fire element particles in the air returned to calm. At this time, under Zhong Chang's skin, the thousand-faced demon mother was extremely proud. Jia. In this way, his suspicions can be cleared for the time being. These human beings certainly did not expect that after they devoured a living being, the origin of Daoyun in the other person's body could also be preserved for a period of time. Oh no! Zhang Tianming checked the latest news received. He shouted again with an ugly face. The other strong human beings around them all twitched their mouths and looked unnatural. Good guy, every time you open your mouth, something bad will happen. I received news that not only the cracks in the number 5 test center that was attacked have lost spatial fluctuations, but also the other 4 test centers. Another message came. The personnel of the Space Research Institute are already in place. According to their detection, there is now a mysterious energy that is blocking the connection between the magic cave bracelet and the crack in the passage. This kind of volatility spreads very quickly. It's very possible It's very possible that not only our Nanjong is affected, but also the entire test center. The connection between the cracks and the bracelet is also disconnected. At the end, even Jong Tianming, who had experienced countless life and death battles, his voice started to tremble a little. What is the concept of the crack disconnecting from the bracelet? Students cannot be observed through their bracelets. It is impossible to determine the points that should be obtained for killing monsters. These are all minor issues. The biggest problem is that the students cannot return to Blue Star through the Magic Cave bracelet. You must know how to build a space passage through the Magic Cave bracelet and return to the corresponding assessment point again. This is the retreat for students. Now, this escape route has been cut off. The most tingling thing is that Nanjong is not the only one affected, but all the cracks in the entire Donghua and Qingtian base cities. Why the hell is this happening? The whole space is affected. Repair it quickly, otherwise, this accident will be enough to shock the Great Sha Kingdom. Panicked, everyone in the observation room was panicked now. The seriousness of the matter was far beyond their imagination. Even if the people present are all big shots who would shake Nanjong in shock if they stamp their feet, they are now all in a state of confusion. People from the Space Research Institute are already repairing it. It just takes time. Sizzling. Jong Tianming was halfway through speaking. On the big screen in front of him, the light spots in the radar area appeared again. A weak connection has been established, and now we can locate the students. Jong Tianming glanced at the latest message sent and shouted excitedly. This scene also made everyone let out a deep breath. Relaxed a lot, as long as it can be repaired. This also means that the students can still build a space channel through the Magic Cave bracelet and return to the Blue Star later. In this way, there will be losses, but they will not be so exaggerated. Why are some blue blips on the radar moving so fast? Yi Lingyun quickly realized something was wrong and spoke in a low voice. After his reminder, the strong men present also noticed the abnormality. These blue light points represent the students. At this moment, there are at least hundreds of light points, and the speed is very fast. It is already comparable to top talent like Liu Keanan. Looking at the numbers corresponding to these light spots, many of them are students who may not be able to pass the exams even in key martial arts schools. This is very strange. Indeed, it is impossible for all these boys to have an epiphany. Could it be that the positioning system was just repaired and something went wrong? Probably. After all, we can only locate it now, which shows that the connection between the bracelet and the crack is still very weak. Everyone soon found a reasonable reason. But what they didn't notice was Jong Chang, who was in the crowd, had a sneer on his lips that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The killing has already begun. No, Yi Lingyun suddenly shouted. Look, these extremely fast blue light spots are clearly heading towards other students. And when he approaches, the light spot that is approached will disappear immediately. They are killing students. I understand. These beasts are not human beings, they are also demons who have long been disguised as students. The more Yi Lingyun talked, the clearer the explanation became. Until the last sentence, he almost roared out. That's it. Simply blocking the connection between the bracelet and the crack is of no use. It will only put some students who were originally exhausted and planned to return at risk. But, if the students who enter the examination center are originally mixed with demons, this makes sense. Disconnect contact so that students cannot return. These demons start killing again. Disaster. This is a complete disaster. Yi Lingyun's words made everyone in the observation room look pale. In the Magic Cave space, time goes back to when the thousand-faced demon body had just destroyed the crack at the number 5 assessment point. A handsome young man from Shuiwu City who was subordinate to Donghua was resting next to a big tree. A hideous scratch was revealed on his abdomen. It was the one who was injured in the battle with the monster just now. The blood is constantly spreading and spreading out. The originally pure white clothes have gradually turned bright red. I can't stand it anymore. The severe pain even made it impossible to fight anymore. That's it, let's go back to Blue Star first. In an instant, this handsome young man made a decision. Although it is still unclear whether he can be admitted to a key martial arts school with his current points. But if your life is lost, then everything else will become the moon in the water and the flowers in the mirror. It doesn't matter anymore. Immediately afterwards, the handsome young man raised his right hand. Press the buttons above a few times. Choose a return trip. Drop. The signal is interrupted and cannot connect to Blue Star. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. The handsome young man was confused. What's going on? There's something wrong with the magic cave bracelet. Not that much. This is produced by Daxia's top research institute. Extremely stable. DDDD. The next second. The handsome young man pressed it a few more times. The signal is interrupted and cannot connect to Blue Star. The signal is interrupted and cannot connect to Blue Star. However, this sentence is still displayed repeatedly on the bracelet. Hey, stop joking. Beads of sweat fell from the delicate young man's forehead. His expression was visibly panicked. If it is really impossible to go back, then staying in this dark devil's cave space is a dead end. No, or not. In the next 5 minutes, the handsome boy kept trying. However, in addition to the detection and positioning radar, it was restored. The magic cave bracelet still cannot build a space passage back. It can't be so unlucky. It's just my bracelet that's malfunctioning, right? Can I just go to other students participating in the assessment for help? The young man looked troubled. Now, he is seriously injured. If he encounters any difficult monsters on the road, his life will not be saved. But just drag it on like this. The dangers are also increasing. These monsters are not objects that stay in place motionless. Boo hoo hoo. Suddenly, the sound of rustling bushes came from the side. The boy's hair stood on end. He held the spear at his side tightly and held his breath. You can't have such bad luck, right? Aha! Suddenly, a tall demon-like monster with long sharp claws sprang out. The young man cursed secretly, then raised his gun. The wounds on his abdomen burst open due to the large movements. Blood flowed. But there is no way. This monster will not be fair just because you were injured. Bang 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 bang. A fierce battle ensued. The surrounding trees all collapsed due to this fight. After almost 2 minutes, the sounds here gradually died down. The boy had turned into a cold corpse. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The monster was using its sharp claws to disembowel and eat. Blood flowed down its chin and dripped onto the demon cave bracelet that fell to the ground. The magic cave space at this moment. Just like a handsome young man, there are many people who have died because they were unable to build a passage back to Blue Star through their bracelets. But this is far from the biggest crisis faced by the students. On a broad gray hillside, Jong Yan held a huge spear in his hand and jumped down quickly. Flames burst out from the tip of the spear, pointing directly at the black bear monster with 2 huge fangs growing out of the corners of its mouth. Fire Overlord Spear. The black bear monster stretched out its 2 fat palms, trying to resist the blow. But Jong Yan's strength was much higher than this black bear monster. The moment the tip of the gun touched the bear's paw, the sound of sizzling flames. The high temperature first dissolved it, and then penetrated it with huge force. It hit directly from the palm to the shoulder blade. Then there was even more stirring. Woo! The monster screamed in agony due to the severe pain. Then his eyes lost their luster. No more interest. Boom. Aside, another black bear monster of similar size also fell down. The person who killed it was a purple-haired Nanjong student. Jong Yan walked up to the purple-haired student. Said with a smile, "Brother I didn't expect our luck to be quite good. Unexpectedly, when I discovered the entrance to the passage, there were also 2 monsters attached to it. He Bin, a student from Nanjong No. 1 Middle School, met Jong Yan not long ago. The 2 hit it off and formed a team. He Bin is in the Spark training camp. The final ranking was 6th, with similar strength. Moreover, Jong Yan is good at attacking with indomitable force, while He Bin is good at using the mud sword technique to drag the opponent into the quagmire. It can be said that the 2 complement each other perfectly. He is a God-given good teammate. You must know that in the demon cave space, if you can find 1 or 2 suitable teammates, the efficiency of killing monsters will definitely be improved. After all, monsters are not like monsters in their methods, they are unpredictable and unpredictable. If the 2 of them help each other and keep each other informed, the fight will definitely be easier. Even if it is a joint effort to kill, although it will be distributed according to the contribution ratio, there will be a small bonus for the calculation of the total points of a single monster. Because Daxia officials are very supportive of cooperative battles. In the battle between humans and monsters and demons, many times, individuals alone are not enough. We must unite. But most people can't find a suitable teammate until the end of the assessment. Except for the fact that Qinyi is so powerful that there is no need to bring someone to hold him back. The main problem with not being able to find your teammates is that when you arrive in the demon cave space, everyone's landing point is random. In the vast space, it is too difficult to just meet teammates with similar strengths and complementary playing styles. He Bin smiled and nodded. Really, this level of space is still too simple for us. But when we get to the next level, Brother Jong, you can't be as reckless as before. The monsters there are very difficult to deal with. Jong Yan waved his hand. Brother He, don't worry. I, Jong Yan, am just brave and not a fool. We were able to meet Brother He in today's assessment and find the natural passage to the next level so quickly. This is even God blessing us. If you and I work together, there is a really high probability that we can pass the exam. Jong Yan felt that the fighting spirit in him could not be suppressed at this moment. You must know that natural channels are random. And now, not long after the assessment started, they were able to enter the second level that was just in line with their strength to fight. There is really great hope for the Supreme. On average, only one student in Nanjing can enter the Supreme School every year. In some years when talents are withering, not even one can pass the exam. Every student who can go to the top 7 universities in Nanjing is respected and worshipped by the students who come after him. He, Jong Yan, will sprint to the top today. Well, let's go then. After He Bin finished speaking, he strode towards the dark natural passage on the hillside. Jong Yan also followed suit. Suddenly, He Bin stopped. He raised his eyebrows. Has the action begun? Brother He, why don't you leave? For us now, every second counts. Can't waste time. Jong Yan was a little anxious. He Bin turned around. He changed his elegant and enthusiastic attitude just now, and his expression became cold. Speak indifferently. We really can't waste any time. Swish 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 swish. In an instant, countless tentacles of pitch-black liquid shot out from He Bin's neck. The powerful penetrating power directly penetrated Jong Yan's chest. Countless dark tentacles floated and swayed behind him. Who are you? Jong Yan's pupils were filled with confusion and disbelief. He and He Bin were old acquaintances. There was no flaw in the conversation just now. Why did he suddenly become a monster? When did you become possessed? Before you met yourself. But now it's only the first level. Why is there sanity? There should be no heavenly demons in the unformed demon cave space. Why? At this moment, countless questions flashed through Jong Yan's mind. However, his consciousness gradually became blurred. There are no answers to these questions anymore. Plop. The tentacles were retracted as the darkness flowed. Jong Yan's body rolled down the hillside. This tall young man who was once famous in Nanjing and who many people thought would win the first place in the Spark training camp died in the demon cave space. But this thousand-faced demon body didn't even look at it. Well, seize the time and kill more of the geniuses of mankind. It's best to kill them all. Gulu gulu gulu. Immediately afterwards, the soles of He Bin's feet turned into a pool of dark liquid, flowing rapidly and leaving the place. The students who originally entered the demon cave space to conduct assessments and clean up the monsters were now in a huge crisis. The identities of hunter and prey. Already reversed. On the second floor of the demon cave, Qinyi, who was unaware of the changes, was still running quickly, searching for the monsters. Aha! The light of the knife flashed. A long dark purple monster was split into two. Blood splattered everywhere. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster catfish and gaining 223 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster catfish and gaining 135 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress the demon catfish. Weak, too weak. Qinyi shook his head. After undergoing the transformation of the Netherworld heart, his health value was close to 400. In addition, the sword skills and body skills included in 6 layers of Shira body are included. Even if he doesn't transform into Shira form, his combat power can definitely be classified as a 4th level warrior. No matter how weird the methods of these second-grade monsters are, it can't be his opponent. Immediately, Qinyi opened his own panel. Name, Qin Yi. Position, Judge of the Punishment Department 11,232 600,000ths. Heart of Netherworld Progress, 0/100ths. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 102 points. Number of ghost points, 18,253. Acquisition methods, 6 layers of Shira body, Ghost Instant, Dark Eyes, Suppressing Evil Tower, 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra. Evaluation. There are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. Very good. After this period of fighting, the number of ghost spots is close to 20,000. I also gained 10,000 experience points. Soaring. What a pleasure. Speaking of which, compared to other students, there is no pressure on me to enter higher education. After all, it is not difficult for me to pass the supreme examination. It's just that thanks to the rewards of ghost points and experience, people are extremely motivated. It should be easy for Liu Keanan to pass the exam. I just don't know how Aohai and Jong Yan are doing. It is also a good thing that Nanjong has a few more supreme students. Qin Yi rubbed his chin. These thoughts passed quickly. Then he shook his head. Forget it, we'll find out when we get out. There is no time to think about these things now. It is important to improve yourself. Nanjong number 1 observation room. Watching the blue dots on the radar go out, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The demons are killing people so fast these days. In just 10 minutes, according to the observations of the powerful people present, hundreds of students were wiped out by the blue light points. You must know that there are only more than 1,000 candidates participating in the Demon Cave assessment in Nanjong. At this rate, it is unimaginable how many people will die by the time the passage is completely repaired. Dee. Suddenly, an emergency message came. The soldier responsible for connecting the phone in the observation room turned around and reported. Sirs, this is a video call from Dongwa Base City. As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked a little ugly. After the editor reported what happened, there was a video call from Dongwa right away. What I have to say is that things can be expected. This will definitely be a storm of accountability. Jong Chang looked ugly. Let's put it through. After all, it happened in our Nanjong. We can't avoid it no matter what. Yes, sizzling. Soon, a picture of a man with a majestic eagle-eyed face and a Chinese character appeared on the big screen. Everyone recognized it immediately. This person is the mayor of Dongwa Base City, Xie Tianfeng. What is going on? Why is there a sudden demon attack in Nanjong? Is there any sign before this? As soon as it was connected, a deafening roar resounded in the observation room. Everyone was so frightened that their hearts trembled. Everyone can hear the anger of this one of the giants of Dongwa. What a joke. At such an important event as the Martial Arts College entrance examination, a space crack failed, and the students in the magic cave were surrounded and suppressed by demons. You must know that this is the seed of the future Great Sha Kingdom. Your mother sent her into a devil's cave, where she was attacked by monsters and demons. This is everyone's malfeasance. Jong Chang, who had stood up a long time ago, stuttered in his voice, Mayor Xie. This is our Nanjong's dereliction of duty. I'm going to do a deep review of this matter. Shut up. I'm not here to listen to nonsense. Before Jong Chang could finish speaking, he was rudely interrupted by Xie Tianfeng. Do you have any clue about the origin of these demons? When will the crack that spread to the entire space due to the problem in Nanjong be repaired? Xie Tianfeng asked directly. Don't blame him for being anxious. Now every second of delay, innocent students will die. The fire burned to my eyebrows. Yi Lingyun took a deep breath, and then answered, thank you. Regarding these liquid demons, there were actually traces of them yesterday, and one of them even attacked Qin Yi. They are extremely good at camouflage and cannot be distinguished by conventional means. It is estimated that the demons in the Devil's Cave space are these beasts who killed our students, replaced them and got in. Yesterday, Xie Tianfeng felt that his energy and blood were already welling up in Tianlingai at this moment. His face was shaking with anger. Yi Lingyun, what does your mother do for food? There were traces of these weird demons yesterday, and you let them mix into the Demon Cave space today. Are you also possessed by the Body Snatcher? You don't want to take the position of the director of the Demon Suppression Department anymore. Yi Lingyun scolded him with a furious roar. Even one of the giants of Nanjong was hanged so miserably. Others were even trembling. This thing is really big. Even if it wasn't Yi Lingyun's main responsibility, it was very likely that he would be slapped off directly. Yi Lingyun gritted his teeth. He said in a deep voice, "Xie, I'm sorry. It's my problem. I didn't think it through. I have actually reported this matter and asked for reinforcements. But the priority is not that high. I thought yesterday that the martial arts college entrance examination was coming soon, so we should focus on the college entrance examination. We will try our best to solve this matter of pretending to be a demon later. I didn't expect these demons to sneak into the Devil's Cave space together." This explanation also made Xie Tianfang relax a little. He was indeed a little excited just now, blinded by anger. In fact, Yi Lingyun was right. The incident of demons invading the martial arts college entrance examination seemed to have never been heard of before. The first is to interfere with artificial space cracks. This is very difficult. Besides, just like this time, it's useless if you just interfere. The human side will repair it urgently. At most, the return trip will be later. It only caused some casualties during this period. After all, there is still energy reserve in the Demon's Nest bracelet, which is enough to allow the students to return to Blue Star no matter what. However, if the crack is disturbed and a large number of powerful demons are mixed into it, the consequences will be different. Suddenly it rose to the level of disaster. When these extremely powerful demons enter the demon cave space, they don't need to consume much energy to stabilize the passage. Otherwise, you can find it immediately. Xie Tianfang calmed down and then continued to speak. Your fault will be determined after the incident is over. How is the space crack repaired now? Zhang Tianming on the side immediately replied, report to Xie Shi. Now the staff of Nanjong Space Research Institute have connected to the expert guidance video and are following the steps to continue repairing. It's still hard to say in terms of time. Although everyone is in a hurry. But it's not easy for them to keep pushing for technical matters. This does not mean that if you work hard, you can get ahead of schedule. If one is not careful, it may lead to greater disaster. Is there no other way to solve it? Xie Tianfang was still unwilling to give up. Every second of delay is too great a loss. If it can be solved at some cost, he can accept even massive resources. It's not that there isn't, there is indeed a way. That is to permanently close the number 5 assessment point where the problem occurred. It's just that in this case, everyone in the number 5 test site will have to stay in the Devil's Cave. Zhang Tianming replied. Then shut it down. Xie Tianfang made a quick decision. When necessary, make some sacrifices without hesitation. As for the news of the closure, just don't spread it out, and give generous compensation to the families of the candidates at test center number 5. Righteousness does not control wealth, and kindness does not control soldiers. Zhang Tianming said it tactfully. Can only stay in the Devil's Cave. Once this order is issued, it is actually equivalent to killing the lives of those candidates who entered the Demon Cave from test point number 5. Just kidding, even if there is no demon, if you stay in the Demon Cave for a long time, under the erosion of the demonic energy, humans will turn into monsters that have lost their minds. However, Xie Tianfang didn't even hesitate in making this decision. As the mayor of Donghua City, he has to consider the overall situation. As long as the connection to the bracelet can be re-established, then an emergency withdrawal alert can be sent to all students. The number of students who sacrificed themselves at a Nanjong test center was only 200 to 300 at most. But how many students from Donghua and Qingtian entered the Demon Cave space? There are 13 city-level survival bases under Donghua Base City alone. In addition to those in the base city, there are also those in Qingtian. There are almost 50,000 candidates in the entire Demon Cave space now. For every few minutes of delay, hundreds of people were slaughtered by the demon. Whichever number is bigger, anyone can calculate it. What's more, one of the test points of Nanjong Survival Base is the quality of students. Definitely not as good as average. But for many people, those 200 to 300 people are also living lives. Making this decision is equivalent to personally sending them into the abyss. Difficult to accept. After Xie Tianfang's order was issued, everyone in the observation room had a slightly subtle expression, and no one responded. What happened? My orders don't work anymore. Xie Tianfang was a little angry. If something happens, I will bear all the consequences. Permanently close the crack at test site number 5. At this time, Yi Lingyun spoke again. Xie Shi, Qinyi is the magic cave space that he entered from test site number 5. On projection, Xie Tianfang was stunned when he heard the news. Then there was a brief silence. Qinyi, this is the most evil talent in Dongwa this year. He was even more than one level ahead of Liu Keanan. Qinyi entered the demon cave space from test point number 5, which means that if the crack is to be closed, this monster will never come back. No wonder, even after he gave the order, all the people in the observation room were still stuck in place like wooden stakes. Of course, Jong Chang on the side really hoped that Qinyi could die. It's just that in this case it jumped out in favor. It was too abrupt, very easily exposed. And if you let the sub-bodies continue to kill in space, the harvest may be even greater. After all, in its eyes, Qinyi will most likely die in the hands of ZT. Thank you. So now, is it still closed? Yi Lingyun broke the silence and continued to ask. He wanted to confirm Xie Tianfang's order again. But he had already made up his mind. Even if Xie Tianfang ordered the crack to be closed, he would never allow it. Even if it means guarding assessment point number 5 in person. Even if he contradicts his superior's order and is sent to a military court, he will not hesitate. In Yi Lingyun's heart, Qinyi's potential is definitely worth doing this. Anyway, he has already been blamed for his incompetence in this incident. It doesn't hurt to have one more. Shut it up, shut it down. Why is it Qinyi? Xie Tianfang cursed again. If it were anyone else, even someone of the level of Liu Keanan or Hu Xiaofeng, he would give it some thought. But Qinyi, at his level, he understands the importance of top experts to the current situation of mankind. Qinyi is such a seed with great potential. If he died in his own hands, if it gets out, those demons will laugh at you. Thank you, there's a call from Qingtian. A faint voice came from the other end of the projection. Xie Tianfang heard this, finally made a confession. Repair it quickly, no matter the cost of resources. Finish this sentence. Sizzling. The video call was immediately hung up. All the powerful men in the observation room looked at each other. Only then did I dare to speak out and discuss. Fortunately, Xie City did not request the closure of the man-made space crack at test site number 5. Otherwise, Qinyi will die inexplicably. I expected it. A wise man like Xie Shi makes all decisions based on maximizing the interests of us humans. Qinyi's potential is so amazing. In his eyes, even the lives of thousands of students are hard to compare with. If it were our other test centers in Nanjing, Xie City would probably be closed without hesitation. Doesn't that mean Qinyi saved the lives of the students at test center number 5? It can also be said that he indirectly made us passively accept the slaughter of the demon. I cannot agree with what you are saying. The fault of the devil cannot be attributed to our compatriots. Indeed, I made a mistake. And while everyone was discussing, Didi, Zhang Tianming received another message. Then his face lit up with joy. Good news, everyone. There has been significant progress in repairing the cracks. Big increase in speed. Everyone was excited when they heard the news. Good guy, finally a good thing comes out of your mouth. Very good. God bless me Daxia, God bless me Dongwa. I hope it can be repaired soon. Every blue light point disappears, which means the passing of a fresh life. Indeed, and those who can choose to take the Devil's Cave college entrance examination are the cornerstones of our future in Great Sha. It is such a pity to die like this. In the crowd, Yi Lingyun also breathed a sigh of relief. It would be nice if it could be fixed as soon as possible. I was just afraid that Qinyi would still die in the hands of the liquid demon after the test center number 5 was not closed. That would be a loss to Grandma's house. But the thousand-faced demon hidden under Jong Chang's face was in a very bad mood. So fast, those human researchers are really... No, the plan has to be moved forward. We must mobilize most of our forces to surround and kill Qinyi. Xie Tianfang was able to see the importance of Qinyi and gave up his original plan. The thousand-faced demon is not a fool either. If Qinyi cannot be killed in this operation, it means that half of the purpose has not been achieved. Immediately, it thought. The order is issued. Soon the strong human beings in the observation room noticed changes. Hey, look, many extremely fast demon light spots are starting to gather on the radar. What do they want to do? It seems that we are planning to go deep into the next level of the Devil's Cave together. Could it be that they want to find Qinyi? What the hell, these demons actually know how to capture and kill the most evil students here first. You must hold on, Qinyi, until the crack is completely repaired. In an instant, everyone started to pray for Qinyi. Yi Lingyun frowned even more. Begin to meditate. Something is wrong. When they first received news of significant progress in repairing the cracks, the demons immediately began to change their plans. There's a mole. Yi Lingyun glanced around. However, nothing was found. Is this demon hiding too deeply? The second floor of the magic cave space. Swish. The light of the knife flashed. A dog-shaped monster nearly 3 meters long with hard scales covering its skin fell aside. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster evil dog and gaining 212 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster evil dog and gaining 130 experience points. Whether to choose to suppress evil dogs. However, what makes Qinyi happiest now is not killing this monster again. Gained ghost points and experience. Instead, a natural passage leading to the next level appeared right in front of you. Okay, we can finally go to the third floor. Although the ghost points harvested have exceeded 20,000, they can be exchanged for 2 blue-level Underworld long-term cards. However, Qinyi was still not satisfied with the improved efficiency. For other students, this unformed Devil's Cave is equivalent to a dangerous place, with dangers at every step. But for Qinyi, it was a treasured land. There were cultivation materials everywhere, which was not very satisfying. So within this limited time, you have to maximize your profits as much as possible. If you don't make a profit, you will lose. At this time, we must have the thoughts and consciousness of a capitalist. Let's go. Qinyi jumped directly into this natural passage. The second floor of the demon cave. On the plains covered with pitch-black spikes. A large group of thousand-faced demons are sliding rapidly. Suddenly, a thousand-faced demonic body glanced at the radar on the bracelet and confirmed Qinyi's position again. It exclaimed, "Oops, the numbered light spot representing Qinyi has disappeared." He entered the third level. Swish swish swish. As soon as this statement came out, all the thousand-faced demon sub-bodies stopped. What kind of guy is this guy running so fast? He should be the first human to enter the third level of the demon cave. We have to move quickly. Otherwise, when those humans repair the cracks to a certain extent, they will be able to re-establish control of the bracelet. Perhaps we can come up with some means to temporarily shut down the radar function by then. Indeed, we must be quick. Now in order to hunt down Qinyi, it can be said that most of the thousand-faced demons have given up hunting other human geniuses. Only a small number of them are still looking for the top talents besides Qinyi. Such as Liu Keanan and others. You know, for them now. That's killing one and earning one. The genius of mankind, in front of these bodies who are almost 4th-level warriors. Basically a lamb to the slaughter. If Qinyi is not killed after putting in so much energy, he will really faint. While the radar can still trace Qinyi's traces. You must leave no stone unturned. Let's go, we just passed by a passage leading to the third floor. It's closer to go back. What are you waiting for? Without further ado. Soon, these thousand-faced demon bodies reached a consensus. He quickly swam back in the direction he came from. The second floor of the demon cave. In a valley. At this moment, Liu Keanan has entered the wind spirit form. The hair turned light blue. His body is as fast as the wind. Erratic, and in the middle of the valley. A thousand-faced demon was also slightly stunned. After entering this so-called wind spirit form, this kid's speed is actually faster than that. It's a bit incredible. Little tricks. To maintain this state, you need to expend a lot of energy. I'm just going to stand here, what can you do to me? Boy, you will die today. Since there was no guarantee that he could catch up with Liu Keanan's movement skills, he simply stopped chasing him. Liu Keanan saw the thousand-faced demon like this. My heart also sank. This guy is right, the physical energy consumed by the wind spirit form, including supernatural energy, is too great. It won't last long. Therefore, it is unrealistic to escape using this form. Because once the wind spirit form ends, then his speed will drop sharply due to the huge consumption, and it will even be far worse than before. It was only a matter of time before he was killed. At this point, there is only one choice if you want to survive. Taking advantage of this situation, I killed this demon in all possible ways. If I met a beast like you before the communication battle, I admit that there would be no chance of winning. But now, the outcome is still uncertain. Hiss. Wind blades formed one after another. It even made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, as if the air was being cut and torn apart. Qin Yi lost control that day. Almost killed him. This made Liu Keanan truly experience the feeling of walking through the gates of hell. To be honest, he was facing the great terror between life and death. Really scared, he was shaking, his teeth were chattering, and his heart was in cardiac arrest. Since childhood, I have been admired by stars, praised by countless people, and awed by countless peers. But when faced with Qin Yi's indifferent eyes, which looked down upon life and death, all pride crumbles. After being treated and out of danger, Liu Keanan once briefly gave up on himself. But he soon figured it out. Failure is not unacceptable. When you die, you have nothing. It was also after that spiritual transformation. His mood became much calmer and he understood this trick. Tear apart space. Boom. After reaching a certain critical point, Liu Keanan carried these wind blades and rushed towards the thousand-faced demon body. At this moment, with him as the center, tearing wind blades were scurrying around within a square area of 100 meters by 100 meters. And once it goes beyond this range, the air is still so still. This is one of the manifestations of Liu Keanan's extremely fine control of energy. Since you have the guts to hunt down the genius of mankind, then you have to be prepared to die. Welcome the storm. In the name of humanity. War. Kong Ming's voice echoed in the valley. The thousand-faced demon body sensed the power contained in the storm and was shocked. Not good. This guy can actually explode with such power. The thousand-faced demon's first reaction was to run away. But the speed with which Liu Keanan swept through the tearing space was too fast. Can't get away at all. All we can do is fight. The body of the thousand-faced devil does not retreat but advances. It flows directly into this torn space. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The dark liquid quickly condensed into shields, resisting the wind blades coming from all directions. Swish swish swish. When these wind blades cut on the pitch-black shield, a large amount of pitch-black liquid splashed out and fell to the ground, losing their activity. However, the thousand-faced demon sun body immediately mobilized all the energy in its body. The fluid continues to grow, replenishing these shields. It's more about conquering the enemy than it is about consumption. Then let's see who can last longer. The thousand-faced demon body let out a low roar. It didn't expect that besides Qin Yi, there would be students who could push it to this point. But it also inspired its bloody nature. Only by killing such a genius of mankind can it be considered valuable. Countless wind blades are constantly attacking. The walls of the valley on the side are being cut and huge boulders are constantly falling off. Then it was cut into smaller pieces and dropped. The battle lasted like this for 2 minutes. Both sides spent a lot of money. However, at this juncture, Liu Keanan, who had been elusive in the space, turning into a phantom and constantly accumulating wind element particles, suddenly stopped not far in front of the thousand-faced devil's body. His eyes were closed, surrounded by wind and waves. What's the meaning? The thousand-faced demon body was extremely tangled in his heart. This kid who had been having trouble catching his figure finally showed his flaws. Is it because I can't bear it physically? Or a trap? Do you want to charge forward? However, it didn't wait for it to think about and decide. Liu Keanan suddenly opened his eyes. The cyan pupils were murderous. The next second, he moved. The body turned into a shadow, holding a 3-foot green blade in hand. The tip of the sword points straight ahead. Keep moving forward. This speed is too fast. Like a startled roar, like a wandering dragon. Almost before the thousand-faced demon body could react, he stabbed the dark liquid shield with a sharp sword. The torn wind element energy poured into the shield. Let it disintegrate instantly. Then a sword penetrated the forehead of the thousand-faced demon body. The figure flashed. Liu Keanan sheathed his sword. The hair returns to its normal black color. The surrounding wind and waves gradually subsided. The valley finally returned to peace. But under this calmness, the violent wind-attributed particles are tearing and cutting through the body of the thousand-faced demon. Boom! There was a loud noise. Black liquid exploded all over the sky, and then fell with crackling sounds. It was like a black rain falling. Liu Keanan's body swayed for a while, but he barely stabilized. At this moment, his face was pale, but he felt uncontrollable joy. There was a murmur. 1. Survived. Qin Yi, can this be considered as saving my life by you? When Liu Keanan was fighting fiercely with the thousand-faced demon body. Also on the second floor of the demon cave. On the towering mountain peaks. The sounds of fierce battles and explosions could be heard endlessly. There are countless green vegetation growing here that are huge and different from the strange plants in the demon cave, and are full of life. Qingtian's number 1 genius, Ma Duoliang, was wrapped into a round ball by thick woody cell tissue. Protected. On the ground, tough vines and branches kept sprouting out of the ground, constantly attacking the demon body. Swish swish swish. This demon child body moves rapidly with the help of the extended black flowing tentacles. It's really difficult. I don't have much dark energy left. But your attack is not as strong as it was at the beginning, it has become weak. Come to the last word. This thousand-faced demon body shot out an extremely thick column of black liquid from its chest. It hit the wooden ball. Boom. The huge force directly penetrated the ball, and also penetrated Ma Duoliang inside. Well, Ma Duoliang felt only severe pain for a moment. Then consciousness began to blur. The vitality also slowly dissipated. At the same time, a large amount of green vegetation around it quickly withered and rotted. Finally disappeared. These vegetations were originally created by his powers. When Ma Duoliang died, he was naturally like a rootless tree, also losing its vitality. The number 1 genius in Qingtian who could have easily passed the exam died in the Devil's Cave space. The thousand-faced demon body stood in front of Ma Duoliang's corpse. He spat a mouthful of black liquid. Humans' wood-type abilities are really annoying. Although he was seriously injured, it should be more than enough to kill the remaining ordinary human students. Continue. Take advantage of the time when the cracks have not been repaired. Immediately, the thousand-faced demon's body turned into a pool of dark flowing liquid and left quickly. Since then, the 2 top geniuses in the assessment point, except Qin Yi, both had a life and death battle with the thousand-faced demon body. Even Liu Keanan, who won, was almost at the point of running out of gas. This is just one head. At this moment, there are dozens of Qin Yi's children being pursued. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 101. Qingtian number 1 observation room. When I saw the extremely fast light point quickly approaching the light point representing Medora, everyone's heart sank. Cao Biguang's forehead even had blue veins popping out. I couldn't help but stand up and curse. What do the technicians at Dongwa do for a living? Is it possible that you have raised a bunch of trash? The cracks have been problematic for so long, and they haven't been repaired yet. The man in a suit who was responsible for contacting Dongwa and obtaining the latest information immediately stepped forward. Cao Shi, there is nothing we can do. After all, it is a city-level survival base. It would be great to be able to repair it according to the instructions of superior experts. And according to the latest news, crack repair work has made huge progress. Has great progress been made? Many Qingtian experts present heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. At least we didn't encounter any difficulties that we couldn't overcome. This can be said to be a blessing in misfortune. However, Cao Biguang still looked gloomy and snorted coldly. Huge progress. The demon massacred the students and has now made great progress. Isn't there a faster way to fix it? At present, 20 minutes have passed since the change occurred. During this period, the number of student deaths has reached more than 1,000, approaching the 2,000 mark. It's so tragic. Yes, there is. The method is to permanently close the crack where the accident occurred, so that students who entered through that crack will be unable to return. And it consumes huge amounts of resources. The most important thing is, Qinyi is among the students who entered the crack point. The intelligence officer said awkwardly. After hearing the previous words, Cao Biguang wanted to scold Donghua for not having courage. Resources do matter, but who knows how long it will take to repair it. When it breaks, it breaks. If another accident happens, it will be too late to regret. But wait until the last words are spoken. Everyone was silent. It may be cruel to say it, but Qinyi's value to human beings is indeed far greater than that of other students in the examination center. Kakaka. Cao Biguang clenched his fists angrily. You son of a bitch, you definitely chose that crack on purpose. I have no choice but to pray that the cracks can be repaired faster. Meet Ma Duoliang and the devil. We must win. I think there is still hope. ... However, the outcome of the battle disappointed everyone. After a brief confrontation, the numbered light spot belonging to Ma Duoliang, the number one genius in Qingtian this year, disappeared. This is not the most desperate. It was on everyone's radar now. A large number of light spots were chasing Qinyi's direction. Yes, they just watched Qinyi's battle. Very evil indeed. If it were a demon, all the powerful humans present would not hesitate to think that Qinyi could kill it. But what about dozens of heads? ... Nanzhong number 1 observation room. Yi Lingyun's hands were rubbing his temples. The group of demons has been getting closer and closer to Qinyi. It seems that it is no longer realistic to repair the cracks before then. Be aware that once the battle begins, severe fluctuations will make the space unstable. Even if Blue Star restored the connection with the magic cave bracelet, it would not be possible to build a space channel at that time. It's over, it's really over. Dozens of them. Qingtian's number one genius, Ma Duoliang, was defeated when faced with a demon and was beheaded. Even if Qinyi defies heaven, he still can't compete with so many demons. Is it still difficult to change the outcome of death in the end? Hateful. The big shots present in Nanzhong all held a pessimistic attitude. Jong Chang was secretly ecstatic on the sidelines. Finally, it was time to kill this monster. Based on the analysis of the intelligence about Qinyi in the past few days, the thousand-faced demon has made a judgment that the young master is far from describing Qinyi as a monster. This person definitely has the potential to reach the 8th level and become a human terror seed at the level of a grand master. Jia. After killing Qinyi, the operation was considered complete. The 3rd floor of the demon cave. On the vast plains. Qinyi was currently holding the demonic spirit sword and fighting among a group of mermaids and monsters. Boom 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 boom. The dark energy slashed with the sword technique. Suddenly exploded. This sword technique is enough to be classified as a gold-level sword. When used to deal with these monsters, it is simply a dimension-reducing strike. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster bloodthirsty mermaid and gaining 357 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster bloodthirsty mermaid and gaining 192 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster bloodthirsty mermaid and gaining 341 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster bloodthirsty mermaid and gaining 183 experience points. Sizzling. As these monsters were killed, the pure death energy and evil energy escaping from them quickly replenished Qinyi's body. These purifying energies begin to flow between the limbs and bones. Suddenly, the power of the Netherworld reached a certain critical point. It seems that the cells and tissues in the body have begun to undergo qualitative changes. Qinyi couldn't help but sit cross-legged and meditate on the spot. A wave of air surged around him. Let the demonic energy in heaven and earth retreat away. Finally, has 6 layers of Shira, which has been experiencing bottlenecks for a long time, begun to loosen up. In the forest dozens of miles away from Qinyi's place in the Great Plains. Dozens of thousand-faced demon subforms are moving rapidly. The child responsible for observing radar movements suddenly became happy. Stop, that kid didn't move. It's so close. Because the monsters on the 3rd level of the demon cave are no match for Qinyi. Therefore, Qinyi basically would not stay in the same place for too long, but would escape immediately after killing. This caused great trouble for the children to pursue. Now, because Qin Yi wanted to break through to the 5th level of the 6-layer Shira body, he stayed where he was. This is definitely good news for the descendants. Ha 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 ha, I guess you're tired. It seems that this boy is exhausted. Everyone, work together and charge forward. HMPH, Qin Yi can't escape today. ... The excited children moved 3 times faster than before. He swam quickly in the direction of Qin Yi. About 3 minutes later, they also came to the Great Plain. From a distance, he saw Qin Yi sitting cross-legged. It's right in front. You don't move when you see us. Is it possible that you have gone crazy? Never mind him, just kill him. Qin Yi, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his closed eyes. The majestic power of the underworld exploded. Let the sleeves bulge. Immediately, Qin Yi stood up and frowned. Thousand-faced devil body. Why did it appear in the devil's cave space? The unformed demon cave should be full of mindless monsters, and there should be no demons. It seems that something went wrong in this assessment. But it's just the right time. Then let me show you the complete Shira form. Boom. Suddenly, invisible shock waves spread out with Qin Yi as the center. The crimson in the deepest part of the eye began to spreading out like a white cloth soaked in paint, and the pupils soon turned completely into a diamond-shaped crimson. Kakaka. The power of the Netherworld is condensed from beneath the surface of the skin. Render all skins dark. Immediately, the bright red evil energy circulated and formed ancient Sanskrit characters, which were engraved on the body. Dark energy surged crazily in the air. Behind Qin Yi, a huge dark purple cross aperture formed. Gu. This is not over yet. On Qin Yi's back, 2 small bulges continue to expand. When expanded to a certain extent, 2 dark arms appeared. 4-armed Shira form, activated. The sudden turn of events shocked all the fast-moving thousand-faced demons. At this moment, the aura coming out of Qin Yi made them feel frightened. No, is the creature in front of me really Qin Yi? Don't panic, everyone, hurry up and merge. One of them drank it vigorously. Only then did the other thousand-faced demons regain their composure. Yes, we have no retreat from this battle. Kill Qin Yi. ... Gulu. Immediately afterwards, these demonic liquids began to merge in units of 5. The liquids joined together and continued to grow. Soon it turned into a huge liquid creature with a height of more than 10 meters. Although this creature is in human form. But Dudu has one difference, that is, he has no head. Puff 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 puff. Immediately afterwards, ferocious faces emerged from its chest. These faces are exactly those students who were devoured and replaced. Their expressions were extremely painful. The black flowing liquid covering the face seemed to make it impossible to breathe, and each one desperately tried to break out. However, the black liquid is full of tension, and these faces cannot do it no matter how hard they try. It's actually integrated. Are these the humans replaced by the thousand-faced demon sub-body? Qin Yi, who was simply sensing the power of this Shira form, saw this scene and his anger was beyond words. The current me is not the time when I used Shira form and my mind would be affected by the evil spirit. After practicing a series of secret techniques such as Suppression Tower. Even in this complete Shira form, the evil aura is several times stronger than during the exchange battle. But his mind is still very clear. These beasts actually slaughtered so many students in order to sneak into the demon cave space. Check the monster status. Heavenly Demon. Aggregated Thousand-Faced Demon, Subbody. Demon level, 3 stars. Evaluation. It has the ability to devour and change, and can quietly transform into the people around you, but this one seems to be the aggregated form of sub-bodies. It's even on Samsung. However, compared to the 3-star thousand-faced demon body encountered in Tianhe community, the aura is still much weaker. Probably just a newbie to Samsung. That is about the combat power of level 5. It's too weak for me to fight happily. If you dare to be an enemy of human beings, you must have the consciousness to perish. Boom. Qin Yi kicked his legs sharply. The huge force caused 2 small cracked pits to appear on the ground. The figure turned into a shadow and jumped into the air. At this time, Qin Yi's 4 arms stretched back at the same time. Integrated into the cross aperture. Swish swish swish. The next second, 4 energy magic swords were pulled out from the cross aperture. The deep dark purple light seemed to swallow up everything around it. And those giant liquid creatures also launched a counterattack. Countless thick tentacles proliferated and differentiated from the body and smashed towards Qinyi. Huge force flew by. The sound of tearing through the air sounded. During this process, the tentacles transformed into completely different weapon forms such as knives, guns, and sticks. In Qinyi's field of vision, weapons composed of pitch-black liquid all over the sky intertwined into a large net of murderous intent. However, faced with such a situation, Qinyi's eyes were still full of indifference. Shira Tiansha soared, the moment they came into contact with the first batch of jet-black weapons. Qinyi's forearms danced at the same time. The sword light circulates. Crisp and neat, purple light sword energy slashed out. When the slash hits the dark liquid, it will be torn apart instantly. At the same time, the powerful destructive power renders it inactive. Disintegrating inch by inch in the air. The jet-black liquid was scattered. How can it be? What a sharp sword move. According to the intelligence, isn't this guy a knife player? The swordsmanship is too sharp. ... This scene made a group of giant liquid creatures couldn't help but scream in surprise. The main reason is that Qinyi's Shira form looks very explosive, and the sword moves he makes are so gorgeous. It is simply a combination of violent aesthetics and art. Boom boom boom. Amid countless incoming jet-black liquid weapons, Qinyi moved forward without hesitation. Cut, cut, cut. The dark liquid scattered all over the sky, as if a thick black rain had fallen. If we say that during the exchange and battle at the Spark training camp, Qinyi relied entirely on his instincts and the powerful combat power of his Shira form to fight against the enemy. So now, with the help of secret techniques such as Suppression Tower, Qinyi is in an absolutely awake state. With exquisite swordsmanship and Shira form, the combat power soared again. No, I can't stop it. This guy is too strong. How so? ... The headless liquid giants are desperately releasing liquid moves. It didn't work. Facing countless attacks, the sky was like a dark meteor piercing the sky. In a blink of an eye, Qinyi was in front of a liquid giant. 4 sharp swords came down from top to bottom and slashed hard at the same time. Break it for me. Swish 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 swish. Suddenly, like cutting tofu, the liquid giant was cut vertically into several parts. It poured down irregularly like several strips of jelly. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster thousand-faced demon subbody and obtaining 832 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster thousand-faced demon subbody and gaining 455 experience points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster thousand-faced demon subbody and obtaining 846 ghost points. Congratulations to the host for killing the monster thousand-faced demon subbody and gaining 483 experience points. ... 5 kill prompts sounded in Qinyi's mind. This thing has 5 heads combined into one, so if you kill it, you still get 5 rewards. That is, 5 liquid giants for every death. At least 4,000 ghost points can be obtained. Kill. Qinyi suddenly raised his head, and his scarlet diamond-shaped pupils made the liquid giants around him tremble. Terrible, this guy is invincible. ... Nanjong Observation Room. When the magical light spot and the light spot representing Qinyi officially met, the hearts of these Nanjong big shots were in their throats. Here we go. The aftermath of the battle is beginning to stir, and this battle is irreversible. Qinyi. Well. ... Pathos spread. However, soon, everyone discovered something was wrong. He wasn't killed immediately. What? The demon light spot disappeared. And they are disappearing in droves. These demons are no match for Qinyi. No way. Even Ma Duoliang can't kill a demon, but Qinyi can fight dozens of times the demon. This is the monster destined to dazzle an era. I just told you not to worry. Ahem, didn't you just say the word, finished? Really, my memory is not very good. ... Qinyi's performance turned everyone from surprise to joy. Yi Lingyun clenched his fists tightly. The excited arc magnetic field was released unconsciously. The middle-aged man next to him was shocked to the point where his body was shaking wildly. Yi see. I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention. Yi Lingyun quickly took back the thunder element particles and touched his nose awkwardly. It seems that Qinyi is out of danger. I have to go to the number 5 assessment point in advance to prevent any accidents from happening again. Immediately, Yi Lingyun walked quickly towards the gate. Everyone else nodded excitedly. At the last moment, you really need to be careful and don't overturn. Only the thousand-faced demon hidden under Jong Chang's skin looked gloomy. It was roaring in its heart. How can it be? When these sub-bodies gather together, their combat power should increase exponentially. What on earth did this guy do? Qinyi. After 5 minutes. This vast plain is already covered with inert black liquid. And Qinyi also returned to normal state. After imprisoning the spirit bodies of these thousand-faced demon sons. Call. Qinyi exhaled a breath of turbidity. This wave of fighting consumes a lot of energy. Of course, it's actually not thrilling. After all, if it really doesn't work out, he still has a trump card like the horse face summoning order. If possible, just use it again. Well, the harvest from killing these sub-bodies is also huge. Qinyi had a thought in his mind. The panel appears. Name, Qinyi. Position, Judge of the Punishment Department 42,232 600,000. Heart of Netherworld Progress, 0/100. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 102 points. Number of ghost points, 71,536. Acquisition methods, 6 layers of Shira body, Ghost Instant, Dark Eyes, Suppressing Evil Tower, 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra. Evaluation. There are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. The ghost point reserve has reached 70,000, which is enough to draw the blue underworld wheel 7 times. Suddenly, the red light on the Devil's Cave bracelet flashes. An alarm sounds. Qinyi picked it up and looked at it. A line of text was displayed on the screen. Energy consumption is huge. Students are asked to return to Blue Star as soon as possible. Huge energy consumption. Qinyi was a little confused. Under normal circumstances, the energy of the bracelet will not be a problem for another 2 to 3 hours. It should be that those sub-bodies entered just now, causing some changes. Qinyi frowned. Forget it, the ghost points gained from killing those groups of sub-bodies are already much more than the hard work of finding monsters to kill. Let's go back to Blue Star first. It would not be a good thing to be stuck in the demon cave space due to lack of energy later. Waited for another half-minute or so. After the aftermath of the fighting around him completely subsided. Drop. Qinyi pressed the return command on the bracelet. The bracelet suddenly glowed with light. After brewing for a few breaths. Aha! A laser shot from the screen. Hit in midair. A dark singularity was burned out. Centered on the singularity, the invisible space was torn open like a zipper at this moment. The same feeling of weightlessness came over me as at the assessment point. Qinyi floated directly up and was sucked in. Nanjong number 1 observation room. At this moment, the cracks have just been repaired. On the big screen projection, the students' images have returned to normal. And the battle scene that everyone is most concerned about. Qinyi was standing on the vast plain, surrounded by dark liquid. Obviously, all the demons have been killed. On the side, Zhang Tianming, who took a look at the message on his mobile phone, shouted in surprise. There is good news coming from assessment point number 5. The cracks have been repaired and the mysterious power has been completely removed. However, due to energy pollution, students in our examination center must immediately build a channel to return to Blue Star. As soon as this statement came out, everyone cheered up. Ha, great. In this way, the losses will not expand any further. It's better to come back early. Although most of the demons have been killed by Qinyi, there are still a small number who are still hunting the students. Yes, and who knows what else those beasts might cause. With such a big problem, even if the energy source is not contaminated, we should terminate the operation. We cannot treat the lives of students as trivial matters. Tisk, look at Qinyi's indifferent look. It seems that the battle just now was not particularly difficult for him. Really? Aha! Suddenly, the communications soldier responsible for contacting his superiors stood up. Report, the news from Dongwa is that Director Yan Yongan is about to arrive in Nanjong. He will have full authority to take over this time of demonic turmoil. And, let all the officers gather at the Nanjong Administration Building. Hear the words. Everyone present looked at each other. Yan Yongan is a terrifying figure who has reached the 8th level of cultivation. Beings of this level are respected by the world as great masters and kings of martial arts. Did he actually come to handle this matter personally? And the speed is really fast enough. But it is true that this time the demonic turmoil has spread to the 2 base cities. As a result, thousands of students were killed or injured, and they were still the seeds that had the hope of getting into the key exams. It can already be called an extremely serious disaster. It is normal for a person of this level to take action. Okay, with Director Yan here, it's almost time to find out those troubled demons. Now I feel relieved. HMPH, I want to see later what kind of monsters dare to be so bold and tamper with the Demon Cave assessment. ... Jong Chang in the crowd raised his eyebrows. Yan Yongan. Hearing this name, a sense of awe hidden deep in my memory arises spontaneously. Of course, this is the original memory. The thousand-faced demon comforted himself. It's okay, even the 8th grade martial king shouldn't be able to see through him. ... At the number 5 assessment point, the space cracks in midair have resumed fluctuations. And it emits a purple light. A group of researchers in white coats were standing next to the altar, with expressions of relief on their faces. It was finally fixed. Now they are fighting an extremely fierce battle. Both the mind and the body are tired. Professor Wei, come and drink a bottle of electrolyte energy water to replenish your strength. Thank you for your hard work. A dignified man from the military department came over and handed a bottle of energy water with blue bubbles in it to the old man. Thanks. Wei Wei wiped the big beads of sweat on his forehead, took the water, unscrewed the bottle cap and drank a few gulps. As this energy nourishes the body's tissues, Wei Wei instantly felt a lot more relaxed. These professors generally have low qi and blood values, so high-grade energy water can have an immediate effect on them. How about you go aside and take a rest first? The dignified man from the military department suggested. Wei Wei, as the commander-in-chief of the on-site restoration work, presided over the assignment of personnel tasks while liaising with superior experts for discussion. The brain is racing. His face turned pale. Many people in the military department were worried that the old professor would faint suddenly. You still can't take it lightly. As long as the students do not return to Blue Star safely, we cannot relax our vigilance. Wei Wei shook his head. Declined the offer. Sizzling. Suddenly, the space fluctuations in the cracks on the altar suddenly became obvious. Immediately afterwards, the black dots grew from small to large, gradually expanded in everyone's field of vision, and transformed into the shape of the students. Of course, the main reason for this visual perception is the principle of distorted sight due to different spatial densities. The quality of the trainees is virtually unchanged. A large number of students landed on the grass, and their heads were still a little dizzy for a while. Qin Yi, who was in the crowd, was not affected in any way due to the blessing of secret techniques such as the suppression tower. Finally, back to Blue Star again. After taking a breath of fresh air, my body and mind relaxed. The main thing is that stepping on the land of Blue Star will give people a sense of belonging. This is something that the Demon Cave space does not have. With so many people from the Space Research Institute and the military department were crowded around in a circle in front of them. Qin Yi was really surprised. Welcome back to Blue Star. Wei Wei saw a large number of students returning. The stone hanging in my heart was completely put down, and I said congratulations. The researchers on the side also couldn't hide their excitement. We made it. The restoration is perfect. I did it. I really did it. ... The majestic man headed by the military department spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, we have issued an order from above. For your safety, please wait where you are for a while. Qin Yi rubbed his chin. It seemed, there must have been something wrong with the assessment point just now. We were in the Demon Cave space just now. Since I was immersed in hunting monsters, and taking the exam points, ranking first was already a certainty. So I didn't check the bracelet at all. Naturally, he didn't notice what had happened. If it weren't for the group of thousand-faced demons sub-body chasing after him at the last moment. Qin didn't even know there was anything unusual. I took a look at the students around me and found that there seemed to be a lot of people missing. Of course, what Qin didn't know was, it is not these ordinary students who have suffered the greatest loss from this assessment. But those geniuses like Ma Duoliang also fell. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for a genius of this level to die in the Demon Cave assessment. Finally, the returning students gradually recovered. I was really scared to death just now. The magic cave bracelet actually lost connection with Blue Star. I don't know what happened. I thought I would stay in the Demon Cave space forever. Fortunately, it was repaired. There is a saying that these students who survive the number 5 assessment point are even more ignorant of the situation than Qin. Because with their strength, if they encounter the thousand-faced devil, they will definitely die. It's still alive now, which means it hasn't been encountered at all. So these teenagers only knew that the magic cave bracelet was disconnected. It's just being repaired now. Xiao Zuian walked up to Qin and whispered, Qin, if there is such an accident in this martial arts assessment, I don't know how the quota will be calculated. I have observed that during the period when the magic cave bracelet is out of contact, you will not get points for killing monsters at all. No. You need to take the exam again, right? Follow normal procedures. Shortly after the assessment, each examination center will announce the admission list. For example, Donghua and Qingtian test centers have 100 top quotas and 10,000 key points. Then it will be postponed according to the points ranking. Students within this range will then choose their preferred school, and those who do not have enough points will be adjusted again. The criteria for determining how many places will be given are purely based on the overall performance in the Demon Cave assessment. After all, the concentration of magic value in each test point's magic cave is different, and the difficulty of various geographical environments is also different. But now, because we have lost contact for such a long time, Blue Star cannot observe the students' performance at all, and since they come back early, the points are inaccurate. Xiao Zuian was worried that he would need to take the exam again. The Demon Cave space is no joke. If you enter again, the risk of death will increase for no reason. Probably not. Qin shook his head directly. The students present were lucky enough not to encounter those thousand-faced demon subforms, so naturally they didn't know what happened in the assessment space. Qin estimated that even if everyone returned to Blue Star early, the casualties of this assessment would be far greater than a complete assessment. It's pretty good to be alive. Because of Daxia officials' mistake, students are asked to make up the exam again. It's too inhumane. Besides, who knows if the thousand-faced demon incident has completely ended. Therefore, according to Qin analysis, Daxia officials will not only not make up the exams, but will also most likely give Donghua and Qingtian exam centers the benefit of increasing the number of places compared to previous exams to a certain extent. So sure, Xiao Zuian was stunned. He didn't know about the thousand-faced demon. Ha 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 ha. Qin, you really won't disappoint. At the entrance of the passage, a burst of hearty laughter came. A familiar figure appears. It was Yi Lingyun. Yi Si. Yi Si is here. People from the surrounding military headquarters and research institutes all saluted respectfully. Yi Si, why are you here? Qin also wondered. Good guy, send me to the test center and pick you up after the test, right? This feels a bit like a dedicated driver. Of course it's to prevent some demons from causing trouble again. Yi Lingyun's tone became colder when he mentioned the demons. Demon. The students present were confused. Okay, thank you for your hard work, classmates. Next, let's go back and wait for the news about the assessment quota. Qin, come with me for a walk. Yi Lingyun spoke immediately. To be honest, these students at the Nanjong No. 5 examination center are not of much value. As long as you don't stay with Qin, the demon should not attack at the risk of being exposed. That's not cost-effective. Obtained Yi Lingyun's order. Only then did everyone begin to evacuate. Although the assessment did not take long, the problems with the wristbands in the end shocked the students. Physically and mentally exhausted, the assessment is now over. Naturally, I hurried back to rest. Qin walked straight to Yi Lingyun, and the two of them walked out of the passage together. Ye see, what happened? A huge number of demons actually appeared in the demon cave space. What are the casualties at our test site? Judging from the situation of the thousand-faced demon body fighting against him, those guys are really not weak. At least these students participating in the college entrance examination cannot compete. Just because I casually encountered dozens of sub-bodies, how many other students would be able to survive? But the students who survived from the number 5 test site, although they suffered some losses, were not to the point where 1 out of 10 could survive. This is somewhat contradictory. Yi Lingyun, who has been staying outside, should know better. The casualties are considerable, but since most of the demons went to find you at the last moment, the result is acceptable. It's already a blessing among misfortunes. Well, of course this is relative to the worst-case scenario from the beginning. Especially the death of a top talent is heartbreaking. We in Nanjong have also lost a lot of talented people, such as Jong Yan and He Bin, who were ranked high in your Spark training camp this time. They all died in this disaster. Yi Lingyun answered simply. What? Jong Yan is dead. Qin Yi's heart sank. The figure of a tall man wielding a flame spear immediately appeared in front of him. When he first entered the training camp, Jong Yan was the most famous player in Nanjong. Unexpectedly, not long after the training camp ended, he died in the Devil's Cave space. Sure enough. The path of a warrior is about life and death. But in the end, even if he gave up hunting other geniuses and traveled a long distance to the 3rd level, he still had to kill himself. Thinking back to yesterday when we were in Tianhe community, that guy didn't care about Lu and Kong at all, and his goal was extremely clear. Qin Yi also had some guesses in his mind. Perhaps for the demons, causing as much damage to humans as possible is their purpose. This is not a personal vendetta. It's about irreconcilable conflicts between races. So ye see, where are we going now? Go and help identify the demon. Yi Lingyun quickly replied. Don't you have the ability to distinguish those demons? Now, all 5th grade and above warriors who control the power of heaven and earth in Nanjong City have received instructions and gathered at the Nanjong Administration Building. After all, if, as you said, there is a mother body behind the scenes and is secretly controlling it, then if these people disguise themselves as demons, they will cause the greatest harm. So that needs to be ruled out first. As for safety issues, you don't have to worry, because this matter involves too much. Yan Yonganian, the director of the Donghua Town Magic Division, has already arrived in Nanjong. Director of the city-level Demon Suppression Department. Qin Yi was shocked. Ye see, Director Yan Yonganian, his strength is probably. Giants like Yi Lingyun, who is a city-level survival base, has mastered a trace of Daoyun and is called a master by the world. As for the strength of people with higher status and city secretary level, Qin Yi has not yet had a concept in his mind. Yi Lingyun smiled. This is not a secret. Director Yan has realized the true meaning in the quicksand of earth and achieved an 8th level body. Existences of this level are usually called grandmasters, or martial kings. 8th grade martial king. Qin Yi couldn't help but secretly dumbfounded. As the name suggests, on the martial arts path, the 8th level status is almost that of a king. If the master's understanding of Tao is still at a superficial stage, then King Wu has understood a certain path and has penetrated to the essential level. There is such a presence. There is really no need to worry about safety issues. King Wu of thick earth is like quicksand. Qin Yi's mind naturally pictured a scene of a burly and majestic man wearing golden armor, with a sky filled with yellow sand behind him. Thousand-faced demon, your good days are over. Qin Yi's eyes condensed, and murderous intent flashed through him. Starting from the crack attack, they caused chaos in Nanjong and caused so many casualties. I believe it is impossible for every Nanjong person not to hate the thousand-faced demon, the instigator of everything. No matter how powerful your hiding methods are. But under systematic investigation, there was nothing to hide. In the center of Nanjong City, on the square of the administrative building. It was crowded. They were divided into square formations in an orderly manner according to departments and forces. The people here are either executives of large groups or officials with considerable power in Nanjong. There are also some powerful free warriors. It can be said that all the elites in Nanjong have gathered here and are waiting together. However, no one present was impatient at all. Because what they are waiting for is the existence of Donghua. In the group formation, the low voices of conversation continued. I didn't expect that such a change would occur in the demon cave assessment. When I first heard about it, I was so shocked that I dropped the cup on my hand. Who wouldn't be? I heard that this time the demon can turn into the people around him and have their memories. Hiss, so scary. If such a disaster is not dealt with, won't everyone be in danger in the long run and look like a demon? If trust is gone, then the whole Nanjong will be paralyzed. Fortunately, Director Yan came to handle it personally. Now we can feel at ease. Those present were all well-known figures in Nanjong, and they were also well-informed. Naturally, I already understood the whole story. Suddenly, a man with a greasy head and a suit thought of something. He spoke with a hint of panic in his words. Speaking of which, there should be a demon lurking in the square right now. Terrible. We still have to be careful of the devil's counterattack. If they are exposed on the spot, they will definitely choose to fight to the death if they have no way out. It's hard to say if you pull two people on their backs. As soon as this statement came out, the group phalanx suddenly fell into panic. You stay away from me. What do you mean, can I still be a demon? It's hard to say. Why are you panicking? With Director Yan here, what kind of trouble will happen? I'm afraid that there are too many demons, and even Director Yan won't be able to protect Zhou Quan for a while. Kakaka. At this moment, the alloy folding and stretching door slowly opened. A black elongated hover car drove in. After parking in the parking space aside, the rear door opened. Snapped. An old dwarf in blue, less than 1.3 meters tall, with rosacea and a long white beard, jumped down in one step. This person is none other than Yan Yonganian, the director of the magic division of Dongwu Town. As soon as he got off the car, Yan Yonganian couldn't help but complain. There are quite a lot of people. Aren't half of them here filled with demons? Upon seeing this, the lord of Nanjong City, Jong Chang, quickly stepped forward with a few people. He said respectfully, Yan Si, thank you for your hard work. Almost all the elites in Nanjong have been put in place as per your request. Although the famous director Yan looks a bit out of place. But in Jong Chang's original memory, this person's strength really should not be underestimated. The fighting style is even more brutal. It's better to be careful and don't let any loopholes be found. Yan Yonganian nodded slightly, then touched his beard and said coldly, why do you look so reserved? You are not a demon, are you? For a moment, the thousand-faced demon's heart trembled. No way, could it be said that this was discovered? The pupils of everyone present were even more constricted. This and this, no matter how much they guessed, they did not dare to think that one of the giants in Nanjong was Tianmo. The muscles all over the guy's body were tense. If it is true, today's matter is too big. Hey. Yan Si was joking. The thousand-faced demon tried to keep calm and said with an apologetic smile. Ha, I'm really joking. It's mainly because the atmosphere among the guys is so tense. Unexpectedly, Yan Yonganian burst into laughter the next second. What a fool, these demons dare to sabotage the martial arts college entrance examination. I'm here to eradicate them completely. These demons will die today, so there is no need to panic. What the hell? Many people present could not help but curse in their hearts. Is this how de-escalation works? You're going to scare people into trouble, okay. The thousand-faced demon was speechless and almost rolled his eyes. Scary, right? Subsequently, Yan Yonganian strode to the front of all the square formations and to the platform set up. Sizzling. The next second, yellow sand filled the air, and Yan Yonganian was lifted up. The hoarse voice sounded again. Don't worry, everyone. That boy Yi Lingyun hasn't arrived yet, let's wait. While we're at it, are there any demons who are ready to surrender? I hope you can uphold the spirit of not wasting everyone's time and come forward. This way, I can give you beasts a good time. Everyone. If the demons could be persuaded to surrender with just a few words, then humans would have occupied all the demon caves long ago. Why does this business ability feel a bit worrying? Although they are both prominent figures in Nanjong City, there is still a big difference in status compared to this municipal director. Many people present had only heard of Yan Yonganian's glorious record and some strange rumors. Of course, now it seems those rumors were indeed true. Director Yan's current performance is just unreliable written on his face. When Yongan saw that there was no movement below, he also touched his beard. He was not surprised at all. It was obvious that what he said just now was another casual joke. That boiling yun came so slowly. Yongan rubbed the emerald green storage bracelet on his hand. He was naturally prepared for this trip. I took a treasure that can detect demonic energy. It just takes a lot of resources to start up once. It just so happened that Yun said that the monster Qin had the ability to distinguish these liquid demons. Yongan just waited a while. It's good to save a little bit. Although the Daxia Kingdom has always been very generous in allocating funds to the Demon Suppression Division, there is a limit. Wouldn't it be nice to use this money to develop education and infrastructure? Hoo. At this moment, a red triangle hover car drove in. Boom. The car door opens. Qin and Yun walked down. The moment he got off the car, Qin raised his eyebrows and looked at the crowd with interest. Unexpectedly, there are so many thousand-faced demons here. Even before entering this square, Qin had already received more than a dozen reminders of the existence of the demon in his mind. These demons have no way of hiding in front of him. While passing through everyone, Qin also took the opportunity to check the strength information of these thousand-faced demons. I was surprised to find that the mother body was Jong Chang, the lord of Nanjong City. Certainly, the expression on Qin face still did not change at all. This beast probably still thinks that its concealment method can hide the enemy from the outside. Show it in advance to make this thousand-faced demon wary. No one with a little knowledge would do such stupid things. Are you the culprit? Qin sneered in his heart. Thinking about it, only with such great power can we obtain a lot of information. For example, if you know your position, no sub-body will appear among the students at the number 5 test center. Another example is that he swallowed up and replaced Nanjong Deputy Director Liu Keanan without anyone noticing. The mother's methods did cause a lot of losses to Nanjong. But, the good days have come to an end today. The thousand-faced demon in the crowd, disguised as Jong Chang, also had his eyes fixed. Sure enough, Qin was brought here. This kid was able to quickly discover Liu Keanan in the Tianhe community. His superpower should have some secrets to get rid of illusions. But the thousand-faced demon was not too panicked. Compared with the sub-body, its concealment ability has reached more than one level. When the time comes, Qin will pull out all the bodies present. Undiscovered, it can still sit in the position of the city lord, waiting for opportunities. It is equivalent to being given gold water. Isn't it beautiful? As for the death of these offspring, it is indeed a big expense, but it is worth it. Who would have thought that there is a matrix of myself behind it? Gia. In the square, many people were a little confused when they saw Yun accompanied by a handsome young man. Hey, everyone present is Nanjong elite, why did Yi bring a young man? Don't you know, this is the evil Qin who ranks number 1 in this Spark training camp. Hiss, it turned out to be him. What a young hero, with extraordinary bearing. I understand, Yi brought him here to prevent the demon from taking advantage of the opportunity to attack. Tisk, you are really cautious, even if there is a gap, you are not willing to stay. That's natural, this young man has the potential to become a king of martial arts in the future. You can't be too cautious. The name Qin has been very popular in Nanjong City recently. Although many people have never seen it. But everyone also knows about this evildoer who defeated 3 of Donghua's top geniuses by himself. Qin, let's go and say hello to Yanxi. Yun reminded. Qin nodded. Okay. Then the two of them walked towards the main stage. During this process, Qin suddenly saw a dwarf old man with rosacea on the main stage, waving to him with a silly smile. He looked stunned. Good guy, could this be Yongan, the director of the demon division of Donghua Town? Yes, the impression in my mind is broken. Before meeting him, Qin originally thought that this rich earth warrior king should have strong arms and a great mind. Result, although this is a bit offensive, Qin has to say that this little old man looks a bit too casual. It can even be described as obscene. Yun and Qin walked side by side in the square formation of the crowd. But at this moment, Yun felt a lot more relaxed after entering the place where the devil was most likely to be hiding. Because he understands. There is this old man on the main stage. It is impossible for Qin Yi's life to be in danger. After a while, the two came to the main stage. Qin Yi, I heard from Ling Yun that your talent shocked him. Mom has a big butt, and looks pretty good too. It must have attracted a lot of little sisters, right? Oh, it's great to be young. The corner of Qin Yi's mouth twitched as soon as Yan Yongnian opened his mouth. This little old man doesn't speak like a master at all. But, listening to Yan Yongnian's address to Yi Lingyun, it seemed like they were still very familiar with each other. Ahem, hello Yan Si. Qin Yi responded politely. After all, others are also martial king-level beings. There still needs to be respect. Yan Si should start the process of finding the demon as soon as possible. After the problem is solved, we will have plenty of time to chat. Yi Lingyun smiled and chatted. Grandma, why bother? Yan Yongnian raised his eyebrows, and the wrinkles on his forehead were extremely obvious. Subsequently, he looked at everyone in the audience and said in a hoarse voice, okay, everyone. Then, the search for the beast has officially begun. Next, let's ask Qin Yi to screen for traces of the demon. The concise words made everyone below look surprised. Let Qin Yi come to screen the demon. This can't be a joke. I thought I brought Qin Yi here just for protection. I didn't expect that he was the protagonist. Is it possible? This time, the demon can easily sneak into the Devil's Cave assessment. Don't blame the big guys for not trusting me. The main reason is that Qin Yi is too young. No matter how great his potential is, it does not represent his current means and strength. Over at the military headquarters, Zhang Tianming frowned. He had no interaction with Director Yan. At this moment, he had more doubts in his heart. Letting Qin Yi identify the demon was a decision made by the little old man on a whim. You must know that Nanzhong suffered huge losses due to this disaster. This is not the time for childish play. Okay, Qin Yi, feel free to take action. I'll carry you here. Yan Yongnian turned around and confessed. Unexpectedly, Qin Yi didn't even look down and said calmly, Yan Si, no need. I already know who among these people is the devil. Oh, not to mention Yan Yongnian, Yi Lingyun on the side also showed a shocked look. Qin Yi, are you serious? Although he knew that Qin Yi could identify the demon in Tianhe community. But I don't know what means were used. When Yi Lingyun thought about it, he had to mobilize his supernatural powers anyway. People in the audience heard Qin Yi's words, also a little confused. What did Qin Yi say just now? This is too much bragging. It's great to be able to find the demon, but so fast. I think it's possible that this is a show, a big show that makes the devil panic and reveal his flaws. I see, your analysis makes sense. Jong Chang, who was standing in the front row disguised as the thousand-faced demon, looked calm and composed. If only you could see it so easily. So what's the use of my special skills? Want to defraud me? Think of me as a fool, right? Of course I take it seriously. Qin Yi nodded and looked at Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun also understood what Qin Yi meant. Although I believe in Yan Yongnian's strength, it is always right to be careful. Then he raised his hand. Sizzling. A tiny electric arc flashed momentarily on the main stage. Okay Qin Yi, tell me. Now the sound will no longer spread outside the magnetic field barrier. Only then did Qin Yi speak with confidence. First of all, the mother body of that demon is Jong Chang. As soon as this statement came out, Yan Yongnian and Yi Lingyun were both shocked. Although it is not surprising who is the devil in this square, Jong Chang's maternal body still has the greatest influence. This shows that the Lord of Nanzhong City has died. Even if you kill this demon, you can't save it. Grandma, it's okay. You continue talking. Yan Yongnian quickly came to his senses and motioned for Qin Yi to continue. Unexpectedly, even the city lord was infiltrated. As for whether he had ever doubted Qin Yi's information, Yan Yongnian had no such idea. Although he seems unreliable, but how could he be able to sit in the position of the director of the Donghua Base Town Demon Division without any thought at all? Yan Yongnian still understands this truth. Since this genius can create so many miracles, it shows that his powers are amazing. However, Qin Yi became silent next. Apart from Jong Chang, I don't know anyone else. As the number one person in the Nanzhong Administration Department, Jong Chang has appeared in public quite a lot. So Qin Yi knows. As for the others, I'm really not familiar with them. It's a bit awkward to point them out one by one, isn't it? Hearing this, Yi Lingyun slapped his forehead. Then he flipped his right palm, and a tablet appeared on it. I was so shocked that you found the demon so quickly, I forgot about it for a while. Here is a list of the faces of everyone present. Which one is the devil? You just have to check it out. Qin Yi took it and took a look. Sure enough, it was complete. As expected of Yi Si, he is quite thorough in his work. Dee. Soon, Qin Yi checked a dozen people. Yan Si, this is the entire list. Yan Yonganian picked up the tablet. Is this so? Are you sure you can make them appear? Of course it's no problem. That's good. Ling Yun, open the barrier. Yan Yonganian narrowed his eyes and explained. Yi Lingyun immediately waved his hand, eliminating all the arcs escaping and swimming around him. Qin Yi glanced at Yan Yonganian. Just for a moment, I felt that the little old man's temperament suddenly changed. Also, a person who can reach the 8th level and become a king of martial arts, no matter how insignificant his appearance is, will destroy the world once he takes action. Everyone in the audience saw Qin Yi talking to the two of them for a while, and took out a tablet to identify them. There were murmurings in their hearts. This is so real, you can't really tell it, right? The thousand-faced demon disguised as Jong Chang became even more uneasy. When the three of them were talking just now, it was only from the side. So it's completely unclear what was said. This kid is pretending to be mysterious and has no idea what he is doing. Don't panic. He must be scamming me. The thousand-faced demon gave himself a wave of psychological hints. Then he gradually calmed down. Aha, sudden. Yan Yonganian suddenly stretched out his right hand forward. In an instant, the earth element particles floating in the air above the square began to stir. Wisps of yellow sand suddenly appeared next to the person identified by Qin Yi, and rapidly differentiated and proliferated. Not good. The thousand-faced demon was shocked, and his whole body instantly burst into raging flames. However, it was useless. The yellow sand came too quickly and too urgently. The particles flowed rapidly between each other, causing the surrounding fire element particles that had just been aroused to directly rub and lose their activity. A blink of an eye. Huge balls wrapped in yellow sand were formed. From top to bottom, only one head of these people was exposed, standing on the sphere. Director Yan, what does this mean? Is it possible that I am still a demon? Jong Chang yelled angrily. Those who were also tied up also shouted their injustice. Director Yan Mingjan, we will do anything for the sake of human beings. There is absolutely no way we can be that Lao Shizi demon. Yes, little brother Qin must have made a mistake. The demon is so hidden, how can it be so easy to distinguish? Could it be that they fell into the tricks of those beasts and deliberately used some means to lead the suspicion to us? Old Zhang, please speak to me. Brother Tianming, we have met many times in the past 2 days. Do you think I look like a demon? This situation, it made many people around look at each other. It happened so suddenly. No one expected that Yan Yonganian would take action immediately after Qin Yi identified him. There is no intention of verification at all. The most shocking thing is that among the people who were tied up, Jong Chang, the lord of Nanjong City, was included. I think, old Li is probably not a demon. What he discussed with me just now are private matters that are unlikely to be leaked. No, it is said that these demons can devour and digest human memories. What about City Master Zhang just now? He used the way of fire. The feeling of burning everything is definitely the burning of fire. Yes, it's impossible for the demon to be so clever. He must also have mastered the burning method of fire. That's true. For a moment, everyone present fell into confusion, not knowing who to believe. The most confusing thing about Qin Yi's identification was that Jong Chang had mobilized the power of the fire-burning path just now. Qin Yi, I have no grudges against you, why are you framing me? Jong Chang continued to yell. This voice seemed to contain endless grievances. And on the main stage, Qin Yi's expression was also a little surprised. Just grab him right away. This little old man seems a bit reckless. Qin Yi, didn't you just say that there is a way to make the demon appear? I've got it all down now. Whatever means you have, just use them to your heart's content. Keep it in check and it won't be a big problem even if you make a mistake. With Yan Yonganian's status, he was suppressed. But what if I kill him? In the end, it was discovered that Jong Chang was not a demon, and things would become a big deal. Indiscriminately killing a city lord who worked hard for mankind. The crime is not a small one. At this moment, Yan Yonganian seemed to be a different person, with a solemn expression. Otherwise the system does not prompt. Qin Yi even suspected that this guy was taken away from him at some point. Good. Qin Yi doesn't talk nonsense either. Extend your palm. The power of the judge, the chain of life and death. Wa la la la. A transparent snow-white jade chain surged out. On the chain, scarlet lines outlined obscure and simple Sanskrit. It looks holy and weird. The chain was extremely fast, and it penetrated into Jong Chang's eyebrows in an instant and disappeared. In Qin Yi's field of vision, this chain quickly bound the thousand-faced demon spirit body. In an instant, Jong Chang's face began to twist ferociously. Woo! An inhuman growl came from his mouth. It startled everyone around. Is the city lord really a demon? This doubt has just arisen in everyone's mind. The next second, something even more incredible happened. Bang bang bang. Jong Chang's skin dried up quickly, then exploded and disintegrated. The black liquid inside flows rapidly, and exuded a strong demonic aura. Devil, the city lord is really a demon. Oh my god. This. Exclamations came and went. The crowd that was originally close to Jong Chang quickly retreated. Avoid it. Until this moment, everyone completely believed what Qin Yi said. Especially the senior Nanjong people who were in the first observation room just now. I was even more frightened for a while. When they were angrily cursing the devil who ruined the college entrance examination in the Devil's Cave, they didn't expect that the mastermind behind the scenes was right next to them. If it weren't for this beast having a bigger agenda, he wouldn't want to be exposed. If we take action while Yi Lingyun is rushing to the number 5 test center, I'm afraid no one in the first observation room will survive. On the main stage, Yan Yonganian was equally surprised. Qin Yi, your method is a bit clever. Hidden so deeply, yet still easily revealed. His grandma has legs. There is definitely a stage for you in this era. Qin Yi waved his hand and said casually, Yan Simiao. Just kidding, this is the power of a judge. Even though his health level is not even at the 4th level, he can still have an effect on the thousand-faced demon who has reached the master's combat power. Once the spirit body and the physical body cannot cooperate tacitly. This is fatal to the thousand-faced demon. Very good, now that we have identified it. Yan Yonganian stretched out his fingers and uttered 4 words, Sandstorm Funeral. Snapped, fingers together and clenched. The joints crackled. In an instant, the quicksand surrounding the thousand-faced demon compacted and rubbed inside. Kakaka. The sound of tightening made people shudder. Even in the end, this thousand-faced demon didn't even utter a muffled groan, and it had already lost its life. The dark liquid gradually soaked the maracas. No one had time to say anything. Bang 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 bang. The dozen or so warriors wrapped in sandballs around them also collapsed. Turned into puddles of inert black liquid. At the same time, south of Nanjong City, Lufeng Pharmacy Shop. Several teenagers were each holding an electronic tablet and selecting products that suited them. We are about to enter the martial arts high school. We must find some moisturizing and nourishing potions so that we can be more efficient when polishing the body. Well, there are so many products, what should I choose? Let's let this sister introduce me. Several people looked at a receptionist with a delicate face. Okay. The receptionist took one of the tablets and slid it a few times. Well, the potions in this column are suitable for you students who are new to martial arts. If you consider cost effectiveness, this Bifeng Type 2 potion is very suitable. And this, wa la la la. Before he finished speaking, the handsome receptionist turned into a dark liquid and flowed down like a melted candle. Ah! The boy's shrill scream came from inside the store. Inside a villa in Ludu community. The family is eating quietly. At the main table, a middle-aged man with a majestic face was eating slowly. Strict family rules make everyone afraid to speak. Sudden, hula la la. The middle-aged man turned into a dark liquid, flowing down in all directions irregularly. Dad, husband, Such a scene. Dozens of incidents occurred in Nanjong at the same time. All the sub-bodies extended and created by the thousand-faced demon collapsed. In the Nanjong Administrative Building Square. Yan Yonganian let out an unexpected sigh. He originally planned to let Qin Yi repeat his previous actions and execute these demons one by one. I didn't expect these guys who refused to admit it just now. It suddenly disintegrated on its own. Yan Si, it may be because the mother body died, so these daughter bodies that extended from it lost the support of their original power, and naturally lost their vitality. Qin Yi analyzed and said, I see. Yan Yonganian nodded slightly. I didn't expect. The city lord was actually transformed into a demon. When did it start? I don't know. It's scary to think about it. Fortunately Qin Yi is here. I feel ashamed that I have such means at such a young age. No wonder I can kill so many demons in the demon cave space. The real materials are there. Quiet, Yan Yonganian shouted. After attracting everyone's attention, he continued to speak. Okay, except for the members of the Demon Suppression Division, everyone else should disperse first. Until further notice is received about what happened here, please do not spread it outside to avoid causing panic. Since Qin Yi's screening method is so powerful, then there would be no need for that exploratory treasure. There should be no hidden demon among this group of people. Naturally, they were asked to leave first, and the Demon Suppression Division was responsible for taking care of the rest. After hearing Yan Yonganian's order, the people present immediately began to evacuate and left the Nanjong Administration Building. Yi Lingyun jumped off the main stage and briefly explained the next process. Yan Si. Can I go back now? Qin Yi asked. Now that the demon's matter has been dealt with, the crisis has been resolved. I am still anxious to go back and draw the rewards from the Underworld carousel. You must know this trip to the demon cave space. He originally only had a few thousand ghost points, but directly exceeded 70,000, which was enough to draw the blue-grade Underworld long-term lottery 7 times. What kind of transformation will the powerful trump card undergo? Qin Yi couldn't wait. Don't be anxious. Yan Yonganian waved his hand and said with a smile. It's not easy to come to Nanjong and meet such a charming new star. Why don't we have a good chat with him? After Ling Yun finishes explaining, let's go to the tea house and sit together. Just giving young people a little advice. Qin Yi's mouth twitched. Why do I feel that this smile is more or less scary? But one of the giants in Dongwa invited me. It's not easy to refuse either. What's more, Yi Si has been very busy in the past 2 days for his own safety. There was no other way, so Qin Yi had no choice but to nod in agreement. All right, administration building, a tea room. Some simple ink landscape paintings hang on the surrounding walls. The soft gray sofa and the tea table made of red spirit wood reveal a simple style everywhere. Qin Yi leaned on the cushion and couldn't help but joke. Yi Si, the seat of City Lord has just been vacant, and you have the key to this place. Could it be that you want to wear 2 hats and take over all the power in Nanjong? Gulu gulu gulu. Yi Lingyun poured the tea and smiled bitterly. What are you talking about? This is originally my own tea room for guests in the administrative building, but I rarely come here on weekdays. There is such a big mess in Nanjong, Mayor Xie is so angry. It's good if I don't take my hat off. And holding 2 jobs. Come, have some tea. Qin Yi took the teacup and took a sip of tea. The taste is quite unique, with a bittersweet feeling. Yan Yonganian on the side picked up the teapot and poured a few sips at the spout. Xie Tianfang, he knows nothing. The Demon Suppression Department and the administration are 2 different systems. You can just listen to what he says at face value. Do you still take it seriously? What a shame. Besides, this time the demon not only attacked our test center, but also attacked several at the same time. Even the scope is not limited to our Gaoyang province. What? Hear this. Qin Yi and Yi Lingyun looked at each other, their pupils filled with shock. Was it not just the Dongwa and Qingtian test centers that were attacked? You must know that there has been almost no precedent for attacks on martial arts college entrance examinations before. This kind of going deep into the Devil's Cave to hunt down students directly, let alone, is simply unheard of. Unless the crack just happened to invade. That's why Yi Lingyun and others thought that this matter was too serious. Nanjong is the first of its kind in the country. Even if you have just a little bit of responsibility, that's a big deal. But I didn't expect that there would be several test centers attacked at the same time this year. Yanxi. Are the other test centers seriously damaged? What was the manner of the attack? Qin Yi asked curiously. Yan Yonganian touched his beard. Well, it's still kept secret for now, but since I let it slip, I'll tell you. No external news is allowed. Qin Yi and Yi Lingyun's mouths twitched. You don't seem to have the psychological burden to leak information at all. I'm afraid you can't help but want to talk to someone for a long time. Actually, I only received the news when I came to Nanjong Road. HMPH, several other test points are actually invaded by monsters like this liquid demon. Mixed into the space and used some unknown energy crystal to contaminate the cracks. By working together inside and outside, many of our students were killed. Some test centers have suffered much greater losses than ours. This was a premeditated attack. Some people above speculated that it was the beasts from Tianmo Cave who were responsible. Is that so? Electric arcs flashed in Yi Lingyun's eyes. In an instant, he thought of a lot. According to original speculation, the liquid demon probably took advantage of the turmoil in the multi-crack demon cave a few days ago to invade. It's a random event, but now it seems that it is not that simple. And there is another very scary point. That is, the beasts in the demon cave can already control the time and location of the opening of the crack to a certain extent. Otherwise, how would you release those liquid demons in different survival bases at the same time? Gulu gulu gulu. While Qin Yi and the two were still thinking about digesting this information, Yan Yonganian picked up the teapot again and took a few sips. So I said, those people in their administrative department just love to make fuss out of molehills. Report, these demons have such a thorough plan and there is no precedent for the attack. Can the report be enough to prevent it? Bullshit. Xie Tianfang can just leave it to me to handle. HMPH, I see that you are not only not at fault in this matter, but also meritorious. At least Qin Yi, you were saved. In Yan Yonganian's view, saving Qin Yi was his greatest achievement. Obviously, the biggest target of the liquid demon is also Qin Yi. Otherwise, there would be no need to mobilize so much combat power at the last moment and carry out an encirclement and suppression campaign within a limited time. Yanxi is really domineering. I wonder if you have the same attitude when facing the provincial governor. After all, the administrative people are all unreliable. Yi Lingyun praised, but there seemed to be something in his words. Ahem. Yan Yonganian coughed twice in embarrassment. Put down the teapot. Then he looked at Qin Yi. Qin Yi, thank you for your hard work this time. You have made a great contribution. Such a clumsy way to change the topic. Qin Yi looked at the water stains on the corners of Yan Yonganian's mouth, feeling a little inexplicably fragmented. This martial king at the municipal level. His usual calm demeanor was completely different from his decisiveness in the battle just now. It sounds a bit like Wei Mo, whom I met at the Spark training camp before. It's just that the word to describe Wei Mo's usual state is lazy. This Yan Yonganian is a bit of a slut. By the way, I just looked at the file report about you from the Demon Suppression Division and found that there is still a contribution reward that has not been settled. That's the one who killed the liquid demon who attacked you in the demon community. Including this battle in the demon cave and the identification of the demons, the credit is not small. Don't worry, I will definitely get you a satisfactory reward. It will be settled in one go at that time. Thank you Yanxi. Qin Yi immediately thanked him. What kind of fool? Who dares to say that Mr. Yan is a fool? This is my eldest brother. Yan Yonganian waved his hand. Why are you so polite? Speaking of this incident, you helped our demon suppression division. Also, you don't have to worry about the college entrance examination quota. There will definitely be a bias in quotas for the test centers that were attacked. According to the information I have heard, it is possible that it will rise by 30% compared to the average level of previous years. You are on top anyway, and you can definitely choose any of the 7 high schools by yourself based on the rankings. So, have you thought about filling out the volunteer application? Oh, sure enough, it was pretty much what I guessed. The Daxia Congress will provide more resources to the test centers that were attacked. Although in the second half of the assessment, the scenes of killing monsters, including dozens of thousand-faced demons, were not observed. But even with the points ahead and outstanding performance, Qin Yi is definitely qualified to be rated as the top pick in this test site. You can go to any high school and choose at will. But Qin Yi still hasn't decided which one to go to. The names of the 7 highest schools are not small. I really don't know much about it either. Please ask the 2 division chiefs to help me analyze it. Qin Yi humbly asked for advice. To know that any school is the highest is the dream in the hearts of all students. It represents a holy place for martial arts students. Many of the alumni and ancestors inside are now the pillars of Daxia Kingdom. Nanzhong's top geniuses like Ao Hai and Li Feng, let alone being chosen, would wake up from their dreams at night with a smile upon entering any one of them. But Qin Yi is different. Before that, I was even working hard to get into an ordinary martial arts academy. As a result, in just a few months, 7 supreme schools were left to be chosen by oneself. So much has changed, and sprinting is also very busy during this period. Therefore, the differences between the 7 highest places are still not well understood. It just so happened that the 2 people in front of me were a grandmaster at the city secretary level and a martial king at the city secretary level. His knowledge and vision must be extremely high. If you don't ask for advice, wouldn't it be a waste of resources? When Yan Yonganian heard this, he grinned and nodded. How can I help you? It's all a matter of effort and words. Well, is it my own illusion? Why do you feel that this director Yan, with an expression that says you have finally fallen into the trap, seems to be waiting for me to ask? First of all, the 7 supreme schools must have their own strengths. For example, Dian Supreme has countless powerful people on the Golden Path, and they also control some heaven-shattering secret realms that are of great benefit to the Golden Path. Of course, there are strong men and students who follow other paths in Dian and Jali, but the Path of Gold is the most famous. Besides, Ling Xiao is the highest, and there are many ethereal and exquisite methods in the treasure house. The waves in the misty fairyland are unpredictable, and the soul wearing the ring will return without a trace. For warriors who like to do clever things, Ling Xiao Zigao is a good place to go. So that's it. Qin Yi nodded. There are so many ways of a warrior. As the top university in Daxia, it is certain that it covers everything. But on this basis, each institution has its own reputation and strengths. Here, the resources possessed by martial arts schools are very important. You must know that since the energy of the mysterious world came to Blue Star, in addition to the cracks in the Demon Cave, there are also many cracks in the secret realm. For example, Qin Yi knows. There is a heavily guarded secret crack in the outer city of Nanzhong. At the other end of this crack is a vast fertile soil, which is very suitable for spiritual rice cultivation. It can be said that this secret place contributes a lot to the reason why the price of primary rice food in Nanzhong is so low. The spiritual rice and medicinal materials grown there are also exported in large quantities, made a huge contribution to Nanzhong's finance. In addition to this secret realm that is suitable for planting, it is equivalent to increasing the land area in disguise. There are also many mysterious places, such as the cave sky where water element particles are extremely dense, which is very suitable for warriors who follow the path of water to gain enlightenment and so on. A training holy land like the Supreme Academy naturally controls some magical secret realms. Yan Yonganian paused for a moment, then continued, but I heard some of your martial arts methods from Ling Yun. Personally, I think Demon Sea Supreme is the most suitable for you. First of all, among the 7 Supremes, in terms of reputation, there is no doubt that Demon Sea Supreme and Imperial Capital Supreme are the most influential. This is related to the fact that the 2 Supreme Institutes were established the earliest and have the largest number of strong people coming out. Secondly, Qin Yi, with your current martial arts practice and talent, I think you are most likely to take the path of a dark martial artist in the future. There are many powerful people on this path of Demon Sea Supreme, and their teachers are powerful. More importantly, the school spirit is enthusiastic, classmates are united and help each other, and teachers and students have a close relationship. It can be said to be the holy place among holy places that helps students grow. And the imperial capital is the highest. The guys there are very aloof. A dark martial artist. Qin Yi's index finger tapped slowly on the table. Thinking about it, If you are an ordinary warrior, it is really difficult to judge what path you will take in the future. But for those with awakened powers, it's basically the same thing. Like Liu Keanan, when it was confirmed that he was promoted from the 4th level to the 5th level, the first energy particle he realized was the wind element. After absorbing it, he becomes the Qingfeng martial artist. But my situation is a bit special. With the blessing of the power of the Netherworld, it can actually be regarded as a superpower, but it is a superpower that continues to grow. In Qin Yi's view, the current abilities extended by the power of the Netherworld are somewhat rich. For example, he can skillfully use evil spirits, including in Shira form, and the evil spirits have a great effect on blessing the physical body. It may not be impossible to follow the evil path. In other words, you first understand the wind element particles to become a Qingfeng martial artist, and when you understand the Dao Yun to become a master, you understand the way of Yinfeng. The chance of this is very small, but it does exist. But in the final analysis, the dark element particles are still the most powerful among the powers currently displayed by the Nether power. Therefore, the possibility of becoming a dark martial artist is indeed very high. As for what Yan Yonganian said later about the warm and friendly school atmosphere of Mahai Zij, while the aloofness and coldness of imperial capital, this is a bit nonsense. The subjective color is too serious. People have to wonder if there is some dispute between Yan Yonganian and Dijing Supreme. This is the highest. Daxia is a holy place for cultivating talents. Talents from all over the world gather together, and the school spirit may be different, but it is impossible to summarize it with such a single stereotype. Qin Yi took a sip of tea, pondered for a while, and then slowly said, "Actually, I don't really care which university is suitable for which path. I firmly believe that my own martial arts path is unique. Compared with the training direction, I care about which supreme being can kill more demons and monsters and fight more intensely." Qin Yi knew very well. Underworld martial arts, secret techniques, and some mysteries cultivated in the direction of Taoism, even if they are the highest, must be beyond the reach of Pat Ma. Which place can better fight monsters and get more ghost points? That is the best resource. Of course, the monsters' methods are mysterious and unpredictable. The safety and logistical conditions provided by the Supreme are also a key consideration for Qin Yi. Hearing Qin Yi's words, Yan Yonganian and Yi Lingyun looked at each other and smiled. Young people are full of energy. Is the martial arts path unique? Yes, there are thousands of people with different faces, even warriors who follow the same path. Some understandings of the use of energy must also be different. But, no matter how talented you are, the experience of your predecessors can always help you. As the saying goes, you have a commanding position. Those grandmasters and martial kings reversed those foundations from some essential and profound places, bringing shock and benefits to new warriors. It is definitely beyond the imagination of these young boys who have not yet entered the martial arts academy. Of course, the two of them are not young people who are eager to get into trouble. He didn't intend to argue with Qin Yi. Anyway, when it's time to know these truths, it will naturally become clear. Snap, snap, snap. Okay. Yan Yonganian suddenly clapped his hands. I like young people like you who are full of passion and want to fight those monsters. Seeing seeds like yours, I feel the restrained vitality in Daxia. The current situation is turbulent and storms are coming. This is the time when heroes are born. You, ahem. Listening to Yan Yonganian talking more and more enthusiastically, Yi Lingyun couldn't help coughing next to him. There should be a certain amount of praise and flattery. Didn't you see that Qin Yi's face was embarrassed? Getting back to the rumors, if you want to fight more monsters and demons, then the Demon Sea Supreme is the perfect place. You know the Demon Cave, right? As for the highest place that is closest to the Heavenly Demon Cave, it is of course the highest place in the Demon Sea. Yan Yonganian gave a direct conclusion. Oh, Qin Yi's expression changed. Yesterday Yi Lingyun told himself that the so-called forbidden areas on the internet are actually Devil's Caves. In terms of the shortest distance to any heavenly demon cave, should it be the highest distance in the Demon Sea? Then the chance of fighting must be greater. Okay Yan Si. I understand, it seems that the Demon Sea Supreme is really suitable for me. Although this little old man's position is extremely obvious. But it is undeniable that the two highest schools, Demon Sea and Imperial Capital, are indeed more famous. There are definitely advantages in terms of martial arts resources. And no matter what, some hard data, such as distance, cannot be faked. So in the current situation where I don't know what to choose, Demon Sea Supreme is indeed a good option. Yan Yonganian nodded with satisfaction, showing a childish expression. So, Yan Si, is there anything else? Qin Yi changed the topic and asked. The main reason is that there are still a lot of ghost points on the panel that are not used. I am really itchy. No, just go and get some rest. A lot of things happened one after another today, and you worked hard. By the way, please write down your contact information here. If you encounter any trouble, just come to me. Yan Yonganian said with a smile. Please like and subscribe. Chapter 111. Boom. The door is closed. After Qin Yi left, Yi Lingyun, who had rarely spoken just now, spoke. Senior brother, in terms of distance from any heavenly cave, the distance from the imperial capital is about the same. Yan Yonganian rolled his eyes. Why are you so arrogant? This is a time to bring talent to our alma mater. Monsters like Qin Yi, even if they are the highest, are the ones who want to fight for it. It's just the right time. The first to get the moon is the one closest to the water. Why don't you fight for it? That's pure stupidity. If it were someone from Dijing's lineage, do you think they would hold back? Besides, did I cheat Qin Yi? The resource tilt of Demon Sea Supreme is definitely one of the best, and only the imperial capital can compare. This is definitely a suggestion to help him see the light from the clouds. Yan Yonganian scolded him all over the place. Obviously, his temper had calmed down a lot in front of Qin Yi just now. It's to clear the clouds. It's too tacky to open. Yi Lingyun rubbed his temples. As a senior brother, although he holds the position of city chief, his behavior is always so out of touch. But, to be honest, it makes sense. Believe it or not, I will whip you if you are more sincere. Yan Yonganian was so angry that he lifted the teapot again, poured it twice, and found that there was no more tea. His expression became even more dissatisfied. Snapped. Then he placed the teapot heavily on the table. The cup is so petty, so small. Can you learn from me and be more generous in your actions? Having said that, Jong Chang, including some personnel from important functional departments here in Nanjong, died this time. You still have to be careful in the follow-up handling. Some due compensation must be provided. They also died heroically in the battle against the devil. As for Xie Tianfang, it's not his turn to take care of this matter. Just leave it to me. Tianhe Community. In the practice room of the villa rented by Qin Yi. Call. Finally it's time to harvest again. Qin Yi exhaled, with some expectation in his eyes. Speaking of which, a lot has happened in the past 2 days. From the thousand-faced devil's body coming to the community to attack, to taking the Devil's Cave college entrance examination, after going crazy hunting, he encountered those guys who came to surround and kill him, and then identified and screened him. Although he was not injured at all, but still a little tired. You must start a round of wheeling and treat yourself well. Following Qin Yi's thoughts, the ancient turntable was spinning rapidly in my mind. Kakaka. After the long sign rotated for a few seconds, it stopped quickly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,567 points of pure life force. The majestic life force poured into Qin Yi's limbs and bones. Rapidly changed flesh and blood tissue. The cells quickly became stronger. After a few breaths of time, Qin Yi shook his neck and stretched his muscles. Kakaka. The joints snap. The strength has improved obviously. As a blue level long-term sign, the pure life force extracted is more than 10 times that of the green level 1. Before the improvement just now, my blood value was about 400. I don't know how much it can reach after this wave. Of course, there is no need to rush the test. After all, there are still 6 unused drawing opportunities. Continue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate black and white impermanent summoning order. Wa la la la. In front of Qin Yi, colorful lights gathered. When the light slowly dissipates, a rectangular token made of something like inkstone floated in front of him. On the front of the token, Bai Wuchang is engraved. He is tall and thin, with a pale complexion and a long tongue. The official hat on his head has the 4 words, "Make money at first sight," written on it. On the back of the token is the appearance of Hei Wuchang, with a fierce face, a wide body and a fat body, with a small face and a black face. The official hat has the 4 words, "Peace in the world," written on it. Is this a summoning order? Qin Yi's eyes were full of surprise. You must know that after completing the first volume of Saitagarbha Sutra, the low-level horse-faced summoning order as a reward gave Qin Yi a lot of confidence. After all, this is equivalent to a life-saving trump card. Later, the low-level horse-faced summoning order really worked. When faced with the attack of the 1,000-faced demon body, he killed it. Now using the blue-grade long sign, an intermediate summoning order was issued. Qin Yi quickly checked the effect introduction. Intermediate black and white impermanence summoning order. Induced by the power of the Netherworld, it can briefly communicate with the gate of the Underworld, summoning an intermediate black and white impermanence bodyguard that has mastered the Dao Yun 3/3. Master Dao Yun. Qin Yi was overjoyed. The literal meaning of this is obvious. Intermediate black and white impermanence is at least a master-level expert, or 2. The number of uses is also 3 times. Yes, if the Shira form and the low-level horse-faced summoning order are now his 2 trump cards. Then this intermediate black and white impermanence summoning order is the trump card among trump cards. Put this token into the ghost face ring. Keep pumping. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,662 points of pure life force. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,712 points of pure life force. Sizzling. The power of life flows. The power of chi and blood is strengthened again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the magical spirit ball, blue grade. Hoo. Rich scarlet mist appeared in midair. Keep expanding. When it reaches a limit, these scarlet mists suddenly shrink. He was sucked into a round ball with scarlet scales that appeared in the mist at some point. The whole ball was expanding and contracting, as if it was alive and breathing. Under careful observation, compared with the green-grade magic martial spirit ball, there are also tiny dark orbs on this scarlet ball. Under the influence of these orbs, the surrounding energy particles were much more active. So that's it. In addition to having the same tough material, this blue-grade magic martial spirit ball is also much more powerful in communicating the energy of heaven and earth. It can be regarded as a huge improvement to myself in the normal state. Qin Yi waved his hand and put away the magic spirit ball. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Jade of Underworld. Jade of the Underworld, a treasure that absorbs the death energy at the bottom of the Underworld and is finally condensed into a treasure. Weapons made from it are obviously a blessing to the strong who follow the path of death. Dark gray jade with pure death energy flowing inside appeared in Qin Yi's palm. The Jade of the Underworld. Qin Yi holds this Jade of Underworld. There is an urge to devour it directly, and this desire is getting stronger. There is endless longing in the heart. It seems that what is in front of me is not a piece of jade, but a great tonic. Is it the heart of Netherworld? The first time he killed the 1,000-faced devil, he unlocked the achievement reward and his heart transformed into the heart of the Netherworld. By swallowing materials with nether attributes, you can continue to transform and grow. According to the system prompts, you can also receive various feedbacks during this process. However, since the Demon Cave assessment was about to take place, Qin Yi did not immediately go get these materials. And now, this Jade of Underworld should have the pure attribute of death. Like darkness, evil spirits, etc., they are all included in the Underworld. In addition, the Jade of Underworld can be placed in the prize pool of the blue-grade Underworld carousel. It must be a very precious treasure. So naturally, the Nether Heart will have a desire to devour. Qin Yi only hesitated for a few breaths. He quickly made a decision. Then swallow it. The purpose of this thing is to create a weapon that will be a blessing to warriors who follow the path of death. But I guess just relying on a piece of jade is not enough. If you want to build it, you still need to find many treasures of the same level, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Anyway, with the blue-grade magic martial spirit ball, there is no need to spend too much thought on this aspect. The most important thing is that I follow the path of the Netherworld, and weapons with death attributes are not a perfect fit. Think of this. Qin Yi's eyes condensed, and he immediately mobilized the power of the Netherworld in his body. Sizzling. Wisps of dark purple pure energy rise from the surface of the palm's skin. Drilled into the Jade of Underworld. This energy keeps disintegrating the essence contained in Huang Quan Jade. Devour it into itself. After being satisfied with wine and food, these netherworld powers returned to Qin Yi's body like porters. In this process, Qin Yi only felt that his sixth layer of Shira body, suppressing evil tower, and a series of other methods that require death energy and evil energy to nourish cultivation were rapidly breaking through. Even the power of qi and blood is growing rapidly. After about 5 minutes or so, the Huangquan jade in the palm of my hand has changed from its original luster to gray and has no energy fluctuations. Qin Yi clenched his hands into a fist shape. Swish swish. There was a crisp sound and it was opened again. The original treasure of heaven and earth had turned into a pile of gray and white powder, falling down from the gaps between fingertips. It's really clean. It's not wasted at all. But Qin Yi stretched out his index finger. Sizzling, dark energy balls began to condense. From this energy ball, darkness, death, evil spirits. These attribute auras are perceived simultaneously. The powder floating in the air also slowed down a lot when passing near the energy ball. This is. Qin Yi's pupils trembled slightly. Time, the energy ball that I condensed actually contains the attribute of time. What's the situation? Although theoretically speaking, time and space are also one of thousands of roads. But Qin Yi has never heard of anyone becoming a time martial artist or a space martial artist. Perhaps my own knowledge is not enough to understand the possibility of these secrets, but it also shows from the side that even if these two paths exist, they are extremely rare. However, now, after devouring the materials and allowing the Nether Heart to transform and evolve, I control the power of time. Even if this power is still very weak, even if it cannot be actively used yet. But you must know that Qin Yi is still only a third-level warrior with qi and blood. And the attributes contained in the energy ball include darkness, death, etc. More terrifying than a single path of time. I see. The underworld itself controls the 6 paths of reincarnation. The mystery of life and death, the long river of time, the reincarnation of cause and effect. This is all the power of the netherworld. Maybe Yan Yonganian's previous judgments, including his own, were wrong. When he reaches the 5th level, he may not take the path of a dark martial artist, but another supreme avenue. The heart of the netherworld is the stepping stone that helps you embark on this supreme road. It seems that we must pay attention to the progress of this Nether Heart in the future. However, Qin Yi has always been quite calm and indifferent. Faced with such a surprise, it took more than 10 breaths to gradually calm down. Well, one last chance to spin the wheel. Just finish smoking. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,562 points of pure life force. Is it the power of life again? Not bad either. At least the improvement in qi and blood will not be lost in any case. Call. The next step is to suppress those 1,000-faced demonic spirit bodies. There are so many real demons. After replacing all the demons under suppression, except for the one from yesterday, the ghost points obtained every hour will definitely be greatly improved. Suppression. Please choose to judge the monsters and enter the 18 levels of hell. The current monsters can choose from the tongue-pulling hell, scissors hell, iron tree hell, evil mirror hell, steamer hell, and copper pillar hell. It's better to go to steamer hell, the effect should be more obvious for the liquid devil. I, Qin Yi, as a judge of the Department of Punishment of Evil, will judge these 19,000-faced devils and send them to the steamer hell. As the words fell, the familiar quaint dark green hell's gate appears again. Those little devils with steel forks walked out. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Judge. Sorry to bother you. After a simple salute, these little ghosts grabbed the spirits and walked in. Then the door slowly disappeared into the void. The upper limit of suppressing monsters has been reached, and the 19 demon spirits with the weakest demonic energy will be automatically destroyed. Qin Yi rubbed his chin. The status of the underworld is still very strict. Every time these little devils show up, they are very respectful. The same is true for the summoned horse face. According to the hierarchy, although he is considered a small leader, there must still be a higher level in the underworld. Why have I never seen or given an order to myself? Could it be said that all those higher order existences have disappeared? Well, forget it, there is too little information, and I can't figure out these questions no matter how much I think about it now. Qin Yi shook his head and threw these thoughts behind him. This way. This time the harvest is all done. Let's check the panel first. Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. Name, Qin Yi. Position, Judge of the Punishment Department, 42,232 600,000. Heart of Netherworld Progress, 5.8 100. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 531 points. Number of ghost points, 2365. Acquisition methods. 6 layers of Shira body, Ghost Instant, Dark Eyes, Suppressing Evil Tower, 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra. Evaluation. There are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. After swallowing the Jade of Underworld, the progress of Nether Heart has been increased to 5.8. There are still many. After changing the target of suppression, the number of ghost points that can be obtained every hour has suddenly reached more than 500. It has achieved a huge leap forward. Thus, the number of ghost points automatically obtained every day alone is as high as more than 6,000. Now I really feel like a landlord. Guaranteed harvest despite drought and flood. Finally, let's take a look at how far the blood value has transformed. Qin Yi took a deep breath. Walked to the Qi and blood tester. Whether it is the acquisition of pure life power or the transformation of the power of the Netherworld, it will greatly help increase the blood value. You know, although Qin Yi has been able to kill enemies across levels by relying on various means. But the stronger the foundation, the higher the level, the more exaggerated it will be. If physical fitness is equivalent to the basic value for combat power, then various means are the coefficients multiplied by it. Although the coefficient is critical, the foundation is still the top priority. Drops of blood. Buzz buzz. Immediately, the tester made a slight noise. A line of text quickly emerged. Qi and blood value, 723.8. Breaking through 700. Compared with not long ago, it has almost doubled. The harvest is too great. Although he could sense the powerful force surging in his body, Qin Yi was still slightly shocked when he actually saw this number. This is the expressive power of concrete numerical expression. However, it's not enough. Before taking a rest, let's buy some nether attribute materials to devour. With 30 million Daxia coins in hand, I should be able to purchase a lot. Just when Qin Yi drew the reward from the Underworld Carousel. North District of Nanjing City, Shinri Laboratory, Reception Room. The walls of the room are hung with portraits of various top researchers in Daxia today. Also framed are many excerpts from scientific newspapers and periodicals. A thin, white boy with glasses sat on the sofa, looking a little nervous. This person is Qin Yi's good friend Ming. Opposite him, the director professor of Shinri Laboratory, Wei Wei with gray temples, and a middle-aged man with a mustache were sitting upright. Xiao Zhou, drink water. Wei Wei smiled and handed over a glass of warm water. Ming took it with some fear. Thank you, Director Wei. For a scientific research laboratory established with official approval, the chief professor is the largest manager and project leader. In terms of social status, he is not inferior to some famous 5th-grade martial arts masters. Ming is a young assistant who is still a high school student. Facing such a big shot, he was naturally a little frightened. Of course, Ming also had some guesses about what he was looking for. Some time ago, the laboratory conducted a project and encountered difficulties. When everyone was at a loss, Tianming came up with an idea. In the end, it actually helped the team get out of trouble. At that time, the project director promised that if signatures were divided according to contribution, Ming would definitely be in the top 5. According to the rules of the scientific research community, if the top 5 contributors to a project with this argument are counted as the main scientific researchers of the project. I have this resume. It is absolutely not a problem to enter a first-class research university through internal recruitment. So Ming was extremely excited. When Qin Yigang came back from the training camp, the two of them shared excitedly while having dinner at Yunshuan Tower. Today, Wei Wei came to see his little assistant in person. What else could he do besides this? Maybe let me go to a research university while retaining a position in the laboratory, so as to retain my talent. Ming analyzed secretly. Well, Shinri Laboratories treats me well, and this proposal is not impossible to consider. After all, if I stay in Nanjong in the future, I can be closer to my parents. After a brainstorm, Ming took a sip of the warm water and then said carefully, Director Wei, when will the scientific research report, Forging of Hull 2-type meteorite at high temperature, be published? I have contacted several first-class research universities, and they are just waiting for this report to be published, and then I will go for an interview. Hear this. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the face of the originally stern-faced man with a mustache became even colder. This made Ming feel an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in his heart. Wei Wei smiled awkwardly. Xiao Zhou, I came to you today just to discuss this matter with you. That's all. You young people like to talk quickly, so I don't need to make any detours, just keep it short. Regarding the signature of the project report, Forging of Hull Type 2 meteoric iron at high temperatures, I originally promised to place you in the top 5. But there are some emergencies now, and I'm afraid there will be changes. What? Ming suddenly stood up and exclaimed. His face turned red and his lips were trembling. Then he screamed excitedly, how could this be? My last sprint time was all spent on this project. Xiao Zhou, calm down. Now those universities are waiting for the report with my signature to be published, so that I can let them go. Don't get excited, listen to me first. If I miss it now, what will happen to my future? What will happen to my future? So we still have a compensation plan here. Xiao Zhou, please sit down first. If it weren't for my vision, this project would still be stuck there. Wei Wei stood up, pressed his hands down, and continued to persuade. But Ming just screamed to himself in excitement. This was related to his future. He had devoted countless days and nights of hard work, and it was finally about to bear fruit, but was wiped out by a single word. How to be calm and not angry. At this moment, he couldn't listen to anything, and the buzzing in his head kept echoing. Qi and blood surged up, and he clenched his fists. Suddenly, the whole living room was filled with noisy quarrels. The mustachioed man who had been sitting there had a look in his eyes, grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it on the ground. Snapped. A crisp sound came out. Quiet you, didn't you hear me? The man with the mustache glared and yelled. The sound gathered into an invisible wave and pushed hard towards Ming. Let his mind go blank for a moment and stand there blankly. There was blood coming out of the nose. The fear of death spreads in my heart. Such a method is to use the secret method of sound. It is obvious that this man is at least a 5th-level martial artist who controls the power of heaven and earth. HMPH, if you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with a drink. Hearing that the living room became quiet again, the man with the mustache muttered again. In his opinion, he is just a young boy. As the chief professor, Wei Wei was able to come and explain to Ming in person, and it was already good to have a compensation plan. When Wei Wei saw this, he also sighed. Hey, just listen to what I have to say. It was just a scientific research report on a project, and you did make some contributions. Young man, as the college entrance examination is approaching, I would like to give you a 5th rank. This can be regarded as an encouragement for your hard work during this period. But things are different now. The senior researchers in the laboratory are in urgent need of this signature. The quota is too tight. Of course, there must be compensation. I will personally invest and give you 200,000 Daxia coins as a hard-earned fee. Just think of it as a little affirmation for a young man like you. In fact, originally, this signature sequence was given to me. But today Wei Wei suddenly received news that a huge change had occurred in the Nanjong Martial Arts College entrance examination, and the cracks in the assessment points were contaminated. Then personnel from the Nanjong Space Research Institute rushed to rescue. The incident was resolved very efficiently. Therefore, the superiors should prepare for large-scale promotion of personnel at the Nanjong Space Research Institute. This creates a problem. That is to say, there will be a large number of vacancies in the original staffing of the Space Research Institute. You know, the Space Research Institute is not set up in many city-level survival bases. It is a high-level official organization. They are also the current key directions for the development of human science and technology in Daxia and even on Blue Star, which can be compared with the field of alloy weapons. The preparation is far from comparable to that of a laboratory. There is a huge difference in terms of salary and prospects. There are countless scientific researchers in Nanjing City, all of whom are eyeing this vacant spot. There are more wolves and less meat. Who to recruit? How to recruit? At this time, resume is very important, especially the signature of recent projects, which can represent the activity of scientific researchers. So, it is normal for Zhou Ming to be replaced. After a heart-shaking scolding, Zhou Ming gradually recovered. He glanced at the man with the mustache in horror. He understood that with this man's strength, killing him was as easy as pinching an ant. Although in the city, this guy shouldn't dare to kill people blatantly. But the status gap between the two sides is so huge. There are still many opportunities and methods to make people disappear without anyone noticing. For example, in a rift invasion, disguised as the scene of a monster being killed, who can find fault? Even though humanity in this world is facing many crises. But everyone is united and it's still a joke. Where there is black, there is white. There are selfish worms everywhere, and there will be no shortage of them. What's more, Zhou Ming's qi and blood were pitifully low. The murderous aura emanating from the other party was enough to make him panic and make it difficult to think normally. Fear is natural. This is the instinctive awe of the weak towards the strong. No, I don't agree. Even in the face of such tremendous pressure, Zhou Ming still gritted his teeth and refused. I don't want any compensation, I just want my own signature sequence. Director Wei, please. It is very important to me whether I can enter a first-class research university this year. My parents have been waiting for this day for too long. In order to provide for me, they work day and night. If you don't pass the exam this year, it will be too difficult to get in later. At the end, Zhou Ming's words even had a hint of crying, and he began to plead. You know, when recruiting assistants in a laboratory like this, not only do you not get a salary, you even have to pay study fees every month. Just here, there are still many students pursuing the scientific research path who are trying their best to get in, just to experience themselves. Being poor in literature and rich in military affairs is only half right in this world. Martial arts practice requires medicine, guidance from famous teachers, and the purchase of martial arts techniques, all of which require a lot of money. But what about the path of scientific research? Bringing a new hand technician sometimes wastes a lot of materials and time, and the cost is not small. Unless you are really talented. For example, for someone like Liu Keanan in martial arts, even if his family background is not good, the country still has a lot of resources at its disposal. Or in the field of scientific research, if your mind is wild and you can always put forward constructive suggestions, you can also get key cultivation. But for ordinary people like Zhou Ming, who are slightly more talented, if they miss some opportunities, they will really miss them. His family background is better than Qin Yi's. Both parents are ordinary workers, and their combined income occasionally exceeds 10,000 Daxia coins a month. Support him to persist for another year. Too difficult. And except for first-time fresh graduates, the admission requirements are increasing year by year. The truth is very simple. You have to practice until you are 30 years old before taking the martial arts college entrance examination. The difficulty level has not increased, and the same points will give you the highest score. But your talent is much lower than those of those teenagers. The country has a lot of resources to train you, isn't it a waste of blood? Do not talk. When Wei Wei heard that Zhou Ming still disagreed, his face couldn't help but darken. The original plan was for him to be the popular one and the man with the mustache to be the bad one, but he didn't expect that the conversation would come to this point, and Zhou Ming still couldn't get enough of it. Wei Wei became a little angry. Don't think that your contribution is very big. If it weren't for the conditions and projects provided by our laboratory, how would you have the chance to play it? Okay, if you understand your parents' hard work, then you should use 200,000 to buy some food and honor them. If you write ink again, the lab won't give you the money. Think it over carefully and call me after you think it through. See a visitor out. As Wei Wei said the last two words in a deep voice. The man with mustache stood up and came to Zhou Ming. Pushed him out of the door. Facing this irresistible force, Zhou Ming just lost his mind and kept muttering, "No, You can't do this. Cannot be like this. Boom. The door is closed. The man with the mustache came back and sat on the sofa again. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then spoke slowly. Director Wei, about my brother's signature sequence. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Wei frowned, rubbed his nose and said, I couldn't help but curse in my heart. The habits of these warriors are really indecent. I don't know if these bad habits from hundreds of years ago can be passed down. Cigarettes. The smell makes me feel uncomfortable. Of course, as an item that can stimulate the chi and blood of powerful warriors, the ingredients of today's cigarettes are also very different from those hundreds of years ago. The mustached man noticed Wei Hui's expression. He also pressed the cigarette into the tea on the table. Sizzling. The fire went out. Sorry, Director Wei. This is my only hobby for people who go through life and death on weekdays, ha 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 ha. There is nothing we can do. We warriors are not like you researchers. We just have to work in the laboratory. There is no danger to our lives. It's very stressful. Listen to this apology and explanation. Wei was even more unhappy. Self-righteous guy. The same virtue as his brother. Compared to these two brothers, he was actually more pleasing to the young man Ming, who was more down to earth and willing to work. However, this society does not mean that decisions are made purely based on preferences. Most of the time, profit is the biggest driving force. People were coming and going in front of a huge, bright silver, octagonal building. Qin raised his head and took a look. The graphite plaque is engraved with 8 large gilded characters, Qingyuan Materials Sales Center. It's been a long time since I've been here. When he first obtained the Underworld method, 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra, he bought the medicinal bath materials from here. The main reason is that the Qingyuan group is distributed throughout Gaoyang province. Both price and professionalism are highly guaranteed. However, at that time, I only had tens of thousands of Daxia coins left by my parents, and I went bankrupt buying some primary materials. But today is different from the past. Now he holds 30 million Daxia coins. Qin shook his head, put away his thoughts, and then entered the hall through the 2-wing revolving door at the entrance. Dozens of counters are busy. It's almost evening. Business is still so good. Qin looked around briefly and found a counter with the smallest queue. Fortunately, the staff here are very efficient. It didn't take long, it was my turn in about 10 minutes. After sitting down on the sofa chair, the sweet voice of the receptionist immediately sounded. Hello, sir. What business do you need to handle? Do you have a membership card? Yes, I want to buy some materials. Qin turned his hand, and the black membership card of Qingyuan Group appeared in his palm. As long as you have transactions with Qingyuan Group, you will have a membership card. Drop. Put it on the induction slot aside and sense it. The electronic projection in front of the reception staff immediately displayed Qin personal information. The receptionist blinked his eyes for the first time, seemingly in disbelief, and then spoke respectfully, his voice trembling. Mr. Qin, you are a distinguished platinum member and can go to the exclusive counter. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting in line for so long. Platinum member. Qin was stunned. Qingyuan Group does have membership levels. With a high level, not only can some rare materials that are often out of stock be reserved in advance, but the price will also be discounted as the level increases. Moreover, gold and above members can also go to the exclusive counter to avoid queuing. You must know that in this sales center where people come and go, there may not be more than 10 gold members in a day. But 3 exclusive counters were set up aside. I would rather keep it there deserted and pay a lot of staff wages, but also ensure the experience of high-level members. The importance of these senior members in the eyes of Qingyuan Group is evident. But he somehow became a platinum member on top of gold. Strange. Obviously in my memory, even if I purchased so many medicinal bath materials, I was still stuck as a bronze member at the lowest level. I shouldn't be a platinum member. Is there something wrong? Qin was confused. No, Mr. Qin, the information entered in the system has been verified through multiple verifications. Although the receptionist couldn't believe it, the young boy in front of her turned out to be a platinum member she had never seen before. But if Qingyuan Group could even make mistakes with such data, it would be impossible for it to be so big. If such young talents can develop in personal relationships, their class will really change. You should know that it has happened that you have a chance to meet a guest and then get married. When the receptionist thought of this, he tucked a strand of black hair behind his ear and sat up straight. Ability to do service work within such a large group. Chi and blood don't have to be high. But good looks are a mandatory requirement. Sir, please get your membership card. Your trading box number this time is A002. I hope Nanjong Qingyuan Material Sales Center can meet your trading needs. Job number 3421 is happy to serve you. Oh, okay, thank you. Qin Yi took the membership card, and at the same time some doubts arose in his heart. Do you need to report your employee number for this kind of service? I remember that this process didn't exist before. Qin Yi followed the route instructions on the membership card. Riding the suspended elevator, we quickly arrived at box A002. Swipe the membership card on the induction slot. Boom, the door then opened. The entire box is at least 4 or 5 times larger than the one I stayed in before. The ingenious wood carvings and lifelike murals look like they were made by everyone, and they reveal luxury everywhere. Even after Qin Yi took his seat, soon a service staff came in carrying a beautiful fruit plate. Please use it slowly. After the service staff finished speaking, he bowed and caressed his chest and left slowly. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows. Good guy, the level of platinum membership is different. Now that I have lived in the Spark training camp, I also have certain requirements for food. My horizons have also improved a lot. These spiritual fruits are slowly overflowing with the energy of heaven and earth, and they look like nourishing products at first glance. Pinch up a small fruit with fire patterns on it. Fire spirit little tomato. This thing is out there. One piece costs hundreds of Daxia coins. Those who are willing to give it up. Throw it into your mouth and feel a numbing sensation. Then Qin Yi clicked the transaction button on the table. A curtain of blue light was immediately projected. There are various materials and corresponding selling prices on it. Well, let's first take a look at these permutations and combinations to see which ones are owned by the Qingyuan group. According to the introduction of the material swallowed by the Nether Heart, there are many ways to match it. After all, the Netherworld contains too much, including darkness, death, evil spirits, time. Combining materials of almost the same grade, nutritional balance, will be more helpful to the progress of Netherworld Heart. After all, swallowing these materials requires the power of the Netherworld to move them back and forth. There is also a daily limit for physical energy consumption. The better the combination, the higher the efficiency. Of course, if it were a treasure of the same level as the Underworld Jade, even if it were absorbed individually, the effect would be extremely astonishing. But this was obtained in exchange for 10,000 ghost points. This is much more painful than spending Daxia coins. Do you have this one too? There are quite a lot of purple evil balls in stock. The black and white trefoil is out of stock. While Qin Yi was searching, he recorded which combinations were available for purchase and at what price on a projection board. About 20 minutes passed. Finally got concrete data. It's a bit unexpected. 80% of the combinations can be bought. Qin Yi stuffed another small huoling tomato into his mouth and murmured in surprise. However, many of the materials are written to be exclusive to Platinum members. It is estimated that if a member of Platinum or below arrives, the search box will not be displayed at all. After thinking about these permutations and combinations, Qin Yi made a decision quickly. It's decided. Let's use a combination that consumes 21.35 million Daxia coins a month. The more expensive the combination is, the more efficient it will be to improve the progress of Heart of the Netherworld. Although it was said that more than 20 million Daxia coins were consumed in a month, it emptied most of Qin Yi's small treasury at once. But after devouring it for the first time and getting huge benefits, the current progress improvement of Nether Heart is already at the top of my mind. Just spend your money wisely and don't care too much about gains and losses. After all, as your strength increases, you will make money faster. Qin Yi has a deep understanding of this. Besides, the reward promised by the Demon Suppressing Division has not yet arrived. Thinking of this, Qin Yi directly clicked on these materials and chose to buy them. Submit with purchase. A line of text was displayed on the projection screen. Dear Mr. Qin Yi, the materials you purchased are being distributed and sorted, please wait a moment. It only took 10 minutes to wait. There was a knock on the door. Mr. Qin, I am the general manager of Nanjong Qingyuan Material Sales Center. Is it convenient to come in now? Come in, Qin Yi replied quickly. At the same time, a trace of doubt arose in my heart. General manager coming, could it be that you are sending materials to yourself? Boom. After receiving the answer, the door was immediately pushed open. A fat man wearing a suit and a kind smile strode in. Immediately bow slightly to show respect. He was still mumbling. Oh my, Mr. Qin is really lucky and glorious to be able to come to Qingyuan to buy materials. My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Li. He is the general manager of Nanjong Qingyuan Material Sales Center. Qin Yi frowned. What's going on? Being able to be the general manager in the hands of such a large group can be considered a senior executive. His status is not low. So, flattering. Yes, the level of enthusiasm cannot be overstated by flattery. Manager Wang, there is no need to be so polite. By the way, I want to know why my membership card was inexplicably upgraded to platinum membership. Anyway, I am a guest, here to spend money. If you don't understand, just ask. Wang Li scratched his head. Mr. Qin, the news that you killed a large number of demons in the Demon Cave space shocked the top management of our group. The superiors quickly ordered to check whether Mr. Qin has any records of consumption within our Qingyuan. If so, immediately increase his authority. It's that simple. Qin Yi was shocked. Good guy, you know it so soon. The Qingyuan group's public relations speed is really fast. No, even if the Qingyuan group has power all over Gaoyang province and has a wide network of contacts, this efficiency is too high. Could it be that? A guess flashed in Qin Yi's mind. If the Donghua and Qingtian test centers were attacked alone, then this time it was a random incident. Although it is shocking, there is no clear comparison. But judging from the information Yan Yonganian obtained, thousand-faced demon attacks occurred in many places at the same time, even outside Gaoyang province. Obviously, there is a high probability that this is a premeditated attack on the Tiansao side, and the situation is extremely serious. Perhaps now, high-level discussions in many places are still ongoing. It happened that the leader of the Qingyuan group had some special channels and learned about all this. And I think he is the only one who has achieved a record of killing dozens of thousands of devils in one kill. Use known information to make decisions quickly. It seems that in such a turbulent current situation, being able to make the group so big should not be underestimated. This also shows from the side that after the martial arts college entrance examination, even if we look at the entire Gaoyang province, Qin Yi is quite famous. So that's it. Manager Wang, have you brought the materials I want? After knowing the reason, Qin Yi didn't dwell on it for too long and went straight to the topic. People need to see clearly the essence. Now my status is brought about by my strength, and continuing to improve is the right way. If so, it will be fine. That won't go far in the martial arts. Of course. I picked and mobilized them as quickly as possible, just for fear of wasting Mr. Qin's precious time. Wang Li nodded repeatedly, then waved his hand. A large amount of materials were placed on the table. Exudes intense energy. Check it and see if the quantity is correct. Is this worth more than 20 million Daxia coins? It looks really shocking. The dazzling array of materials almost fills most of the huge long quartz table. No wonder the higher the membership level, the larger the trading box. It seems that in addition to reflecting the noble status, practicality is also an aspect. Qin Yi took a rough look around and found that the number was about the same. No problem, let's trade directly. In the end, Qin Yi paid 21.35 million Daxia coins, and all these materials were included in the ghost face ring. Of course, this price is already discounted by platinum members. Return to the villa in Tianhe community. In the practice room, Qin Yi looked at the materials placed in front of him. These rich energies were intertwined, making people eager to devour them. Let's start. Qin Yi's eyes narrowed, hands outstretched. Sizzling, wisps of netherworld power escaped from the palm of his hand. He quickly drilled into these materials. After devouring it in a big mouth, he returned the same way and brought the essence energy back into Qin Yi's body. The process lasted about 2 hours. This is on the premise that I have absorbed the jade of Underworld before and gained some fullness from the power of the Netherworld. It feels like I have become much more powerful in controlling various ways. The effect of Nether Heart is really good. Immediately, Qin Yi had a thought in his mind. The panel appears. Name, Qin Yi. Position, Judge of the Punishment Department, 42,232 600,000ths. Heart of Netherworld Progress, 6.8 100. Control of Authority, Chain of Life and Death. Current number of demons suppressed, 2020. Currently, the ghost points that can be obtained every hour 531 points. Number of ghost points, 5017. Acquisition methods, 6 layers of Shira body, Ghost Instant, Dark Eyes, Suppressing Evil Tower, 5 Ghost Body Refining Sutra. Evaluation. There are already certain means to compete with the darkness, a rising star in the underworld. Did the progress only increase by 1 point? Sure enough, although these materials are valuable, they are still incomparable to the level of jade from Underworld. But this improvement is so comfortable. Not long ago, all the ghost points were extracted, and there were only more than 2,000 left. Several hours passed. It immediately rose to over 5,000. You can gain something just by lying down. Before this, the suppressive function had always been the icing on the cake for me, and even if it didn't exist, it wouldn't matter. But now it is finally a huge source of income. So tired. From yesterday to now, too many things have happened. Qin Yi finally couldn't bear it anymore. After a simple wash, he walked straight to the room, fell down and fell asleep. The moon and stars are sparse. The dim moonlight shines in through the window and falls on the floor of the room. Will tomorrow be better? Will there be cracks coming? No one knows. But at this moment, it is enough to enjoy some peace and quiet. Noon the next day. Sunny. Soft bed. Dee. The phone rang. Qin Yikai woke up from his sleep and rubbed his groggy eyes. Stretched. A feeling of satisfaction came over me. So cool. Although for a warrior, it is no problem to go without rest for several days if necessary. But sometimes in addition to physical fatigue there is also mental fatigue. In addition, Qin Yi's body's energy and blood had changed too much yesterday, and his whole body was a little sore. It was natural for him to feel comfortable after such a good night's rest. Turn on your phone. What came into view was the information notice marked red by Daxia officials. What? The college entrance examination quota is out. After Qin Yi saw the title, he quickly scrolled down. Donghua and Qingtian test centers have impressively high quotas. Highest quota 105 people. Key quota, 14,820 people. And then there's the bottom. Qin Yi, test ranking, first. First, the top pick. Even though he was prepared in his heart, Qin Yi clenched his fists in excitement. The decision I made almost 100 days ago finally received perfect feedback. Generally speaking, if it is the 105th highest quota, around 60th place will be adjusted and go to a choice that you may not want to go to. Of course, first of all, there is absolutely no suspense. After coming back yesterday, I had chosen Demon Sea Supreme as my first choice, so entering the Demon Sea was a sure thing. I guess the admission notice will come in the next 2 days. Well, the quota ratio has been increased by about 30% compared to last year. Yan Sis information was indeed correct. This should be regarded as a kind of compensation for the attacks by the demons on these candidates. Subsequently, Qin Yi flipped through the second message. This was sent from Nanjong No. 5 Middle School. Graduation meeting. It is equivalent to a class reunion organized by the school and is a tradition. After the martial arts college entrance examination, some people, like Qin Yi, entered the ideal martial arts school. And some students can't even get into the lowest schools. They can only work in society due to the pressure of life. From then on, the world no longer intersects. So, the graduation meeting can be regarded as the end of many people's youth. Time is also very tight. Just in the afternoon. Well, pack up and head straight to school. Nanjong No. 5 Middle School. In the vast martial arts hall, many students have gathered here. As one of the 3 students from No. 5 Middle School who passed the key exam, Xiao Zuyan was surrounded by many people in the class square. Brother Xiao, I knew you could do it. Your results are simply refreshing the history of our Nanjong number 5 middle school. It's a key university. In the past years, if one of us was admitted, it was acceptable. I didn't expect that this time, 3 people were admitted at the same time. Brother Xiao is mighty. Xiao Zuyan couldn't stop smiling when he heard the compliments from the classmates around him. The moment of harvest is always so wonderful. This time, there are 14,820 key places in the entire examination center. His points ranking is 9,126. Even if there is no overall increase in quotas, it is still a key point. The long-term pressure was finally released for a short period of time. He was just a teenager who had just turned 18. How could he not be excited? But, compared to him, there is another person in the 5th middle school who is even more evil. Xiao Zuyan thought of this, sighed and concluded. Oh, what a broken record. Qin Yi is exaggerating. He directly won the top prize in the exam, which is beyond my reach. When Qin Yi was mentioned, everyone's expressions changed a little. Indeed, I didn't expect that such a monster could appear in our Nanjong number 5 middle school. You're the top scorer in the exam. What's the concept? You haven't won such an honor even in number 1. It's outrageous. With such results, I should just choose among the 7 highest schools. Boss Qin Yi is so scary, so scary. When I participated in the Spark trials and saw the crushing match, I had a hunch that Brother Qin might have the talent to be a great emperor. It can be said that everyone in number 5 middle school and even all the students in Nanjong knew about the news that Qin Yi had won the top prize. I walked all the way from the moment I entered to the school gate. There are dark red banners hanging everywhere, which read, "Warmly congratulate Qin Yi for winning the first prize in the examination center." The most exaggerated thing is that the number 5 middle school also rented many floating buses and drove them around the city. The good news was continuously played on the loudspeaker. Just kidding, this is an unprecedented miracle. It would be such a waste if we don't promote it properly. At this moment, Class 12 is in the square formation. There are also many classmates around Qin Yi who are complimenting him. But Qin Yi didn't pay much attention to this. But he frowned. His eyes glanced around. Ming didn't come. This kid couldn't really die suddenly, right? Logically speaking, the graduation meeting will come as long as there is nothing particularly urgent. After all, this is the last rally of high school career. Moreover, this kid was busy and wasted a lot of precious time in order to make a training plan for himself. This time I got the number 1 pick, and I originally planned to celebrate with him. Picked up the phone and dialed Ming's number. No one is answering. Brother Qin, don't you know about Ming? Suddenly, Cao Shichong on the side saw this, hesitated for a moment and then spoke. He was worried that Qin Yi still had a grudge against him. So I am very cautious when speaking. After all, in the class blood test, Cao Shichong, as the squad leader, was dissatisfied that Qin Yi surpassed him and mocked him. The results were discovered later. It's simply overestimating one's capabilities. And now with Qin Yi's status, his life could be ruined just by talking. When the status gap is too great, it is natural for people to become reserved when speaking. What about Ming? What happened to him? Does it have anything to do with you? Qin Yi spoke in confusion. Even if he doesn't know, will Cao Shichong know? Cao Shichong waved his hands and denied. No, it has nothing to do with me. It's just that my mother works at Nanjong number 3 hospital. Last night Ming was suddenly sent to the emergency ward. He was in a coma and hasn't woken up yet. What? Qin Yi was stunned. Coma? What's happening here? Then he asked anxiously. What reason? Is it life-threatening? Cao Shichong touched his head. I don't know the reason. It's not life-threatening. It's just that there is blood in his head now. It's best to have an operation as soon as possible. It seems that his parents are already raising funds. Cao Shichong had just finished speaking. Qin Yi squeezed out of the crowd, walking towards the entrance of the martial arts hall. Many students from number 5 middle school were confused when they saw this scene. Slipped away. Why is classmate Qin leaving? I don't know. Maybe you think you have nothing in common with us. Could it be that you just kept staring at people, which made them feel frightened? What are you talking about? Even if this girl is not as beautiful as a flower, she is still young and beautiful, okay. After a few glances, is it so scary? Da da da. While everyone was still discussing in low voices, Han Tianai, the principal of number 5 middle school, stepped onto the podium. He picked up the microphone and started speaking. Teachers, dear classmates, hello everyone. Today is a warm and sunny day in spring. We hold a grand graduation ceremony here. Here, on behalf of the school, I would like to express my sincere congratulations to the students who have successfully completed their studies. After a while of routine words, Han Tianai paused for a moment before continuing. Then next, I would like to invite Qin Yi, the pride of our number 5 middle school and the top scorer in the exam, to come up and say a few words. Everyone applauds and welcomes. However, there was no movement in the audience. Han Tianai noticed something was wrong and glanced at the phalanx of class 12 specially arranged in front of the main stage. Where is Qin Yiren? Nanjong 3rd Hospital. After passing through the lush paths, Qin Yi came to the main building. Then he strode to the front desk with a heavy look on his face. Hello, I would like to ask which ward Zhou Ming is in. I'm his classmate. Wait a minute, let me check. The nurse quickly typed in the name with both hands. Soon the query results were displayed on the electronic screen. Well, there are 2 people named Zhou Ming currently hospitalized. One of them is 68 years old and is undergoing physical therapy in 509 of the orthopedic inpatient department because he fell from a height. There is also an 18-year-old who is currently in room 302 of the intensive care building. Thank you. I heard the last words. Qin Yi thanked him and left quickly. Room 302, intensive care building. Come to the door. I glanced at the notice board, which showed the attending doctor and patient information. Zhou Ming's name is prominently displayed above. Qin Yi took a deep breath. Extend your right hand. Please come in, came the haggard woman's voice. Qin Yi opened the door. What caught his eye was Zhou Ming's mother, Kai Chungxia. Zhou Ming, on the other hand, was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and his eyes closed tightly. There is still nutrient solution in hand. Auntie, what happened to Ming? When I went to Zhou Ming's house to play before, I met his parents several times. So we know each other. It's Xiao Qin. Kai Chungxia was a little surprised. She thought it was a doctor. Obviously he doesn't know what happened. He was in a trance after returning home yesterday. I didn't want to say anything, and later I even fainted. Sent to the hospital, the doctor's diagnosis was that the brain was oscillated by an external force and a blood clot was formed. The eardrums are also damaged. But it's not that dangerous, just a minor surgery. His father has already gone to raise money. It is estimated that the operation will start soon. External force. Qin Yi frowned. It's strange. Zhou Ming is not a warrior, so it should be impossible for him to go to the wilderness area to fight or something. Could it be that he accidentally hit something or was hit by a heavy object? Let me take a look. Qin Yi came to the bed, his eyes were scarlet and dizzy. The secret technique, blood dark eyes, is activated. Immediately, in the field of vision, he easily saw the blood clot blocked in Zhou Ming's brain. Well, the hospital did emergency treatment, so the situation is really not that dangerous. After all, with the development of martial arts, medical methods are also advancing with the times and are very advanced. Even if some high-grade medicines are used, the blood clot can be removed without surgery. It's just that Zhou Ming and his family can't afford it. Thinking of this, Qin Yi flipped his hands. A dark green jade bottle with several ghost heads printed on it appeared in his hand. This is exactly the treasure I drew when I exchanged 1,000 ghost points for a green long-term lottery at the Spark training camp. The name is Ghost Body Wash. It is a powerful healing liquid that can wash away your own impurities. It can even heal well against some mental blows. It's just that Qin Yi has never been injured even when facing the powerful 1,000-faced demon body. Therefore, these healing treasures were never used. Don't worry, Auntie. After drinking this medicine, Zhou Ming will be fine soon. Kai Chungxia was stunned for a moment, then immediately raised her hand to stop her. Xiao Qin, wait. Although Xiao Qin and Zhou Ming can be said to be close friends, it is still too dangerous to take medicine privately. And this liquid with a ghost head printed on it is definitely for healing. No one doubts that it is poison. But Qin Yi didn't leave her much time to react. In a blink of an eye, he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured it into Zhou Ming's lips. The dark green liquid flows smoothly. Ooh. Even during this process, the liquid actually made a strange and low whimpering sound. Xiao Qin, what are you doing? Kai Chengxia stood up in a hurry. Even if you take medicine, you must get the doctor's consent. I know you mean well, but the next second, Zhou Ming, who had been unconscious for a long time, suddenly frowned and moved his fingers. The liquid quickly blends into the blood and travels throughout the body. The blood clot was quickly removed. Not only that, this liquid also swept away some of the toxins and depression that had been accumulated in the past. Even the cells are nourished. If Zhou Ming gets up and tests his qi and blood at this moment, he will find that the value has improved a lot. There was no way, for the ghost body wash, injuries like brain damage and blood clots were too minor. The excess energy is naturally used to nourish flesh and blood. Ming, are you awake? Kai Chengxia hurried forward and held Zhou Ming's palm with both hands, tears flashing in her eyes. God knows how much pain she has been feeling since last night. Before Qin Yizheng came, she had been blaming herself, thinking that her family had put too much pressure on Zhou Ming, making him devote himself to scientific research without eating or sleeping, just to get into a good university. This led to the accident. Mom. Zhou Ming opened his eyes, saw his mother with red eyes, and responded in a low voice. But then, he felt powerful energy surge through his body and slowly sat up. Qin Yi, how will you be here? Obviously, you have to thank Xiao Qin. It was the medicine he took out just now that made you wake up from your coma. Kai Chengxia only now came back to her senses. How amazing the effect of the bottle of medicine just now was. The value is absolutely unimaginable. Then she looked at Qin Yi. He bent down repeatedly and his voice trembled when he spoke. Xiao Qin, thank you, thank you. I was anxious just now. As soon as Qin Yi stretched out his hand, an invisible force of darkness quickly lifted Kai Chengxia up, and then said with a smile, Auntie, Zhou Ming and I are good buddies, so don't be so polite. This potion isn't too expensive, it just gives the right medicine. Besides, I didn't bring any fruit or anything with me. This bottle of potion is just a gift to visit Amin. To be honest, this potion is nothing to Qin Yi. It's just a treasure obtained from the green wheel. Now just relying on suppressing the continuous ghost points, it can already be extracted 6 times a day. But that's only relative. If measured according to the value on Blue Star, this ghost cleansing liquid is worth at least hundreds of thousands or even millions of Daxia coins. It can be said that for Zhou Ming's family, who currently have to raise the cost of even a minor surgery, even if they go bankrupt and sell everything, they may not be able to buy it. This use of the power of the Netherworld frightened Kai Chengxia. The martial arts level of my son's classmate in front of me seems to be much better than imagined. No, the effect is so amazing, how can it be cheaper? Kai Chengxia hurriedly continued. She just has little knowledge, but she's not stupid. Mom, let me talk to Qin Yi about the money. You go out and buy some fruit or something first. How can we let people just sit there? Zhou Ming said helplessly. Now that his body has been purified by the ghost body wash, he feels refreshed. Unlike yesterday when I came back from Shinri Laboratory, my brain was in a hazy state. At the same time, he also knew that Qin Yi would definitely ask about the cause and effect. Zhou Ming didn't want his parents to know about this matter. After all, the person who took action was a 5th-grade martial artist and director Wei, who had a high status in Nanzhong. Saying it would only add to the worries of the 2 elderly people. Okay, I'll buy some fruit. You are obviously chatting with Xiao Qin. If you feel uncomfortable, take a rest and call the nurse. Kai Chengxia glanced at the empty cabinet table next to the hospital bed. I also found that I didn't have any food, so I was neglecting it, so I immediately stood up and gave instructions. There is no way, from last night to now, Zhou Ming has been unconscious and does not need to eat anything. Relatives at home heard that the child's father was raising money, and they avoided it. No one has come to visit yet. So the ward seemed relatively empty. Boom. Wait until Kai Chengxia goes out. Qin Yi casually sat on a chair nearby, tapped his index finger slowly on the bedside table, and asked, "Tell me, what's going on?" In the vision of blood-dark eyes, just now, Zhou Ming's brain was blocked by blood clots. There were also minor hidden injuries to the eardrum and some meridians. So distributed, Qin Yi already had some guesses in his mind. This is probably man-made, and there is a high probability that it was impacted by some kind of sound secret method. Well, Zhou Ming sighed. Remember that project in the laboratory I told you about? I made a huge contribution during the course of this study, and the project director agreed to put my name in the top 5 signatures. As long as you have this signature, you will be guaranteed to enter a first-class research university. Qin Yi nodded. Zhou Ming told himself about this in Yunshuan Tower. Looking at that expression at that time, it seemed almost certain. But now something seems to have happened. When Zhou Ming said this, he took a deep breath, his eyes revealing many complicated emotions. There is fear, helplessness, and a hint of despair. But just yesterday, the director of the laboratory came to me and said that my quota could no longer be placed in the top 5 sequences. The reason is... After a few minutes of narration, Qin Yi finally understood the cause and effect. There is murderous aura surrounding the body. He spoke coldly. That doesn't make sense. How dare you take the place of substitution? I originally thought that people who pursue scientific research are more immersed in academics and would not have so many troubles. I didn't expect that dirty things would happen. Don't worry, just leave this matter to me. Zhou Ming had just expressed his frustration, and it felt like he was breathing out a sigh of relief. But when he heard that Qin Yi wanted to help, he was still shocked. He quickly advised, "Qin Yi, don't be impulsive. Although your potential is amazing now, potential is just potential after all. Wei Wei has been working in Nanjing City for many years and has a wide range of contacts. Moreover, when we met yesterday, there was also a martial artist who controlled the power of heaven and earth. There must be huge benefits in this. After experiencing this life and death crisis, I have figured out that ordinary people like us have no way of fighting against these powerful people. It's better to ask Wei Wei to give in and get some money to repay your parents' kindness." When he woke up just now, Zhou Ming saw the tears in his mother's eyes and the surprise on her face. To be honest, he really felt bad. And since Wei Wei and the man with the mustache dared to have a direct showdown in the laboratory yesterday, it was obvious that he was defeated. In terms of strength, if someone crushes you to death, it's like crushing an ant to death. In terms of status and wealth, the two sides are as different as clouds and mud. In terms of prestige in the scientific research community, Wei Wei is a professor-level boss in Nanjing. Perhaps as Wei Wei said yesterday, if you continue to persist, not getting the money is not the key, and your life may even be in danger. And the sinister expression of the man with the mustache appeared in Zhou Ming's mind. For some reason, he always felt that this guy was not a kind person and could do anything. Maybe it's hard to say whether I'll start with my parents. This is what he cannot accept the most. Qin Yi laughed directly when he heard this. Director of the laboratory, a 5th-grade martial artist. It's just a bunch of clowns. A 5th-grade martial artist is indeed considered a powerful person in Nanjing. Liu Kong, the captain of Nanjing Town Demon Division, is also the 5th grade. But if I don't talk about anything else now, if I enter the Shira form, it will definitely not be a problem to defeat the normal 5th level. Director of the laboratory. It is nothing compared to Yi Lingyun, one of the giants in Nanjing. Speaking of which, the demon suppressor still owed him a favor for helping. It would be no problem to ask Yi Si to take care of this little matter. What's more, I am now in the limelight as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. How dare these cockroaches in the dark take action against me? That's just boring. Zhou Ming was a little unresponsive when he heard Qin Yi's words. Are the martial artist and the chief professor of the laboratory just clowns? Isn't it a little too crazy? He has been busy recently with experimental projects and contacting internally recruited scientific research institutions. In addition, incidents such as the attacks in the Tianhe community were only circulated among the officials. So I have no idea what happened to Qin Yi these days. By the way, Ming, I haven't told you the good news yet. This time, I got the first place in the martial arts college entrance examination. What? Very good. Congratulations to Qin Yi, you really did it. When Zhou Ming heard the news, he also waved his fist excitedly. Sincerely happy. After he knew that Qin Yi had awakened his superpower, he knew that this best friend must not be a thing in the pool. But I didn't expect it to rise so quickly. From first place in the training camp to first place in the Demon Cave college entrance examination, Qin Yi's talent is so dazzling that it's almost unbelievable. However, a top scorer in an exam represents huge potential. With this identity, even with Wei Hui's status, he would definitely not dare to do anything to Qin Yi. Zhou Ming had almost given up on entering a first-class scientific research university, but he rekindled his hope. Maybe Qin Yi can really give Wei Wei some face by taking action. Thinking of this, Zhou Ming suddenly lowered his head. Then I'll leave it to you, Qin Yi. Let's talk to Wei Wei and let him keep my signature. I really want to enter a first-class scientific research institution, see the scenery from high places, and explore the mysteries of this world. Having said this, Zhou Ming no longer wanted to be pretentious. He really longed to enter a first-class scientific research institution. Quote question mark. What are you doing, being so polite? Qin Yi raised his eyebrows and teased. When you took the time to help me make a training plan, I wasn't as coy as you. Reserved spot. It is necessary. Not only that, I also want these cockroaches to pay the price they deserve. You call Wei Wei first, and I'll see how arrogant he can be. Qin Yi clasped his fingers, his eyes cold. A small laboratory director is really overbearing. Not just blatant substitutions. He also took action directly and beat Zhou Ming until he was unconscious. So brave. Thinking about the students who died at the hands of monsters, Qin Yi couldn't restrain his murderous intention. Some people are carrying a heavy load for the sake of humankind's fire. And some people actually suppress capable talents for their own selfish interests. How ironic. As I continue to improve my strength, in addition to not wanting to leave my fate to the unknown and destroy the demons in this world, I also want to be able to protect everything I want to protect. Attack your friends. I'm afraid I'm tired of living. Zhou Ming nodded, immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Wei Hui's number. Golden Tiger Restaurant. In a luxurious private room. The walls are decorated with solid gold tiger heads, jewelry chandeliers, and burning sandalwood, all indicating that consumption here will not be low. Wei Wei, Wang Dahu, a man with mustache who had met Zhou Ming that day, and his younger brother Wang Xiao who were drinking and talking. The dishes on the table are filled with rich aroma. Ha 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 ha, Director Wei, thank you for taking care of this matter. Otherwise Xiao Hu really wouldn't be able to get this signature qualification. I respect you. Wang Dahu picked up the big bowl with both hands and poured it into his mouth. Gulu gulu gulu. The strong liquor inside flowed down his throat. Belch. Happy. Snapped. Placing the bowl on the table, Wang Dahu's mustache still had clear liquid left in it. Wei Wei looked a little unnatural. You've already given me a toast several times, you just want to have a drink. But for the sake of getting the money into the account, there is no need to say anything more. Anyway, there won't be too many interactions in the future. Brother Wang is so happy. I'll have tea instead of wine. Wei Wei raised his teacup and took a sip. Dee dee. At this moment, the mobile phone communication sound rang. Wei Wei originally wanted to hang up, but when he saw the name, he smiled with interest. He picked it up and gave it a look to the two brothers. It's that guy Zhou Ming calling. I guess he has figured it out. It's been a day, and the response is really slow. ... Oh, looking at his performance yesterday, I thought he would fight to the end. Also, young people who accept the beatings from society usually succumb in the end. Take it, Director Wei. If he's wise, it's okay to give him a little money. Wang Dahu picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, chewing it while talking. If Zhou Ming disagrees, he still has many methods at his disposal. It's too easy to deal with a young guy with no background. But if you just give in, that would be the best and save you trouble. Wei Wei nodded, turned on speakerphone and pressed answer. Xiao Zhou, have you figured it out? If you have figured it out now, what you said yesterday will still count. I can transfer 200,000 to your account very quickly. However, the sound coming from the phone the next second made the three people in the box look at each other. I am Zhou Ming's friend. Director Wei, what a great trick you have, arranging signatures on scientific research projects in such a grand manner. The atmosphere in Nanjang's scientific research community really opened my eyes. What's the meaning? Zhou Ming's friend. This kid won't look for anyone to stand up to him. Wang Xiaohu immediately became uneasy and murmured in a low voice. For him, successfully obtaining the signature qualification and then competing for a position at the Space Research Institute is an opportunity to rise to the top. I don't want to make any mistakes. So when I heard that the plan had changed, I felt a little anxious for a moment. Snapped. At this moment, Wang Dahu's palm rested on his shoulder. His expression was grim. HMPH, don't panic. Wei Hui's face also darkened, obviously very unhappy. After all, Wang Xiaohu is just a young man in his early 20s and has not experienced much. I was frightened by the opening of my mouth. But Wei Wei and Wang Dahu are different. No panic at all. First of all, the voice sounded immature, and combined with the information that he was Zhou Ming's friend. Most likely he is also a young boy with yellow hair. Then he spoke in a tone that was deliberately high-spirited, saying that the scientific research community in Nanjang had opened his eyes for him. Who do you think you are? Could it be that you are at the level of the Lord of Nanjang City? You speak like a superior is inspecting you. What a loud tone. Wei Wei had seen this kind of thing a lot, and he immediately guessed that it was some kind of mystery. Want to use force to overwhelm others. However, who could Zhou Ming's friend be? This kid heard from people in the laboratory that he never dared to go out to restaurants for meals. His mother always prepared packed lunches and brought them to the laboratory. That he has a background. I'm afraid it won't make people laugh out loud. So Wei Wei immediately spoke in a low voice with anger. Friend, haha, Zhou Ming asked you to stand up for him. I arranged for a signature on a scientific research project. What a big hat. Originally, he didn't contribute much to the Hull meteorite project. He was just a small assistant. How much professional knowledge can he have? Besides, if he didn't have the platform provided by the laboratory, his research would be useless. I can personally contribute 200,000 yuan because I see how difficult life is for young people, so I want to help. I didn't expect that good intentions would be treated like donkey liver and lungs. Now I have changed my mind. He won't get a cent of the 200,000. Not only that, I will also expel Zhou Ming from the laboratory and write down on his resume the crime of falsely accusing the laboratory. Wei Wei spoke eloquently and his words were well organized and seamless. He can be considered an old man. Yesterday, we were talking in a laboratory where electronic jamming equipment was installed, so I could make it clearer. We can't be so open-minded on this phone call. Although even if what he said was recorded, Wei Wei was still confident that he could settle it. But one thing less is worse than one thing more. These words are indeed accurate. It directly frightened Zhou Ming in the ward. He quickly whispered, how about forgetting it? Even if many high school students pay tuition, they still have to work in the laboratory to help out, just for this resume. It can be said that even without a signature on this project, Zhou Ming would have no problem entering an ordinary scientific research institution. It's just that it's not the best. But if he was expelled from the laboratory and given such a bad reason, probably no school would dare to recruit him. Wei Hui's move really hit his life gate. Even now Zhou Ming's inner thoughts have gradually changed, and it seems that taking 200,000 is not unacceptable. After all, you can't win in a fight. It's pretty good to get compensation. Qin Yi was a little speechless. Brother, you are looking down on me a bit. Just after the confrontation, they started to retreat. But then I thought about it. After these few months of hard work, I don't know how much my vision has improved, and I have become more aware of some of the nature of this world. But Zhou Ming is still the high school assistant who helps diligently in the laboratory every day. It was simply difficult for him to understand how high the status of a top scorer could be. What's more, he is by no means an ordinary number one scholar. In Zhou Ming's view, he may just be a potential genius who has not yet grown up. Qin Yi ignored his friend's words of weakness. A wave of anger gradually welled up in his heart. From here, it is not difficult to see that some ordinary people with no power will really be manipulated by these scum. Didn't dare to resist at all. Immediately afterwards, the sullen words were spoken slowly one by one. Okay, You are so kind, but you are so shameless. I'm afraid this isn't the first time such bullying has occurred, right? A message to you. If you walk too much at night, you will always encounter ghosts. Do. After saying that, Qin hung up the phone directly. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. During this period of time, due to his extraordinary talents, all the people he came into contact with were the elites of the Great Sha Kingdom. The Demon Suppression Department Lu Kong, Zhang Tianming from the Military Department, and Nanzhong Director Yi Lingyun. These people may have some selfish motives, but relatively speaking they are relatively pure. They all hope that the seeds of their country, the Great Sha Kingdom, can grow smoothly. Think about yourself at all times. But, light and darkness are always pros and cons. Humanity's enemies may not only be those alien races and monsters. Some scum, even if humanity is about to perish and be enslaved, only have their own interests first in their hearts. Should be killed. Zhou Ming was also frightened by the escaping energy. However, he still stuttered and said, Qin Yi. Wei may be right. We can't fight him. Scientific research is different from martial arts. It is an easy matter to argue with. Why don't you just call me back now and be subdued? If you can get 200,000 Daxia coins, that's fine. If you walk too much at night, you will encounter ghosts, but we are not ghosts, just ordinary people. It would be too dangerous if they took revenge on you and my parents. You still have a bright future, there is no need. Snap. Qin Yi patted Zhou Ming's back with his hand. Let him calm down a bit. Then his eyes narrowed. No need to compromise. It's true that they didn't meet the ghosts, but they did meet the judge of the Department of Punishment of Evil. They were even more unlucky. Do you like to use money and power to oppress people? Okay, I appreciate it. A judge from the Department of Punishment of Evil. Zhou Ming didn't react for a moment, but Qin Yi had already taken out his mobile phone and made a call. Hey, Yi Si, I have a small favor that I may need your help with. Inside the private room of the Golden Tiger restaurant. I heard the other party hang up the phone. Wei couldn't hold himself any longer, and his expression became ferocious. Where did this little brat come from, so arrogant? Do you always encounter ghosts if you walk too much at night? Is this threatening me? As a chief professor who has officially approved the establishment of a scientific research laboratory, he has not been angry like this for a long time. He was also called shameless. Wei Hui's lips were trembling with anger. Wang Dahu's expression was so gloomy that he almost shed tears. He picked up the big bowl and took a swig of strong liquor. Okay, originally I just planned to let this kid give up. Now it seems that if he didn't give some color, he wouldn't know why the flowers are so red. Director Wei, don't worry. I will take care of Zhou Ming and his friends. You only need to solve the internal problems in the laboratory. Wang Dahu is a free warrior. On weekdays, he makes a living by hunting monsters in the wilderness and selling materials. He is also famous for being ruthless in doing things. People who know him will understand that at this moment, the man nicknamed Poison Tiger has murderous intentions. Wang Xiaohu felt reassured when he saw his elder brother's reliable appearance. It feels good to have a backer. No matter how hard Zhou Ming worked, he couldn't cross the class that he should not cross. That's very good. Wei touched his beard. Come on, let's continue eating. After you've had enough wine and food, you can deal with these little things later. Soon, the three of them continued to feast. He didn't take the threat on the other end of the phone to heart at all. However, 10 minutes later, Dee, the phone rang again. Wei frowned. It couldn't be that kid again. Could it be that I was too impulsive and felt regretful? Late. Even if Zhou Ming kneels down to beg for mercy now, the relationship has been settled. Take it, Director Wei, I want to see what these two yellow-haired boys have to say. Wang Dahu sneered. But when Wei saw the name of the caller on his mobile phone. But his pupils trembled slightly, and he stretched out his finger to signal for silence. Because the caller was not Zhou Ming, but the Deputy City Lord of Nanzhong City, Zhou Chu. The two exchanged contact information at a certain award ceremony before, but they never contacted each other on weekdays. It's not that Wei doesn't want to build relationships. But Deputy City Lord Zhou's status was too much higher than his, and his strength had reached the level of a 6th grade great martial artist. Wei didn't even dare to interrupt when he had no excuse. Now the call comes unexpectedly. Could it be that there are too many vacancies in the Space Research Institute and he is going to be promoted? Based on Wei Hui's position as director of the Shinri Laboratory, if he were transferred to the Research Institute, he would be directly a leader. After taking a deep breath, Wei clicked the connect button. Ha 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 ha, City Lord Zhou. How come you have time to call me today? I always wanted to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude for the commendation you gave to the laboratory last time. I'm just afraid of disturbing you. His tone was extremely flattering, and he couldn't help but lower his head as he spoke. He looked completely different from the majestic look he had when he was talking to Qin Yi just now. It turned out to be Deputy City Lord Zhou. Wang Dahu also sat upright and did not dare to speak out. This Deputy City Lord of Nanjong City has great power, and in terms of martial arts strength, he can be regarded as the best among the 6th grade martial arts masters. This poisonous tiger, was almost like a sick cat in front of Zhou Chu. Take me out to eat. Haha, I wouldn't dare. You, the director of the laboratory, are very majestic. If something goes wrong and you replace me, who can bear it? Zhou Chu's strange words made the hairs of the 3 people in the box stand on end. Wei reacted immediately. It was that boy Zhou Ming who did it. The underlying meaning behind Zhou Chu's words is not just a matter of replacing his signature. No, it couldn't be Zhou Ming. A poor boy didn't have such a lot of energy. It's his friend. In an instant, Wei Hui's brain was spinning crazily. Complex emotions such as panic and regret spread. He really didn't expect that the other party could actually invite a high-ranking figure like Deputy City Lord Zhou and let him deal with it personally. It's over, things have gotten really big. Wang Dahu's hand holding the wine bowl was trembling. City Lord Zhou, I don't quite understand what you mean. If there is anything that offends you and your friends, please tell me, and I, Wei, will do my best to apologize. Misunderstanding, there must be some misunderstanding. Wei quickly surrendered and said in a begging tone. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. There's no need to apologize. You leave this to the victims. I have contacted the people in the trial court. Now go to the laboratory immediately, open the door for them, and cooperate with the investigation. Also, the man with the mustache must be a free warrior named Wang Dahu, right? You ask him to come with you. If not, the tribunal will issue a wanted warrant. That's all. Do. After Zhou Chu finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. Very decisive. The atmosphere in the box was eerily silent at this moment, and the 3 of them felt a little desperate. Things seemed to be getting really big. Snapped. Wang Dahu failed to hold the wine bowl in his hand and smashed it to the ground. How could this happen? How could this happen? It's not surprising that Zhou Chu was able to find out his name. After all, the number of martial arts masters in the entire Nanjong city is not large, and there are official records. As long as you can tell his appearance and physical characteristics, you can easily determine his identity. But what surprised him was Zuocho's efficiency. How long had it passed from the time he hung up on Zhou Ming to the time Zhou Chu came to investigate? 10 minutes. Just imagine, how could he be so active if he found Deputy City Lord Zhou just because of a relationship? There is a lot of background, that Zhou Ming's friend has a lot of background. Wang Dahu came to his senses and couldn't help but roared at Wei, what are you doing? Didn't you say that this person named Zhou Ming is just a poor boy? How can you invite Deputy City Lord Zhou? I really believed your evil deeds. What should I do now? Tell me. At the end of his speech, Wang Dahu stood up and slapped his palms on the table. Boom. The huge force caused the wooden table to fall apart instantly. All the bowls and chopsticks were smashed to the ground, making a crisp ping pong sound. Those dishes were dripping with juice, making it a mess. It was the first time that Wang Xiaohu saw his elder brother doing this in front of him. He was sitting there shaking like chaff and his face was pale. How would I know? Wei also lost his temper. He yelled back too. He was also in a very bad mood at the moment. He had known that Zhou Ming could have a relationship with Deputy City Lord Zhou. Even if you give him 10,000 courages, you won't dare to do anything. It's too late to say anything now. Judging from the attitude on the other end of the phone, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. Trial court. If Wang Dahu hadn't asked him to do this, how could this happen? Now, The two people who had been chatting happily just now all resented each other. Regret making such a dirty deal. Impossible. Even if they pay a huge price, they will only regret that they did not act more cautiously. Boom. The door was pushed open. The manager of the Golden Tiger restaurant hurried in. After taking a look, he asked cautiously, "Excuse me, guest, what happened?" "Get out," Wang Dahu roared irritably. Nanjong City Administration Building. The office of Deputy City Lord Zhou Chu. At this moment, he just hung up the phone and sneered. Still thinking about apologizing. Dream. But this Zhou Ming matter, Yi Si actually asked him to personally explain it, and also told him to get it done as soon as possible. What is this person's background and identity? He was lost in thought. You must know that Yi Lingyun is the master who controls the charm of heaven and earth. And it's not the first time. He also graduated from the Demon Sea Supreme and has a wide network of contacts. Logically speaking, there was no need to alarm him at all about changing the signature of a small scientific research project. Yes, although having his signature replaced was a life-affecting event for Zhou Ming. But in front of one of the giants of Nanjong. Just trivial matters the size of sesame seeds. It's cruel, but that's the reality. Therefore, if you are well connected and know a judge from some court, then there is no need for you to waste your favor on Yi Si. Because any judge-level figure is enough to solve it. The current situation is also the same. Although Yi Lingyun attaches great importance to it, there is no need for him to personally take action on such trivial matters. He can just give an explanation. It seems, Zhou Ming's identity is not simple this time. I have to find someone to find out when I have time. Zhu Aoqiu rubbed his chin and said to himself thoughtfully. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe.